Hello and welcome to Wall Street in New York City for the finals of the FIDE World Blitz Championships, the last title to be won this year. We have some of the best players on the planet playing in this event, and it should be an extremely exciting one. We have already decided the Rapid champions, and we just need to decide now the two Blitz titles. This is such an exciting event. I'm with my co-host, Evgenij and Miroshnichenko, and Evgenij, this one is fantastic. We get to see big rounds of Blitz yesterday and now some mouth-watering matchups for these finals.
Well, absolutely. And, there is something magical to it. It's December 31st, and you have, the pinnacle of this tournament, in my opinion, the knockout of the Blitz with best names, best players in those final day.
Some viewers already enjoying the new year, and what better way to continue to do so as the rest of us wait for the bells to ring, bringing in 2025. But we've got to close out 2024 first, and these players will be stuffing their stockings. I don't know why I messed that one up usually, but they'll got a lot of money to win. Let's put it that way. Minimum prize money already in their pockets, now trying to win the big dollars. And we see there on board one of the most exciting matchups will be taking place on that board. We will be following it closely, and that is Magnus Carlsen against Hans Neeman. But there are other matchups as well that we've got to take a look at. We see Nepo and Maurice, two countrymen battling it out on the screen just now. Duda will be playing against Caruana. That is Jan Krzysztof Duda from Poland against Fabiana Caruana of the USA. And another US player, Wesley So, against Alireza Firouzja. And there we see the brackets in front of us. What catches your eye?
Well, obviously, Carlsen Neeman cannot be missed. I mean, that's a match. Like, there's a lot of drama attached to this match. Like, I believe most of our viewers should get the idea, right? But anything, really, you can pick any of those, and it'll be a fantastic match.
It was sort of a rhetorical question, actually. I kind of knew what your answer was going to be there. And, of course, you see the way this will work as they play the quarterfinals. It will be 4 games that they'll play against each other, and the winner after that, we'll move on to the semifinals, and then the final, and then a champion. Let's take a look, however, at the women's brackets. They are not to be outdone, and we see some big names there as well. Vaishali from India, Zhu Jin-er from China will duke it out. That's a big matchup. This matchup I really like. Zhu Wenjun, the world champion, against the reigning Blitz champion, Valentina Gunina.
Yeah, well, and if you will, in the women's section, we actually have more ex-world champions, because not only Gunina is defending champion, but Lakhno won this tournament 2 times in the past, and also Bibisara Sabayeva.
It will indeed be a challenge, and as there you have shown those faces. Look at this. Gunina has won twice, Lakhno has won twice, and Bibisara Sabayeva has won twice. Amazing. They show their continuity and consistency, and we will see whether or not a new name will be crowned here, or will there be a 3-peat champion in the last decade. It's kind of interesting how many women actually. Anna Muzichuk is not here. She actually won twice as well. But we're about to start the games, and as you said, a lot of focus is going to be on this matchup. The storyline since that epic Sinkfield Cup where Magnus walked out and Hans Neemann's name became a household word. This is going to be a matchup everybody will have their eyes on. So let us jump to the playing venue with our colleague, Charlize Fansale.
Welcome to the final day of the FIDE World Blitz Chess Championships, the most exciting day as 8 players of each section have qualified to knockouts today. Our 8 players are going head-to-head. They've been paired off in 2 and will play 4 games of 3+2 today. Let's take a look. Let's go down the line and check who is facing off against each other. Here on the women's board, first we have Zhu Wenjun against Valentina Gunina. In our open, we've got Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Fabiana Caruana. Heading over here, we've got Bibisara Sabayeva against Evgenij, Magnus Carlsen, Hans Neeman. Sujana by Shali Ramesh Babu. Jana Pomniachi, rapid winner Volodar Murzin. Over here, Carissa Yip against Katerina Lagno. And finally, Alireza Firouzja against Wesley So. It will be an exciting day. Stay tuned. Don't miss any of the action.
Playing all packed with fans. I mean, just look at how many fans are here to watch this treat that we all get to enjoy. This matchup should be a powerful one. This youngster, the world rapid champion, 18 years young, that's got to be something if he actually pulls off the double.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. And let's confess, we had a little chat before the start, and we are somewhat wishing for the final, Murzin against Carlsen, right? I mean, the brackets do work this way that it can potentially be a final.
And the handshakes off, and there they go. And this is the one we will definitely follow the closest, as these two will have their names etched in history pretty much for all time. And we do have liftoff, and we also have the PGN files. Started off with an English, and let's just get both screens up on the board, and we have a very sharp position. That a little bit of hesitation there by Hans in this position, and now castles, threat to the pawn with bishop to g2, and rook e8 played quickly, and now knight to c2, prompting this trade on c3, and the d pawn recaptures, opening up a line for the bishop.
Yeah, h7, h6, stopping bishop g5, and if you will, it's a Rossolimo Sicilian with colors reversed. So white acts like black would in the Rossolimo Sicilian, having an extra tempo. So it should be comfortable for white, but I really doubt if white has any serious advantage here. c5, very ambitious move.
Preventing the obvious move d6 without creating some weakness, but then he played b6, did Hans Neeman, and now the next c-pawn, the new c-pawn,
yeah, so c4 and then c4 and move 1, and then c4 once again and move 11.
Exactly. And so now it is a question of, can black say, well, I should be okay. My structure's, whoa, I was about to say
D5.
very solid. And instead he said, I'm just going to open up the game. Remember, white is the one with the two bishops, particularly the dark squared bishop. So this move must come as a little bit of a surprise to Magnus, as Hans feels that the best thing for him to do is just open up the game and trade off queens.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Magnus is going to do. Like, will he capture d5 himself, or there is castle inviting black to capture on d1. He does the first, goes for the first option, trade it, and only then castles kingside. Knight to d7. Well, it's not easy to foresee how exactly white is planning to develop his initiative.
I think the interesting thing for me is, what will the bishop on c1 do?
Well,
you would like to play the move b3 to develop it, but there is the problem of knight to c3.
Yep. Well, actually, both white bishops, we do speak of the advantage of two bishops. As of now, both white bishops are kind of restricted.
Right. Knight to e3 instantly responded to by bishop to e6, and Hans is playing mercurially quick. I mean, he is just taking this edge to Magnus on the clock already. He's up a full minute and just saying, I got this. Whatever move you make, I'm ready to play. Magnus has to be feeling a little bit of pressure, and him grabbing a pawn there and now playing the move a3.
a3, do we like a3 in terms of destruction? Not really, because it weakens b3 square.
He was trying to deal with the b4 square, it looked like, to make sure that wasn't challenging, but he did weaken the b3 square. And how maybe knight takes on e3 and park a bishop on b3 is possible, but Hans is studying his options now. All his pieces are developed. That is one thing that black has going for him in this position. The full development of the pieces and an edge on the clock. And he now grabs a pawn, it looks like, to play with a little bit. We see that a lot with chess players.
Yeah, that's an interesting habit that a lot of chess players have. Right. Knight e3, bishop b3 seems to be a perfect follow-up to his original plan. Then you can park the bishop on b3, go c5, c4, and make sure that the bishop from b3 controls d1. So the rook on a1 will be a problem to activate.
It's a heck of a way to exploit that last move. But instead, he's gone passive and just played the move c6.
Knight takes and bishop takes.
That allows the bishop to come into the game. That is the dark squared bishop, bishop to e3. And now it looks like he played b5, did Hans? Bishop e3 on the board. We don't quite see the board with clarity to be able to know exactly what the move was.
Okay, so knight to g4. And this black setup, it's like the pawn on c6 is a backward pawn, but this bishop on d5 completely cements the entire setup, and it's very hard to foresee how white is supposed to break all this build up, all this formation in the center. I think black's perfectly fine.
Our colleague Peter Lako would say cemento position. He likes it when there's nothing you can do to change the formation, and now we see this bishop take the knight as the knight was going to some dynamic squares, and he gets to play the move e3. There's a small potential problem with the bishop on d5 in that it doesn't have much to do, but then at the same time, again, that cemento concept is that it is perfectly well defended. The entire formation, there are no breaks for white in this position.
Yeah, the bishop on f1, well, which technically is supposed to be kind of a quote-unquote good bishop, doesn't have that many prospects.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what Magnus is supposed to do to begin to improve his position. And you can actually see some expansion for black on the king side. Some f5, g5 action could be played. Whoa, c5. That is anti-cemento.
Anti-cemento.
Why would you play such a move? It's because he wanted to play the move c4 to lock down the entire position.
Look, I mean, he's... whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's an ambitious
Black
play.
has a lot of space here. A lot of extra space. And then once again, as you've mentioned, g5, f5, like expanding even further.
Bishop to e6, and now the rooks have doubled. This gives the opportunity for rooks to go into the position, but a very quick rook to d5 by black, and it seems as though he's looking to play for the win here. And b4 played at just this exact moment. And I mean, it's clear Hans is playing for the win.
Yeah.
He hasn't put the brakes on at all, no equality in his mind. But now his bishop used to be very strong. He's going to have to, well, very much cemented. It looks like it will have to move off the square or maybe get defended by rook a5. I don't think it's something you really want to do. But he's played king back to c5. That early king sally. Now king up. That allows, interesting, rook a4.
Rook a4.
What is the purpose of
Wait
this
a second.
move?
After rook d4, can he really? Yeah, I was thinking like rook d4 could have been a move.
h4. G6, just to stop anything over there. Magnus down to 30 seconds, 28 actually now, and ticking. Hans keeping that edge on the clock. It has gotten closer, but he has maintained that edge. And Magnus now starting to feel the heat under 20 seconds and pausing here, not sure exactly what to do. The move bishop to g4 actually prompting the potential f5 move, but Hans has decided, I'm not going to play that. I'm just going to drop my piece back, and Magnus also dropping his piece back, his bishop back to e2.
Silent draw after bishop e2, because Khan could repeat the moves, and he decided not to. Obviously, he thinks he has like a lot of space advantage and also kind of a flow advantage, right? So he's the one making the moves faster. Magnus down to 15 seconds only.
And
well,
h5, that's a big move, conceding the fact that you have no more breaks on that side.
Yeah. It's rook d1, rook a8.
But 10 seconds left for Magnus. There is a 2-second increment, but he is not sure what to do. And I'll tell you, Hans has no problem flagging him.
Absolutely.
And now a little repetition there by Hans. 5 seconds for Magnus versus 24. And a repetition and an agreed draw in that position. He did not have to do that. He could have been cheeky and tried to win the game. Let's jump to Nepo versus Murzin, if you will.
Yeah, the game is still in progress. Looks like a equal rook endgame to me.
Murzin is the one with only 7 seconds on the clock, and there goes Jan Nepomniachtchi trying to bother him enough to win the game And now Black has managed to play the move C5. He's got a 2-1 majority on the queen side and is about to take the A5 pawn.
A5's hanging, and rook A4, well, protects the pawn, but what an ugly move you have to make in order to... Yeah, well, rook D8, very aggressive. Black
Take the pawn.
takes the
blink
pawn,
later.
rook F8, rook to F5.
Whoa, he is now up a clean pawn. Oh, but this endgame,
And
very well understood, is
Right.
drawn.
It is a draw, yeah. It is
Yes,
a draw.
the king.
Cannot really help those pawns to promote, right?
No, this will be drawn. Let's get out of this one, and let's go to Caruana versus Duda. And right now, it is Jan
Duda is
Krzysztof
completely
Duda,
winning.
who's dominating, and the game is actually over.
The game's over.
As Fabi was just down too much, and the other game ended in a draw between Wesley and Alireza Firouzja. What about the women's games? Do we have any games to jump to?
Letingier and Asabayeva are still playing, and it is a draw, well, drawish position, but Asabayeva is a pawn down. That's not a, well, not the hardest defense, but still the game somewhat continues. Yeah, so that's the position they have right now.
They're playing in a playing hall for the first time with the open section participants.
Yeah, we have two decisive results. Zhu Junior won against Vaishali with black, and Zhu Wenjun beat Valentina Gunina with white. Yip Lagno being a draw.
The two Chinese superstars winning their first game, and here we see just a few seconds left. Black maintaining this king position, and just a huge king position, but White's going to try to bring the king all the way over, but I don't see what it does.
Maybe get the bishop to e5 eventually, but it can be captured. Yeah, I thought like White, you know, like makes 10 moves in a row, gets the bishop on e5, but still Black would be able to capture it. Bishop g5 and to d8 and get the king on g5. Is that something? No. No, she didn't go for it.
Okay, coming back around, and this one could last a while. And now she's played the bishop down, and this is the kind of position where you just keep trying, scare your opponent for 1 second, and then somehow magically win the game. And the bishop is on the e5 square, but isn't bishop... Oh, she's brought her king back, and she kind of fumbled the king there.
Yeah, but then look, that White is trying to get the king to say d5 or something, and maybe...
And now this bishop is frozen on this diagonal. The bishop,
right.
The dark square bishop cannot leave the diagonal. But here comes the king.
And why are the 8th ranked? You go king c7, d8,
Yes.
e8. Well, it still can be problematic.
And now here's the position that we were curious about. Is there a way to break through this defense?
Well, that better be, because I just checked, and they're not too far away from 50 moves without a single capture, without a single pawn move.
White is offered a trade. That's not going to happen for sure. And Black has been defending extremely well and continues to do so, chasing the bishop and then just dropping back.
Yeah, so perhaps it is just a fortress, and it's not a lot he can do.
It looks that way. It just doesn't seem as though you'll ever be able to break through. And now she's switched. What an interesting moment to make this decision.
Yeah. Bishop to e5. Yeah, bishop d6 doesn't really give you anything. Check here and just go back.
Brilliant play by a two-time former champion. And you just can't really push the pawn anywhere, so that doesn't do anything. And I think we're probably already at the 50.
Yeah, we've just reached the move 50 without a single pawn move, single capture. But yeah, I'm not sure, in fact, how do you claim this one in Blitz? Like, you should at some point.
Maddie, she's so fantastic at Blitz. She sees the position is drawn, and if she finds a position where she's busted, she will... Well, actually, no, because if White does make a pawn move,
yeah,
it all starts over again.
Absolutely. That's the thing. So, well, you know, in some, let's say, rook knight versus rook, it's final, right? So you wait for the situation where you're kind of desperate, and only then you can claim. Here, you might lose this chance.
However, 75 moves.
Yeah, after 75 moves without a change in the position, the arbiters will stop it.
So where are we now?
Like 60?
Only?
Yeah, like 15 more moves to play. Okay, the PGN is somewhat lagging. Yeah, okay, they've agreed to draw eventually, and the first game of the quarterfinals is complete.
And as you said, there were. Oh, I'm shocked. We did not see the clock
Oof.
while we were just seeing them repeat back and forth.
Asabaeva lost on time.
Asabaeva lost on time. That is our fault,
Wow.
folks. Early morning, early afternoon, first game.
And she
We
did
were
claim-
not alert in a. She did not have to lose that game. She actually.
She could have claimed 50 moves.
She could have claimed the 50 moves. That is a tragic, tragic finish to that first game that she could have claimed. You're moving. You don't want to count as you move. Or
Yeah,
you're counting one at
absolutely.
a time. But yeah, it seemed also that she was moving so quickly. She never seemed possible to lose on time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if anything, she was more confident in making this move in 2 seconds. But then-
Absolutely. I'm shocked. I just saw her moving so fast, and we didn't even bother to look up. So let's try to pay attention to that when the clock is ticking down. Well, it's time for game 2 of the matches, and 3 of the women's matches have ended decisively. As you mentioned, only a draw between Carissa Yip and Katarina Lagno in the first game. All the others ended decisively, as Zhu Zhenner is at 1-0 against Vaishali, and here we see all the results. 3 decisive in the ladies section, and in the open, only Duda was able to win against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, so that's kind of the opposite situation, right? Well, Duda will Fabi will have a very hard task coming back against Duda. Yes, I know it's Blitz, and he has 2 whites out of 3 remaining, but Duda, when he finds his play, he is a very, very dangerous player, very principled player. So, well, hard task for Fabi. Shall we watch Fabi's game now? In this game 2 of the quarterfinals?
You really want to go away from Magnus versus
No,
Hans?
I do not want to.
The whole world will just strangle us if we left that game. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
we
fair
need to
point.
stay on that match. But we'll see. I mean, right now it's half and half. This match, if Hans wins a game and we're somewhere else, then we'll be blaming you, because I'm not suggesting we leave this one at all. This is just must-see television for sure. We're sorry, folks, fans of the other players, but this is a matchup in the making. The last day of 2024, Carlsen plays Hans Neeman in a world championship battle.
No, you're not walking
I'm
away
sorry.
from this one.
That table
Absolutely.
is the star table. We will try to pay attention to the others, if you will. And, of course, 2 wins in a row in the next 2 games, and the player simply wins the match. So this is a critical game, to be sure. Once again, welcome into our studio. I'm Maurice Ashley. He's Evgenij, Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko. And Miro, it's so tense, these Blitz matches. And it's 4 games you have to play. You don't want to have to lose the first game, but at least you have 3 more games to try to make a comeback.
Yeah, well, that's a very strange length to this matches, because we are very much used to like just having 2 games in various knockouts, where Blitz used as the tiebreak, right? And then you have 2, and you know what you're doing. Okay, you lost game 1, you're in a must-win situation game 2. Or we used to have, like, specifically online, we have a lot of like longer matches. This 4 is a really strange format. Like, you really want to win, but also like losing 1 might cost you the match. I mean, yeah, it's very tense for the players. That's
Very
what I'm trying to
tense
say.
indeed, and they start pretty quickly, as we see there Chinese superstar looking to add another point after the first victory, and everyone's settling in, trying to get the right mindset. The other thing is you don't really get a chance to prepare. In preparation, you're going to look up what do they play theory. Yeah, you know what? Your preparation is probably just some meditation. Relax yourself, get in the groove so you can flow and enjoy the process. And there, Magnus did not get anything out of his last game with White.
Right.
Had to be a bit surprised because Hans played extremely confident chess, and it's just showing that he is one of the world's best players. I mean, that's not like this kid is a surprise anymore. A lot of people might have thought that before, and especially with all the controversy around him back when this all broke out. But now Hans Neeman is number 18th ranked player in the world. He's a top 20 player with a rating, actually a classical rating of 2734. Still 100, almost 100 points behind Magnus, but definitely a dangerous person to play. And here he has the white pieces. They have begun the game. And Magnus, look at the body language. What do you make of that body language?
I do not think he's very comfortable. And I find it ironic that they actually played, well, more or less the same position with Carlos Ruiz, or rather started. So it was started as the Rosolimo Sicilian. So they could reach potentially a very similar position. Yeah.
And Hans playing a very interesting idea early on. I just saw the move Knight H2 get played. Don't try this at home. We say develop your pieces and don't move the same piece twice. And he instantly says, you castled, I'm going to go for something with this idea, Knight H2, Knight G4. Very original idea in the opening.
Yeah, but I'm somewhat surprised, to be honest, because before that, like he went Bishop B5 and then Bishop C4. And this is like the known position with a tempo down. Because, yeah, anyway, it's very interesting to see how this one unfolds. Magnus just goes Knight to D4. So now you can, well, A4 is, well, obviously in White's agenda. You want to trade these knights and then, well, take control of the D5 square. A7, A6 played by Magnus, still keeping this B7, B5 move in mind. Well, we've spoken about ex-world champions in the women's section. In the open section, we only have one ex-world champion in Blitz, but he's done it 6 times. His name's Magnus Carlsen. And one of the, or maybe a couple of the championships that I recall, he would have a slow start and then speed up. Guess what? If he has a slow start in this one, he's out. So that's a rough one.
You definitely don't want to do that in this competition now. And Magnus feeling fairly confident in this position.
B5 was a lousy move, pardon me, because he cannot recapture with the pawn.
Absolutely right, because of rook takes on
rook takes, queen takes, and you take on
knight
F6
takes
with
on
a check.
F6, wrecking his own structure. And Magnus looking, saying, what the heck did I just do from a positional standpoint? That is absolutely disastrous.
That's the worst possible scenario. You went to B5, and then after the capture, you have to think.
He looks flustered by that last move. He's just in shock that he had to do this. He's compromised his structure tremendously. And now the move bishop to D2 and bishop G5, looking to trade off the bishop that's not doing too much. But Hans instantly played bishop to A5, parking a piece on that square. And it is clear that the A6 pawn is the biggest problem in this position.
Queen B8, and yeah, you can just safely castle. You can control D4 with C2, C3. Bishop on A5, in fact, is quite annoying, controlling D8 while having some C7 ideas. King H8 and F5 is what Magnus is preparing, I'm guessing.
I don't think F5 is necessarily something Hans even minds with the light square problem. He has a grip right now in the position. Sooner or later, I suspect the move C3 will also happen to make sure that knight on B5 is curtailed.
Such an awkward knight on B5, and Magnus pretty much done it to himself, right? So you go C3 and this B5 knight. It's actually hard to find the way. Yeah, like what do? You go to A7, C6, and then what?
No, but A7, you trap your own rook.
A7, you trap your own rook, yeah.
So problems here as Hans tries to figure out exactly, though, how to, because he has made a move.
Queen H5,
threatening the bishop.
Just throw it into a zone, and it could be that it's not Magnus who is playing F5, but rather Hans at some point going F4, especially with the queen on H5. I kind of like the sound of it.
Bishop D8 now by Magnus, and let's take a look at the clock times as we try to pay attention carefully. He's now traded off the piece, and Hans is just a little bit behind. As you mentioned,
he did go F4.
He did go F4, and that's
a dangerous initiative, Maurice.
Absolutely.
I mean, this king on H8 is not a happy king at the moment.
If anything,
what do you even do? Like the knights on d5 is annoying. If you take on d5, bishop d5, that it's a monster bishop against your silly horsey on b5. I don't even know what to do.
no, it's clearly better for white. Let's just
Absolutely.
no final point on this one. This is a superior position for white. The main thing is white has play on both sides. White's
Exactly.
rook on a1 is holding down the rook sitting on the a8 square. White is also attacking. White has absolute flexibility, and Magnus is looking over it in this position. If he himself had the white pieces, he knows he'd be rolling up this initiative. Now he's got to play some artful defense in order to slow down the train that is coming at him at the moment. And he's down on the clock as well, a long time to play that move f6.
Hang on a second. Is anything of like f takes e5? How do you reply to f takes e5? Because I'm guessing taking here would lead to rook takes, queen takes, some knight b6. It could be that white is already winning material. fe5, we're about to see what's going to happen.
Which means he would have to take the other way, which is a clean disaster. And he has done so. He has taken...
Yeah, he's taken with the d pawn, but now c5 is hanging this one. And guess what? Knight takes f6 tactic is available for white.
That is a very interesting looking tactic because your queen is overworked. Your queen has to defend the rook on the back rank. So knight takes f6 threatens mate. And then there's going to be a...
Knight takes, rook takes.
And you have to keep capturing in order to defend your bishop.
And
knight
then
takes
if
is a
queen
winning
takes,
tactic.
then you take on b5.
He did not play it. He missed it or misassessed it. But knight takes was, in that moment, a winning tactic. And Hans, with very little time on his clock, has to figure things out. And he's played the move b3. Playing positionally now, he's lost some of that steam in the position, and Magnus realizes it.
Very comfortable for white still, of course, like a bit of an advantage. But yeah, Magnus somehow gets a chance to shape up and possibly save this game.
Not looking in great form. That first game, a very confident looking Hans, and now Magnus again finds himself in a bad position, and that capture is a meaningful one. How do you take back? That slightly weakens your structure there.
Yeah, I would probably capture with the beep. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The queen d2, all of a sudden Magnus gets the chance to activate his pieces.
The knight a4 played, hitting the pawn on c5, that one weakness, and probably a queen d1 will land on the board quite shortly to just deal with the threat to the position. And he's decided,
queen takes c2.
Forget it, I'm just going to take
just go bishop f7.
And there's queen d1.
Queen d1.
Definitely would like to, I'm not sure the trade is that bad for white, for black actually, because this b3 pawn will be weak for some time.
Yeah, so you hit the knight, and then depending on where the knight's going, you either have a4, well, he decided rook f to b8 immediately.
And Hans, with only 11 seconds, has defended his pawn. This looks like a mutual trade will happen. The question will be, where does this knight belong? I really want to push it to the right and put it right in the middle.
Yeah, just go there, right.
And now,
knight b7 and knight
they
d6.
Go. 2 quick moves. And it looks...
Magnus has blundered.
Magnus has blundered the a5 pawn. Magnus in trouble with only 11 seconds left on his clock. He's going to have to fight for his survival. And now knight takes, and it is all
Two connected passes
right now.
2 connected passes for Hans. Absolutely winning position. Just has to be mindful of the second rank, because that's maybe the only way a black can get any sort of counterplay.
And he missed rook takes
c5. What a blunder.
He missed this move, and now...
now, wait, check and rook g8. And I was talking about the second rank, but how about 7th rank?
Magnus actually is going to lose pawns on the king side himself. And the G rook is guarding it, and there goes the B pawn.
Hans is crossing.
And he just mated
checkmate.
He just mated Magnus as his king in the middle of the board. What a fantastic finish by Hans Neeman, and he is leading the match right now. Incredible.
Wow.
Let's switch over to another game if you can find.
Yes, it's a draw for Perugia and Wesley So. Murzin lost to Nepo, and Caruana Duda are still in progress. It's an equal position. Now I wanted to say like Duda's better. I don't think Duda's better, even though like he has more space, but his own king is. Well,
let's jump to this game.
Yeah, let's jump to this one. That was Vaishali, right?
Yes.
Zhuzheno is Vaishali. Vaishali. Wow. Wow.
And now suddenly it is Vaishali who's trying to make the comeback, and she has done so. So that match is tied up. Fantastic comeback by that young Indian star, the sister of Pragnananda. And now let's take a look at this one as It
Duda
looks
with
as though-
Fabi. Yeah.
Yes, Fabi is trying his level best
All
to
right.
win this game. But how do you
Yeah.
stop this Perpet?
Queen to c5 and then get the queen on
The check.
g1. But then after queen d2, what do you do?
You're losing that pawn. If you defend it, it's just a draw. And so Duda maintains his edge in that match.
Evgenij Asabayev is still in progress from what I can see.
Let's see it.
And this time it's Asabayev who's the pawn up, but also the bishops were of opposite colors. They've just agreed a draw after bishop h1, it seems.
So she does maintain the lead in that match, does Evgenij.
Yeah, so let's just update on the results. June won a second game, so she is 2-0 up against Gunina. That potentially is the first match to finish is if she doesn't lose game 3. Carissa Yip loses to Lagno, so that makes it what, one and a half half in Lagno's favor. Evgenij, as you said, remains in the lead, and then Vaishali equalized against Zhuzhiner. Two draws for Firouzja and Wesley So. Duda leads Caruana by +1 for Nepo after him winning game 2. And guess what? Hans Neeman is leading against Magnus Carlsen. Absolutely scandalous result.
That's a good word. It is a shocker for everyone concerned as Hans Neeman checkmated Magnus in one move. And you don't see that very often in high-level play, and certainly not with Magnus. And now Magnus's back is against the wall. If he loses this game, he is out of the championship that he has dominated, 6 titles. And that first game, though, you saw it in the very first game, how frazzled he looked at the speed Hans was playing at and the confidence Hans had. And now this second game, he got outplayed.
Absolutely.
And then he lost this, he blundered this pawn in what looked like he was finally back in the game. And then it turns out that he was losing, but then to hang mate in 1 under the pressure, and you see him there, the world's best player.
So clearly reflecting on something. I don't think he, definitely doesn't look happy, but he tries to find, I don't know, the mojo to continue. It is, of course, like the super important game. One thing, losing here, he's out, but also like not winning with white and leaving it all to the last game with the black pieces will also be not ideal scenario. Magnus wants it, wants the equalizer right here, right now in the very next game.
No question about it. Let me see Magnus again. I'm just trying to figure out. I thought I saw something. And look at the fans. I mean, there are throngs of fans there. And, wow, that body language says it all. I don't know how infuriated he is at the moment, or is he embarrassed, or what is the body, man, what is going on in the mind right now of this genius?
And look, Maurice, that's the first time, I think, when he is seated before his opponent, before the round. We used to see him like coming at the very last moment or even like few seconds late.
Actually, is something strange going on, because did they start on other boards already? No, right?
No.
None of the games started yet. Okay.
Yes, it's 3 minutes after the last game of the round has finished. So there's still perhaps like some seconds for Hans to arrive.
All right.
Just don't see him.
Hans certainly is not celebrating his victory. We see him there coming up. This controversial American superstar. Well, I can call him that because he's a top 20 player, not just saying that with hyperbole. And he has so many detractors from his history, that what he's admitted, let's just be clear, he admitted cheating online, and that alone has really put him under the garbage truck for many. Just disrespect. Nobody wants to forgive him as a youngster, and he will ever have that label. But he has also resurrected his play and shown that he is a force to deal with, and pretty much of a rebel. He's always going to be the bad boy of chess, no matter what he does, probably. All he can do is, as he says, let the chess speak for itself.
Right, and we needed a rebel, if you will, like, because, well, the problem, in my understanding, with all those, like, the very top players, that usually they're too nice of a guys. I really like having Hans, and also, well, look, I mean, he's playing absolutely fantastic chess so far.
I see you're here for the drama.
Absolutely.
Well, there are many who would disagree with that, but I have to say, drama he does bring with him wherever he goes, and he's just going to be the bad boy of chess, and he's playing against someone who some people think kind of has that bad boy edge as well, but I don't think he has anything on Hans in that department, as Magnus is somebody that's also beloved by many. Hans here, though, with a win, will literally cinch the match. So Magnus has to be careful. I don't think Hans wants to be too careful, however, because you start playing for a draw.
Against
That's
Magnus, yeah, no, it's not a good plan, right? So you're trying to be a bit too defensive and sometimes like exchanging, making concessions, and at the end, doesn't end well against Magnus Carlsen.
No, you want to catch a flow and act as though you've been there before. And now he's traded off his bishop, now giving Magnus the advantage of the two bishops, a very strong bishop, and now Magnus in complete flow as he has captured once on d5 and then played the move
c4. And yeah, well, this, at least the opening stage, clearly went Magnus's way, we can say.
That bishop on f4 is really annoying. It's taking a look at that bishop. And now c5, looking to solve his problems in absolutely one fell swoop. But Magnus said, nope, actually, my pieces are all better developed than yours. Your rooks are not in the center as yet. So if it's a moment, it feels like it should be now that Magnus finds the move.
Yeah, so, well, d5 is what he ended up playing. After knight c5, the queen's going to go to a3, I'm guessing.
Was that the right way to approach this position? I'm a little surprised by this liquidation of taking on c5. Normally, you don't want to trade things that quickly, and the knight doesn't seem as though it's poorly placed on c5.
Yeah, the knight on c5 is great. Well, Magnus went queen to b2. There's a little pin over there, right? You cannot take on c4. Cannot take on c4 because bishop d6. So there is still some tension in the position. But yeah, but Magnus, since he started exchanging, like now he also captures cd5, so he was the one to give up on holding tension in the center, and usually that means that black, well, closer to equality that he used to be. So f6, bishop d4, right?
f6 played. Magnus has paused on this move, whether or not to play the move bishop to d4. It looks like the most obvious response. And he has now played it, but Hans just moved his rook over. And black has completed his development to the detriment of those light squares on the king side. You see that g6, h7-ish possibilities. Can Magnus take advantage of it? And he's going to try to massage that at some point. Knight to a4. And the queen, did the queen go?
Queen dropped in the corner because it has to control c3. Otherwise, the knight's appearance on c3 would be very unpleasant.
And the knight dropped back to c5 immediately, and now queen to b1. We're talking about those squares, and now a little annoying repetition.
Knight a4.
Daring the queen to land on that g6 square, where it will be chased back by the move bishop to f7.
Yeah. So on queen g6, that'd be bishop f7 move. But Magnus currently doesn't really know what to do against knight to c3. Queen a1 back, knight c5 back, and I think he went bishop c4.
Now bishop f7, guarding those light squares just a bit. And the question, a4 played.
Okay.
Looking to break up those pawns on that side, but it just feels as though black has so many good squares. I think, did he play knight b4?
Yeah, he's done it. Knight b4, bishop takes c5. The rooks were traded. And then...
A very interesting moment here. Why is white better? And pawn takes.
Hans decided to take with the pawn and queen to c3.
Pretty surprised by that move, but that's actually an aggressive posture, taking the pawn.
Absolutely.
So let me create a passed pawn. I'm the one with threats here. Hard to understand as that blockade on c4 looks pretty sturdy. But he does have a rook behind the pass pawn. And he's
yeah.
the only pass pawn in the position is his. And now the move. What?
Knight A2.
What?
Wow. Knight A2 is not a good move, let me tell you, because Queen D3 apparently almost wins for white.
Almost wins.
Yeah. And Magnus finds it. I still do not pick the idea of Knight before Queen F5.
That just accelerated white's entry into the light
Hitting
squares.
this one, and Rook D7 is a threat. And he might be losing his C5 pawn. Would he go Rook D8, right? Just trade the rooks. Yeah, in case of Rook D8, you just trade rooks, trade bishops, capture C5.
But what about Rook to C7?
Yeah, it is the best move, but then white trades on F7, and you'll have to take with the king.
Yes.
Which is quite
But
unpleasant.
what's so bad about that? Now he's hesitating. Now he's hesitating. He realizes his error. That really bold or maybe rash move, knight to A2, has caused him a world of hurt. And he's played
Rook D8,
D8.
so he's given up the C5 pawn.
He has indeed, and he's going to suffer
Trade.
a very unfortunate-looking ending when Magnus takes that pawn on that C5 square, and it's gone from the board. What a mistake on his part, playing this knight A2 move. Looks like Magnus is back in business, a tremendous edge on the clock, 1:16 to only 10 seconds left, and now the move A5, trying to keep the knight strong.
Knight to D4, and what a tremendously strong knight on D4 that one is. Queen takes, white king is safe, and then
And now
the queen gets to F7.
Rut row. We are now talking, whoa, offering a knight ending. That should be.
Queen to G8.
That looks bad in my opinion, but Magnus decides I don't need the ending actually.
My
You
queen
have 5
is-
seconds
yeah.
on the clock.
My
4,
queen is more
3,
active.
2, 1, and he finally played his knight back, attacking the queen. And now the queen goes after, and that's going to be it. The queen cannot maintain the defense of everything after this move. Queen D7 was impossible because of knight
Queen
F8
D8,
check.
yeah,
And now
Queen
he's just
D8.
lost a piece, and that is that. Magnus ties the match.
What a comeback.
Indeed, knight A2, a big mistake by Hans. That was the deciding one. What other games you got for me?
Well, everything else seems to be in progress, whichever one you like.
Let's look at this one.
Nepo with, Nepo with Murzin. Nepo, to remind you, is on +1, and he is the one in the driver's seat in this position. Not only he's a pawn up, but also C7 pawn is very weak, so he might close the match after this game.
Jan Nepo, she's maybe the only player in the entire tournament that has not lost a single game.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic achievement if you think of like playing so many games over 3 days of rapid blitz time controls and stay undefeated. That's absolutely great achievement.
Now with only 4 seconds left, the youngster may be seeing his last moment here in the championship. He's already had a fantastic result, but he's trying now to fight on, and now the move. What was that rook move for? Just losing another pawn,
yeah, he
and
just
that is
dropped
it.
another pawn, and this is it. And Jan Nepo is the first semi-finalist of World Blitz Championship, while the newly crowned World Rapid Champion gets eliminated.
Yes, dominant play. And here's Fabiano Caruana looking to not be eliminated by Duda. He has only 3 seconds left on the clock, and he has to somehow not lose this game at least. And that's it.
That's it. Fabi's out.
Fabi is out. Fabi knocked out by Duda, and here's Zhu Wenjun trying to knock out Gunina.
And Gunina absolutely needs to win this one, and it seems impossible from what I see on a digital board, and on the real board there's even less pawns left. So it's 2 pawns each, knight versus bishop. Each side has a rook that has to be like close to 0 chance of winning for black.
But White just sat there for about 15 seconds and not made a move.
She was looking for rook e5, Maurice. She was looking to trade the rooks after rook e5 and decided against it.
And then she just pinned herself.
Yeah.
Is she trying to?
Knight to
Ooh,
c4.
Knight to c4. And then check, is it made by rook to
Rook
e1?
e1.
Forcing.
So you have to exchange something, either rooks or the knight for the bishop. And after that, there is absolutely no chance you win. So moreover, it's like kind of, the wrong corner for these kings after f3.
More trades.
H4 takes. There's nothing. King F1, king to G2.
You might start looking like you might lose this position. Be careful, because here comes
Yeah.
the knight to go pick off the G3
Knight
pawn.
goes to F1.
And so as she
this
has
is
actually
it.
resigned, or maybe she offered her a draw, whatever the case may be, it's still the same result.
It's still the same result. So June is in the semis. Carissa Yip stroke back against Katerina Lark.
Well, look at this one. 2 draws we saw in the first game, and now Wesley So winning.
Wesley So has won his game against Alireza Firouzja. So, well, Firouzja is in a must-win situation in the last game.
Indeed. And what did you have with Carissa?
Carissa won her game, so it's a tie.
Wow.
It's a tie
Comeback.
in Carissa's tie in Carissa's match. Zhuzhiner Vaishali was a draw, and Lietingia Sabaeva was also a draw. So all the matches keep going. Gudina's out, Fabi's out, and Murzin's out. All right, and we are approaching game 4. And if game 4 was not to determine a winner in the match, guess what? There won't be an Armageddon. There will be game 5 and game 6 and game 7, 8, and so on until somebody wins the game.
Hans Neeman there was leading momentarily against Magnus, and then lost that game. Had a great chance in that game to get a draw, but it did not work out for him. And now balanced situation. Here comes the world's #1 player coming back to the table. We have just an incredible situation, as some players are on the edge, other matches are just tied. It is that real difficult situation you find yourself in. Nepo is through. So is Duda. He has gone through. But 2 other matches, well, Wesley's leading his
Wesley's
match.
leading.
So that he's trying to close it out, and Magnus and Hans are currently tied. Vaishali's down a game, isn't she?
Vaishali equalized in game 2.
Oh, that's
so
right. She equalized. My apologies. So they have a big game to decide things. Carissa Yip equalized this game. Asubayeva.
Asabayeva is trailing. Remember this first game when she
First
was
game she
defending
lost.
and flagged? Yeah.
And then I believe the last game.
The last game, the last match is finished, and Ju is
And
through.
Ju
It's
did
2.5
go
half in
through.
her favor against Gunina.
Here it is. Tense 4th game. Maybe not final, however.
For the quarterfinals, absolutely. All right, so we already know that Nepo's going to be in the semis, potentially. Well, as of now, looks like Wesley's leading. And Duda is waiting for either Magnus Carlsen or Hans Neeman to join him in the semifinals.
Duda playing very well, defeating Fabiana Caruana, who was dominating the Blitz for so much of yesterday's rounds, but fell short near the end. And yes, it's, you want to win in 3 games, but at least when you play, if you get to 4, it means you're still in it, right?
Absolutely.
No matter what, it means you're still in it. If you're trailing, at least you're still in it.
Yeah, you still, well, you at least, like it's a must-win situation, so we go all in, all out.
Exactly. So that is what we face now. And let's see the women's bracket to see who is up against it in the last game as the players prepare to play this 4th and crucial game.
So, yeah. Equal score Vaishali against Zhuzhin.
Well, the Ju Valentina
Ju 2.5,
graphic
yeah.
is actually 2.5 half.
And their
or
match
maybe
is over.
it's 3-0, but I think it's 2.5 half, we think. Maybe we haven't confirmed that, but the match is indeed over. And here, actually, this second match is not updated either, because Carissa Yip is tied.
Yeah, Carissa Yip has won her game, and it's a tie, 1.5 each. And then, what else?
And Asubayeva has to win.
Asabayeva, yeah. Asabayeva is trailing by 1 point. All right, so we are waiting for game 4. So these are the ones updated now. June is in the semis, waiting for either her compatriot Zhuzhiner or Vaishali to join there.
All right. Well, it's an exciting moment to be sure for a lot of these players. This is where the heart palpitations really come, and You wonder who is going to survive. But we're wondering it for a number of matches, but the real one has got to be Hans again versus Magnus. We could bounce around after that, but this is must-see TV, and they have begun. So let us get to that board. And there we go, Magnus with the black pieces. And they're going back into that line, it looks like.
No, he went e5, one e5,
Oh,
and he
one
switched
E5.
to Gioco Piano, where it will be hard to win with black, but also it's much more solid compared to what he has done in the second game.
So a draw in this game takes us to tie breaks.
To the fifth game, right? Which Magnus, if you think of it, he would not mind, because in the fifth game he will have the white pieces, and yeah, the tiebreak is not really a tiebreak, but they just continue playing until somebody wins. He would have a good chance with white.
We'll see. He didn't get much with white in the first game, and even the second game, he did have a great position, but Hans at some point had equalized. So we will see. And right now, just careful, cagey play. You don't want to get behind on the clock early. You've got to have flow. And right now, Hans Neeman not quite there yet, but he's quickly traded in that position. And
Yeah, so bishop e6, and Magnus plays it the most classical way. So, because there are systems where you do not spend time on rook e8, you go bishop e6, take with the pawn, and it becomes more double-edged. So, well, it looks like Magnus is going for something like very solid, very classical, if you will.
The d4 now played, and this has given Magnus some pause at how to respond to this expansion. The threat, of course, is d5,
Yeah,
winning a straight piece, and Magnus doesn't seem too comfortable after that move.
rook to e8 seems to be, I think, yeah, look, he made some long move backwards, and after rook to e8, white has to be somewhat better. Bishop e3,
And takes
pawn takes, and he captured with the bishop.
Had to not to lose the e4 pawn, but also trying to blunt the effect of the bishop on a7, although that does allow knight takes on d4.
Yeah, well, knight takes, pawn takes, but then, yeah, you have, you know, f5 square, some queen d3, and the bishop on a7, black still has to prove that this bishop is worth something. I'm thinking Hans better.
That's incredible, actually, to how played Magnus in just a few moves there. And Magnus sitting up in his chair as the strategic decisions he has to make. The capture on d4 or allowing bishop takes a7. Usually you want this bishop on a7 to be a trump in the position, but bishop e3, the bishop that was just sitting on c1, has come into the game and is now daring a capture. And Magnus there, you see, when he grabs that pawn, it means he's thinking for a little bit more before he finally makes his decision to take with the knight. And
So knight takes, pawn takes.
a great center formation for white, but can he do more? Or is it just all dressed up with nowhere to go? He said queen b3.
Queen b3.
Hitting the pawn and preparing
b7.
rook to d8. Rook to d1, I mean.
Yep, everything centralized. Rook b8 from Magnus, and rook a to d1.
And in just a few moves, Magnus is now substantially down on the clock with an uncomfortable position where he has lost all flow of the game, and he's trying to figure out how to deal with the spatial advantage that white has established in the middle of the board. This is the kind of position you could almost sit on your opponent and not really do anything. You don't have to prove anything with white necessarily.
Yeah, you can continue maneuvering, but there is also potential to just go e5, you know, while queen c2. Hans wants to keep the tension, which could be a right thing to do, considering how hard for Magnus it seems to make each next move.
Exactly. In Blitz, you want to put it on your opponent, and Magnus is now down under
1 minute
on the clock. Substantial,
Wow.
like just massive time advantage. In fact, 224 against only 44 seconds, and a slight weakening of the king side with that last move. You realize the pawn on h6 is hanging.
C1.
And now queen c1.
Keep
just
this annoying moves coming.
tapping him on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, your pawn on h6 is hanging. Magnus took a while to
King
play that
Gs.
move and is down to 39 seconds only. Whoa, queen f4.
Queen f4 into the zone, and there could be some potential ideas of knight h4, knight f5.
Magnus in serious trouble on the clock and a bit of trouble on the board as well. Even if this position were equal, White is the one who is finding it much easier to play queen e7, and now knight h4, as you mentioned.
Knight
Now
to
a big threat
h4.
of knight to f5. Can knight f5 still be played?
King
No.
h7 now that there will be queen
No,
f8.
queen f8
right?
would save him, so he
So-
just brought his knight back.
Jumps back. Rook to e8.
And now e5 played, allowing knight to d5.
Wow, it's a not ideal timing for e5.
Didn't
'cause
feel that way.
It was a move. It was a move a few moves back, but now it seems that it gives black exactly what he wanted. So like a triple on the e file, and then bishop b8 surprisingly will target the e5 pawn. So we think of this bishop like kind of being stuck on a7, but actually bishop b8 might be a very annoying move to face.
Queen g4, rook takes played, allowing the isolation of his d pawn. But Magnus down to only 16 seconds against 151.
And I gotta
will happen?
say,
He's down to 12 seconds.
Position is better for black, believe it or not, but now it's time which is the factor. That's much more important than what you have on the clock, because guess what? You're out of time, you lose the game.
The tension is thick right now as Magnus Carlsen in some trouble on the clock, but okay on the board, it seems, with that isolated pawn and the beautiful knight on d5. But will time run out on this reigning champion? And now not trading
Queen
queens just
h4.
yet. Queen h4. There was a threat of knight g5.
Yeah. So Magnus will speculate on this queen trade. He actually can kind of force the repetition or force Hans to trade the knights.
And there's Magnus now just quickly moving to gain a little time on the clock. And now he's on the assault with this last move.
And knowing Magnus, I mean, he gets the flow in these endgames, you know. Bishop a7.
Okay, but king f1 should be chasing
King
his
f1
rook
chasing
out.
the rook out.
And now the knight can hop to greener pastures, you would think. But first he plays the move a3.
Knight to c7 to b5 or e6.
Now knight to c4. And now the isolated pawn becomes the storyline in this position. Knight to e3.
Being prepared to go d5, I'm guessing. Now, knight c2, he decides to go for a passive defense of this one. And then Magnus starts expansion on the king side, f5 and king f6 and g5 potential.
Magnus in total flow at the moment.
But have you seen how it changed? Like queens are off and all of a sudden you have different Magnus on the board. Like almost like he memorized literally all the endgame positions.
But this last move by Hans seemed to just ask to be punched by playing the move king to d3.
Wow, that was a bit too much.
That was not necessary. And his time is now under a minute. Magnus has managed to get 7 seconds on the clock when he was in some trouble. And it's now Hans who has to defend. And Magnus sees that the flow is here. He also sees the initiative. And a capture on d4 and no trades just yet.
Knight g5 heading to e4 and targeting h3, and the d file, there's still a pin.
How do you defend everything?
There's no way. Sorry, but there is no way. Like you have to drop something.
Oh, which one do you choose? And now his time is coming down, and Magnus is ahead on the clock. What a comeback by Carlsen in this position. Incredible. And now his endgame skills just showcasing how powerful he is. And instead of taking the pawn, Magnus has opted for knight to e4 check. Seems like he could have taken on h3.
Yeah,
f4
but he finds the other way, check, and after king e2, knight a4, he says, you know what, I prefer this one.
The b pawn now hanging because the knight has to drop back.
Knight f3.
And a check in the position, and there goes one pawn. And now knight to b4, and Hans is fighting for his life with only 6 seconds left against 18. And now a very important check as the knight now dances back. He's played king to c2, and Magnus in full control with 19 seconds against only 4.
Wow.
A definite winning position for black here. Knight to e6, and white just scrambling, trying to stay alive. 4 seconds left.
Yeah, will Magnus trade the knight? I mean, well, some people would, but also now that the time is on his side, yeah, you probably want to keep more pieces on the board.
Okay, he's under 10 seconds now, though. He's got to pay attention.
Yeah, it's not like a big time advantage. Knight f4 hitting h3, rook to e1.
Now bishop to e5, and how do you defend the h pawn? Well, he's preparing rook h1 actually.
Rook h1 and capture Magnus's pawns. Well, the knights are known to be tricky pieces, though, right? If somehow Hans can get those knights around Magnus's king, there still can be some tricks.
Yes, and there's some knight d7
Knight
tricks.
d7
In the
is
position
annoying.
Magnus has only 3 seconds left, and he has allowed
King
this
f7.
repetition. Takes.
King f6. Oh, well, but he tricked Hans, and now, after this check, he can take on f5. So kind of
Yes.
regaining control.
3 seconds, 2 seconds for Hans, and he has 2 passed pawns, and they're just whipping off moves right now.
Bishop f6.
Back. And somehow you don't think
Still-
anybody's going to lose on time. Those knights are tricky.
Man.
You got to pay attention.
Yeah,
Anything could happen.
There's a lot of jumping around.
Oh
There's
my-
a lot of jumping.
How are they keeping track?
Check. Wow.
And now a trade.
A trade, so one knight off the board. There still should be a winning for Magnus. This
Yes.
one with 2 connected pass pawns. Rook to c5. Yeah.
Astonishing wizardry by these players, but now the A pawn is looking to make some noise, but the rook
Right.
is sitting behind it, making it very difficult to advance anywhere.
Yeah, White's king is cut off, and you know the A pawn is running, but so does the H pawn, and the knights are notoriously bad at stopping.
At 1 second
stopping.
there, and
Wow.
tricks are for
Rook
kids.
takes b4, and king to g3, and Magnus knows how to win it.
Yes.
Out of all players in the world, Magnus does know how to win it. Still have to be a little... No, there's nothing. There's
No, those pawns are
absolutely
gonna move by
nothing.
themselves.
Rook
There's
to
usually
a5,
2
and then you
seconds
move
left.
forward.
And
you move
desperation
forward.
times, but that is it. Magnus Carlsen
Have you seen this one?
shown that he's the boss. Indeed, managing to pull that one off. Hans Neeman gave him an absolute scare, but he has moved on to the semifinals. And that gesture really said it all. He really wanted to win that one.
Let's update ourselves on the other results. Wesley So wins against Alireza Firouzja yet again, concluded the match, I believe. Right, so it must be 3-1. Then Vaishali wins against Zhujiner.
Wow.
Asobayeva made a draw, which means elimination. And Lagno won against Carissa Yip. So everything's over, and there won't be game 5, it seems.
Yeah, we'll see the bracket shortly, but that last match,
That's last match.
the match between Hans and Magnus delivered the goods. No
Absolutely.
question about it. It came down to seconds. Anything, it seems, could have happened, and they really showed us just a fantastic match. You might want to talk about their history and the storylines, and all the haters of either one and the fans of either one as well. But what we just saw was just an epic match between 2 great players at the top of world chess. One number 1, one number 18, one of the top 20 players. This is the kind of stuff you want to see in these kind of matches.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what's sometimes getting annoyed, that people that keep coming back to those controversies. What we've seen is like Hans proving, well, this rating, number 18, is not for long. He will be climbing to this top 10 and top 5 potentially. So absolutely amazing play by Hans. And guess what? The king of comebacks once again shown, well, what it means.
That was indeed huge. And so Magnus clinching, Wesley clinching as well. So we'll see a matchup between Magnus and Duda, and then we'll have Wesley playing against Nepo, who looks like an absolute beast right now. He hasn't lost a single game. He's played 29 games without a loss in this event, in both the Rapid and now in Blitz combined yesterday and today. Just if you had to bet on somebody, you might bet on him, but there's another guy in the field you might say, wait a minute, pump the brakes. And in the other matchup, Carissa Yip did get knocked out. And Zhu Jin-er, she is gone, as well as Vaishali, who dominated yesterday, is dominating once again here today after losing, in fact.
Yeah,
and
so
making
she also
her
have done
comeback.
a comeback. Yeah, after losing game 1, she bounced back game 2, 3 was a draw, and now she won again.
Well, the matchup, I'm not sure the pairings are going to be in the other bracket. If we can see the brackets, then we can tell what the pairings will be. I'm sure we're preparing exactly the brackets with the results, but I'm not sure who plays whom
In the
women's
ladies'
side.
action, yeah. Well, let's talk about Nepo, Maurice, because yes, of course, Magnus, 6-time winner. We continue kind of, yes, he is probably the best in the world. But I also think of Nepo, and the knockout, which we have today. Like, if the guy doesn't lose a game, how do you win a match against him? Is there? I mean, that's the problem. I mean, we've got a problem here. He doesn't want to lose a game.
He's playing with such alacrity, such confidence.
Yeah, well, the consistency, you know, well, he's not getting bad positions even.
Also, and also dominance. He seems like he knows it all. Every move you make, I got to move against it. And when you're in that kind of flow, you're dangerous. That is the key word. I heard Magnus use that word once, and it is the word that he embraces, flow. Make the next move. Just put the next one down. Just put the next one down. When you're playing Blitz, it is essential. Classical chess, very different. Flow means something different fundamentally. But in Blitz, flow is just all about the fingertips, just knowing exactly what to do, that intuition, finding all the best enough moves, the good enough moves. You don't have to find the best move. You don't have to find engine number one move. You just have to find the good enough move.
Good enough move in shortest possible amount of time, play it confidently, put pressure on your opponent, and that be it.
And here we have these matchups that we mentioned. Nepo playing against Wesley So and Duda against Magnus Carlsen. Every one of these players playing extremely well. We're going to see high-quality chess everywhere you look. And I think that we're going to have to bounce around in these matchups to try
the
to
semifinals,
follow
yeah.
the semifinals. We'll see what, maybe we'll pick Nepo versus Wesley first and then go to Magnus versus Duda, as we've already watched Magnus 4 games in a row. Let's see if we have the matchups in the women's section, as those should be very interesting as well. And here they come. And wow, that is a matchup. I mean, Ju and Jun, the women's world champion, playing the class of the tournament so far in Vaishali Rameshbabu. That's one we definitely will want to watch, as well as we also have the big-time matchup between Katerina Lagno, who mentioned has won this event twice, against Lei Tingxie. Well, it's good stuff. It's good stuff.
Well, I was worried that, you know, like this quarterfinal will go somewhat, no, it couldn't have been boring, but anyway, I had my worries, Maurice, and those worries are gone. We are here for the spectacle. It's an absolutely fantastic game here, the final day of World Blitz Championship.
The final day of the year of 2024, and
It
also
could have been better, though, I'm telling you.
coinciding with the final day for a world championship to be decided. Well, I'm not going to speculate at the moment exactly what's going to happen, but I just, as you said, I'm here for the drama, and we see the names here, we see the names in the other section. Great play by the players. I guess it's a good time to take a break as we prepare for the next round. The semifinals will be coming up shortly, so don't go away. We're here at the World Blitz Championship. A championship title, make that 2 titles, will be decided today. We'll be back after these moments.
Let's rewind back in time all the way to 1886 for the first official World Chess Championship match, which started here at the Cartier's Academy Hall, taking place between Steinitz and Zukertort. The match spanned across 3 cities, New York, St. Louis, and New Orleans, from January 11th to March 29th. Steinitz would end up winning 10-5, becoming the first official World Chess Champion and ushering a new era in chess. In 1995, chess ascended to new heights literally as the PCA World Championship between Garry Kasparov and Vishy Anand took place on the 107th floor of the World Trade Center. Kasparov would go on to win the match 10.5, 7.5. Today, this historic site has now become a memorial ground for all the 9/11 victims. We're still in Lower Manhattan, where in 2016 the world watched as the old Fulton Fish Market, once home to merchants and fresh catchers, became the battleground for the 2016 World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karyakin. It was an exciting match where Karyakin hit the first victory in Game 8, but Carlsen hit back in Game 10 and they went off to playoffs. And in playoffs, the first two games were tied, but Magnus got the victories in the last two games, ending in a beautiful fashion, asserting his dominance and claiming the throne once again. We're opposite Central Park at the New York Athletic Club, where in 1997 it hosted a different kind of match between man versus machine. It was here where Garry Kasparov faced off against IBM's Deep Blue, a computer trained to beat the world champion. And this is exactly what happened. In a historic moment, Deep Blue was the first computer to beat a world champion in tournament conditions. But this would not be the last match that Kasparov plays here against computers. In 2003, he returned to the New York Athletic Club, playing against Deep Jr. and X3D, drawing both matches in the year. Of course, in today's time, AI has taken over in chess, and these matches no longer exist. But we can reminisce and enjoy the memories.
yeah, I'm joined by Grandmaster Wesley So. Wesley, I feel like the narrative that I've been hearing a lot is you don't play this tournament too often because you're usually at home celebrating during Christmas with the family. So how does it feel to be playing here on U.S. soil?
Well, thanks for having me here first and foremost, and it's nice to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. Last time was Toronto?
Yeah,
Maybe, yeah.
we missed you in Oslo. Well, yeah, it's a pity because I didn't want to play because Christmas, of course, is important, and I couldn't enjoy the holidays. Also, no one wants to travel during January 1st, right? Or
or December 25th. Yeah.
or the New Year.
Yeah.
December 25th. Yeah, yesterday we went to the airport very early. I thought it would be half empty, but it was packed full. It was like the longest line I've ever seen.
Wow.
But yeah, the thing is, I've never played World Rap in Blitz before, and if I don't play this year, I will never get to play unless they put it in North America again next year, which I'm not sure if.
Hopefully this one is successful and they bring it back. Otherwise, they're going to make it in like New Zealand next time.
Yeah.
Make it completely impossible for you to travel to.
No, I'm very grateful that they put it here in North America because now the Americans can play, you know, and in previous years it's always the Russians, Eastern European, they get to play. Meanwhile, for us, it's very hard. You have to arrive early for the jet lag.
Speaking of jet lag, I saw in the first round you played an Indian player, strong guy.
Yeah, Pranav.
Pranav, exactly. Maybe he's a little jet lagged, maybe not. How was the game? How was the experience playing in the World Championship?
Well, it was good. Yeah, I mean, I was a bit hoping for more, but it's very tough to win games here. Like even Magnus, he played a wonder, very strong opponent in the first round. I actually played Pranav many times online.
Yeah.
Chess.com. So he's not a slouch. He's a very good player. And yeah, I thought it was a perfectly fine first game. Like I was never really winning, unfortunately. Like I was a bit better, and he was getting a bit low on time, but he defended very stubbornly. It was nice.
Rapid is also the format that top players are playing the least because you play a lot of classical, you play a lot of blitz. What are the secrets to rapid chess? I would say you're probably, you've won the global championship, for example. So you're easily top 5 in the world, I think, in raw ability.
Okay.
I don't know what you're.
Well, on a good day, I can certainly compete.
But what are some rapid secrets? I mean, you have.
Yeah, rapid is actually funny because like you don't know whether you're playing blitz or classical. It's kind of a mixture of both. So I would say like for rapid, the time is not as big of a factor. Well, I guess secret, of course, to play well,
Yeah.
Play confidently. I guess for me, play the openings that you know the most and to not get too far below on time. Because, I mean, here it's 15 plus 10. I think other tournaments is 25 plus 10. So 15 plus 10 is much shorter. So it's good to be ahead on the clock because it gives you a psychological advantage, mental advantage. Because when you're low on time, your heart starts beating more, and you get nervous and all that. So I say my tip is play good openings, play well, be very focused, and try to keep an advantage on the clock and put pressure. I also, the game is not over until it's over. Like Magnus has won 1 million drawn positions.
Yeah, it's true. Wesley, before I let you go, I know you have the game coming up soon. I realized you don't play that many opens, right? You play a lot of like Grand Chess Tour, you play the tours. So what's it like playing some folks you might never play, unless maybe Title Tuesday?
Yeah, that's fine. Actually, in the last 10 years, maybe played 3 open tournaments.
Yeah.
In my life. Also, 3 open classicals. The thing is, back in my college days, 10, 15 years ago, all I played was opens. And I like it and all that. But now my openings have changed. And, with play solid openings like Berlin, you're not going to beat this 2500s, 26, even 2400s. You have to have a lot more opening choices. It's fun to... fun to play opens. Just my style's not geared toward this. That's why I don't play in classical opens. But rapping on blitz, I don't mind at all. And it's nice and it's fun. I notice also there are a lot of kids who come up recently who play chess very differently.
Yep.
So you need like good preparation before going to one. Study their games, learn styles of these new kids, learn new lines. And that takes a while. So obviously, you'd preferably play in like Norway or Grand Chess or freestyle, you'd prefer to play exclusively.
Yeah.
Because the last place is higher than the first place in the Open.
Wow.
But yeah, like Fabi played in Charlotte, you know, like
Yeah.
first prize like 8 grand, you know, something.
Yeah.
But it's fun to play Open from time to time. Just need to be fully prepared for it. You know what to expect.
Awesome. Wesley, thanks so much for joining me. It was
Yeah.
you and Magnus as my first guests, so I appreciate it, and I want you to get some rest. You got the second game coming up, so good luck with the tournament.
Thank you. You're not playing, right?
No, I'm here. I'm here. If I was going to play
Yeah.
one, it would be the Blitz. Maybe they'll still let me in.
Yeah, maybe. I would love to play you in the Blitz. Yeah.
To play you, I'll have to, win a few games. So,
round
or you
one.
can lose a few games. We can meet at the bottom. Wesley, thanks so much.
Thank you. It's great to see
Yes.
you, Levi. Miss you in Oslo.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, both Wesley and Levi.
Good. I'm here with Irene Sakanda and Rochelle Wu, and it has just been the end of the first round of the knockout of the Blitz. 4 games have been played, 4 players in each side have gone through. You ladies played the Blitz and the Rapid. What do you think the nerves are like of the players right now?
Oh, okay, me first. Well, I was spectating only and I was nervous myself. I'm here supporting a few of my friends who are playing in the knockout stage. I'm rooting definitely for Carissa Yip and Fabi, but unfortunately both of them got knocked out, so I'm a bit sad right now. But anyway, the atmosphere has been very fun. I'm looking forward for the next stage of this knockout.
Yeah, I'm also here to support some friends, especially Carissa Yip. Unfortunately, she got knocked out, but I was definitely rooting for her. And I mean, I'm sure the players are super nervous, especially with like everyone watching them, because even when I was playing, like no one was watching me, but I was still super nervous. Yeah.
And now that Carissa and Fabi have been knocked out, who are you betting on winning both sections?
Well, I wouldn't bet, but Magnus is definitely the favorite. It was very uncharacteristic by Fabi to have blundered in his first game against Duda, because before he blundered, he was having like such a great position. So I guess he didn't really have time to recover from that loss, and then he lost again on the 3rd round. Yeah, maybe for the Open, I'm rooting for Magnus, and then in the women, I think I'm rooting for Juwenjun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Strong start for her as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who I'm rooting for in the women's, but I guess I have to go Team USA for the men's, so Wesley So. Yeah.
And how would you describe the atmosphere here? Of course, Blitz, in general, it's stressful, it's exciting. But here we've got so many spectators, it's a closed hall, everyone is so close to each other. How would you describe that?
Well, it's been very fun. I'm so happy how FIDE organizes this event in a very, I would say a very cheerful way. We are being put in a very artistic building. Actually, just yesterday I was in a Hamilton's room. So it was very historic, yeah, with my friend Tatev, we were in Hamilton's room. So you see like how historical the buildings are and the venue, so it's kind of like an inspiration.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a very nice atmosphere. I mean, in New York City, like you have to, I think most players are like commuting and like walking to the playing halls, and I think it's just a great experience. Yeah.
And touching on saying, it's inspiring to be here. We're playing on Wall Street. We're here at Chess on Wall Street. I don't know about you, but this, when I first heard about it, I got so excited, ending the year off with a bang here. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Well, I think it's a great future for chess, to connect chess with every field possible and connecting it with the Wall Street to the finance. Well, we just hope that chess will have more sponsorship in the future. So, yeah, kudos to FIDE for organizing this, and I'm hoping for more events like this in the future.
And I think it's a great choice for New York City to be like the place for this event. I mean, it's like one of the most famous places in America, so yeah.
And final question, if you could say anything to the players, have a message for them, what would you say?
Well, enjoy the game, no pressure. Whatever you do, you've done your best.
Yeah, you've already made it so far. I mean, like it's already impressive no matter what happens.
Well, thanks so much, ladies. Enjoy the experience. I hope our viewers at home will too.
And we are back for the semifinals of the World Blitz Championships. And we have some mouth-watering matchups, absolutely scintillating play so far. But now we get down to some famous players. You know, we may have started, Miro, with outsiders, but now the outsiders are gone. And every single name I look at looks like a big dog. Like somebody say, any one of these winning, we'd say, all right,
this guy deserves
a reasonable
it.
person to win. So let's take a look at the brackets as we now have these semifinals set. Once again, we know that there are a couple of players playing extremely, I think all of them playing
All of them
extremely well,
playing.
as a matter of fact. So we see there Jan Nepo playing against Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Maybe we'd say the edge goes to Magnus. That would have some
it's
maybe,
tricky.
but
You know, in a way, like you can say that both semifinals can be addressed. Like Nepo haven't dropped a single, he haven't lost a single game, but Wesley So used to be his nemesis. Remember, like at some point having like a tremendous score against Jan. And semifinal Carlsen Duda in Sochi World Cup 2021 led Magnus to, well, he was knocked out by Duda and had to play yet another World Cup in order to add the World Cup winner title to his vast collection of the events he won.
2021 is 3 years ago, though, and Magnus remembers that well. Let's go to the women's section as we look at that knockout stage as well. And we see if anyone there you might say slightly less illustrious, it's got to be Vaishali, who is not at the very tip top of the women's table, but in this event, she has been playing magnificent chess, and Ju Min-jun, the women's world champion, is going to have to watch out.
Absolutely. Well, and Katerina Lagno, to remind you, 2 times winner of this, this exact event. So, well, there is a potential for the young uprising player to be in the final, but also I wouldn't mind having, you know, the 2 times winner and the actual world champion in classical to clash in the final. Well, I'll be happy with any final, to be honest.
That will be determined after this. Let's jump to the playing venue with our colleague, Charlize Van Sale.
We are live in the playing hall where the semi-finals are about to take place. Players are literally waiting until the very last minute to come to their boards, but you can tell that our crowd is already here, eagerly waiting in anticipation to watch the most exciting format of Blitz yet. Let's find out who some of them are rooting for. Hello, who are you rooting for today?
Probably either Magnus or Duda. I like, obviously, Magnus, but I think Duda is like an exceptional player, and I'm really interested to see how he does.
And they're facing off against each other. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I'm hoping for an even match, and honestly, I hope the best player wins.
That's a good way of putting it. And you, sir? Who are you rooting for? You don't have
I love all of them.
Ah, that's a very nice way of looking at it. Very nice little teddy you have here. Is this, chess.com? Okay, a little mascot. Who are you here supporting with this little mascot?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, well, of course we're supporting Magnus. I mean, just here for good games. Also, if we can maybe sneak around to see Wesley So versus Jan Nepo, that would be great too. But just here for a good time.
A lot of exciting games today. I hope you enjoy it. Games are about to begin. Some players are still yet to arrive. Stay tuned to the broadcast to not miss any of the action.
Okay, we're ready for Charlize, and there goes Magnus Carlsen, the #1 player in the world, versus a Polish superstar, Jan Krzysztof Duda, and this will be a fascinating matchup.
And if I may, did you notice a change in Magnus's posture and the way he's moving? A lot of confidence has been added after he pulled this comeback and beat Hans Neeman.
Also note that he's not leaning on his left hand as he was before, putting his head on his hand.
Yeah, absolutely, it's a different Magnus, Maurice. Just look at it.
Yeah, the attitude, he knows who he's playing against, and he knows this is a dangerous one, but he also doesn't have to prove so much anything. He just has to be his level best. The drama from the last game is gone. We can take a look at this, but we promised that we would show the other match, and I think that's important to take a look at what's happening between Wesley and Nepo, because we haven't seen them at all, and we've seen Magnus already 4 times.
Yeah,
So
so
we will
Nepo-
certainly go back to Magnus, but let's take a look at this matchup.
Nepo gets the white pieces in this opening game of the semi-final. So to remind you, the system is exactly the same. So it's four games match, and in case of a tie, they will continue playing game after game after game until somebody wins. Yeah, nothing dramatic so far. Like it's
Actually, yes, because there's nothing dramatic. Could we jump over to the women's section? Vaishali versus Zhu Wenjun, the world champion, and I'm going to tell you, it is a barn burner already. If we could jump to that board, this attacking play by Zhu Wenjun, she is going straight for the throat in this position. The women's world champion,
Wow.
not messing around. Look at this.
G5 and G4. Have you seen it?
She played G5 and against D4 played G4 and opening up files. She's just trying to destroy her opponent.
Very aggressive.
Super aggressive play. That's a dynamic position. Will it backfire, however, as we see that Vaishali's very solid, all her pieces well placed. Was this a rash decision on her part?
Well, computer, as in many other cases, says it's equal. It's anything but equal. So the chances are equal. The position, kind of mathematical evaluation of this one is equal. But yeah, it can be anything because black is the one with kingside initiative, but also black's position looks very much overextended to me.
Yes.
You know, so many so much space taken on a queen side with all those pawn pushes, and not necessarily black has enough pieces to back those pawns up.
Yes, I'm going to tell you, balanced doesn't mean boring.
Absolutely.
Right? And this is what this is, just a wild, absolutely wild position. I'm keeping my eye on the other games as well, and I can say nothing as interesting as this is happening on any board. Some positional maneuvers on those other boards if you want to go look at those, but this one here is crazy. She just played rook to G8, eyeballing the king sitting on that file, the rook attacking down the G line.
G8. White gets the chance to trade on E5, trade the queens, however, but it does not necessarily mean that the king's going to be safe. So if you trade, and if you wish to trade the queens, that means you capture D8, black gets the other rook on the open file, and then potentially bishop goes to C5, so it's nowhere near safe if you just start trading. And in fact, I'm looking at computer line, which computer suggests as being the best, and oh my god, it's not easy to play. She found the first move at the computer line, which is F3, but now after bishop H3, rook F2, black's gonna go knight H5, black's gonna go queen H4. It does look very scary, to be honest. Computers are known to be able to defend any position, right? Well, for us human beings, it does look very dangerous. Well, however, Zhu and June dropped the bishop back instead of going to H3, which I'm a little bit surprised with.
And by the way, Magnus has a bit of an edge against Duda, while that Wesley So game we were following looks dead even, as a matter of fact, with really not much action going on there. And Magnus's advantage has also slipped a little bit. He does have an advantage on the clock, however. So let's continue with this one because, whoa,
knight to H5.
So exciting game. The
This
women's world
queen
champion.
will be deployed to H4 very soon. And, wow, knight E2 taking some defensive measures.
Absolutely. And in the other women's matchup, I'll also point out they are pretty even as well. No game matches this one for intensity. I tell you right now, all the other games are pretty much looking even. We might jump back to those if this one settles down, but here she is with 125 left on her clock, trying to figure out what are the angles to attack. White is playing very principled chess after that sally with G5, G4 is Vaishali. She is definitely been playing wonderfully in this tournament. Can she take down the world champion? That would be a statement.
Well,
if
that
she were to
would
win
be
this match.
a huge statement. Well, and still, Zhu and June did not play a move. He
She's
takes
finally traded.
D4. Wow. He takes D4. Queen takes D4. Out of all three captures, I wouldn't say that would be my first one. Queen to H4, as I promised, this queen is headed towards h4 to, well, closer to the white king. But the bishop from f8 is not that easy to put into play.
Yes, because the d6 pawn is hanging.
D6.
You could trade d6 for b2 with bishop g7, but that doesn't look like a smart trade at all. And Zhu Minjun trying to figure out what she should do here as...
There's a rook g6 move, so you guard the d6 pawn with the rook, and then you are planning for bishop g7. That could be it.
Now her time that she had that extra minute to find rook g6.
She did play rook g6.
She finally did play this move.
Can you please check what happens in Carlsen Duda? Because Duda's down to like 10 seconds or something.
It's still just a slight edge from Magnus in that game, but he is down on the clock. So will Magnus be able to prevail just on time alone? But look at this, 30 to 16 seconds. Vaishali fighting for her life to not lose on time. As she is ticking down, she's got to make a move. And she's finally played queen d2.
Queen d2.
And knight to g3. That knight had to be destroyed. No
Knight
question
takes.
about it. And now she's ejecting that queen from the position with bishop to f4 and only 5 seconds left.
Oh. Even though, well, position did simplify a little bit. Bishop g7. The black king is stuck in the center, though.
6 seconds left for her. Can she maintain or will she lose this game? And now takes on c4, capture, and the king has shifted, but now she's blitzing away. She's showing her lightning fast reflexes. Every move now, just quick, and bishop to b3.
They both actually are like literally on seconds. I wonder if we should just simply watch it from a camera view.
Well,
bishop c4, trade here.
Trading there, 7 seconds to 17. And it looks as though white has stabilized the position. Now she's breaking through with the move e5. E5, how strong is that breakthrough? And she's rejected it.
And d5 and then captured a4. d4, the rook on a4 will be a little bit offside. I'm not sure if black can take advantage of this one. e6. With bishop e5 trade.
But wait.
But the queen is not defended, so e6 was a glitch. Or was it?
And now
king h6. You have to play king h6. You couldn't drop back.
Queen's traded now, and bishop to f4 with check. Another offer of trades, and they have equal material. 8 seconds to 14 seconds on the clock.
Everything's simplified and getting simplified even more.
But now she's managed to crack the pawn structure, but it looks like the a pawn should drop.
Yeah, you attack the a4. Well, wait a second.
Not so fast.
Not so fast. Rook a6, rook d4.
She's down a pawn. She's down a pawn. Vaishali is actually ahead in this position, and she should be, well, maybe not winning is a strong term, but she's got the chances. She's the one looking to win this game, and now an attack on her pawn, she's going to have to back up.
Right.
And now
must be holdable, but not very pleasant to hold this one.
How do you win check? King h5 should, allowing king h4 that last move.
King h4.
And the rook can't go anywhere. The rook on a5
you can't
has
move
no
the
moves.
rooks because of rook d6 check. In fact, it's almost like a zugzwang here. Rook to d7, allowing a capture on a4.
What was that about? Oh, switching directions.
That's a great idea. Yeah, check here.
She has to check again before.
Yeah, you cannot really take h7.
But
well, you can now.
You can
now.
And she's won a pawn yet again.
And white is winning, Maurice. I'm telling you, white is winning. She just has to keep her time on the clock.
And Magnus did win his game against Duda, by the way. He was in big time pressure.
Check
in
here.
That one. And this one, no, she cannot give up the f pawn. I mean, the g pawn. She cannot just make that move. She has to just defend for a moment.
3.
And now, how does she make progress? How is this winning?
Well, it's got to be winning.
But how? Like, you can't. You're going to have to bring your king back, it looks like. King
back.
It's
a check, and after king f7.
I don't understand how you win here. That's the move I was talking about. And now.
Yeah, but this one you do not win the f5 one. I suspect she had to. No, yeah. Jun keeps the king on f7. It's no longer winning. It's a draw. There was some slight chance, apparently, some tactical chance that we both missed. Okay, that's just elementary draw, this one.
And by the way, Wesley So is about to beat Jan Nepomniachtchi. We can switch to that one.
Let's switch to Nepo and Wesley.
And this is the first loss Nepo will suffer in the event. He is hoping for the clock.
Ah, that's a sneaky move, Queen F1, because you would think you can take Queen G3, but then the king is stalemated. Have you seen this? And then Queen
Yes.
F8 check would be played.
So Nepo fighting for his life here against Wesley, and Wesley trying to figure out how to get this position, use traction off his knight, and here are some
A
checks
check
begin.
from...
But the knight is notoriously good at dealing with checks from a queen, so I don't think this queen
Queen
belonged
E5?
all the
Wait
way
a
over that
second.
side. There you see the knight was protecting from checks, and now more checks, but how does
More
Wesley
checks
make
coming.
progress here?
And then E5, Queen D6 would actually be... Yeah, you go E5, I'm guessing? Yep.
And he
Ah.
missed the knight at 4-4.
He shouldn't have listened to me. He shouldn't have listened to me, Maurice.
Bang, those knights are tricky, and Nepo suffers his first loss
Wow.
of the entire event. Wesley So, the tricky knights in chess we know, and the other games were drawn.
So 2 draws in the women's section, and in the open, Nepo loses to Wesley, and Carlsen beats Duda.
In an endgame where Duda was on seconds the whole time, Magnus doing quite well throughout. By the way, we can go to, what is the move? It is, if you can go to move 33 in the Magnus game, we'll just do a quick
Recap of what has happened.
So take it from here, because it looked as though Duda is fine. He is
The pawn down, but
pawn down.
yeah,
but
okay. We'll
exposed
show.
king.
Yeah, we'll show if we get the chance. We'll show the
Well,
diagram.
let's show it on the board now. We don't have any players. Might as well recap
Right.
this game really quickly. So if we might pull up the game, pull up the board, then we can show this. And here we go.
Yes, apparently G5, and then if Queen takes, Queen H2 was the right move. After this check and King G2, Queen E1. White was much better, but then again he gives a chance. Rook E4, Queen to D1, Queen E3, and there was Rook D8. So Duda could have gone Rook D8, opting for Rook D2, and that would be sufficient to keep the balance. After Queen D5, King G3, Magnus just solidifies, pawn up, and eventually, yeah, like Duda playing this position on seconds, of course, did contribute to Magnus's victory, and
Yes,
this
exactly.
is decisive. Yeah, E6, Queen takes, Rook takes, and this one Magnus can win in his sleep.
Yeah, extra pawn, and all of Black's pawns are terrible in this position, and that's that clock. The clock is the problem in those games. You've got to maintain a healthy 30 seconds or so. Going down to 4 seconds and trying to defend this against Magnus Carlsen, a thankless task. You're not going to find all the accurate moves. I believe we do have the moves all set right now. And, I mean, the brackets, or the results, I should say, from the first round. But we did see it. A win for each. Both Magnus winning and Wesley with that trickery with knight f4. Jan was disgusted as he was trying to defend that position and just hung our knight f4 tactic. And Wesley So rising to the occasion. Might we see a Carlsen-Wesley matchup as well? That could be also a very interesting one, to be sure.
Absolutely.
But they are a long way away from that, and we see at the bottom as Vaishali and Zhu Wenjun drew that tense game, and Lei Ting-xie versus Katerina Lagno, and that was also a draw.
So we are getting ready for the start of the second game. It's only 3 minutes pause between the finish of the last game of the first game of the semifinals and then the start of the second. So all the players are, well, Magnus just getting seated. I think, was that Vaishali's missing? Yeah.
Well, she's coming up now. Let's turn to Magnus and follow his, and we'll also try to follow the Katerina Lagno versus Lei Ting-xie matchup, as we didn't see those in the first round of the semis anyway. So let's focus on that. Jan will have to make a comeback against Wesley as he's down, and Duda will have to try to stay strong. And he knows Magnus is a great front runner. And now we see Magnus in this posture. Is it only when he has the black pieces? I'm trying to wonder the pattern.
Yeah, that's... Could it be that there is no pattern? It's all random and we are trying to, you know, like just like to try to find some structure in this
That's what we do.
statistical
we
noise.
weave narratives. We weave
Yeah,
narratives.
absolutely.
That's what we do.
Yeah, we are trying to find a narrative which might be just informational noise. Yeah, like he's leaning here, he likes his position, he doesn't.
But listen, by the way, I just saw a few shirts. I don't know about the jeans, but I just saw a few shirts, tops from the women's section, and they're immaculate. I mean, they look amazing, those shirts, ready for the holidays, festive indeed, the way they look, dressed to impress. And here we get the handshake, and they are off. Duda dropping the move, knight of 3 on the board, and Magnus knows if he just is solid, that's what he needs to do, he will be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, he wants to be solid, but also wouldn't mind if he's given a chance to win game 2.
He's not
Which
that solid.
Almost,
right
yeah, like he's going for double finger check. It's not exactly what you call solid,
No,
right?
no, this is hyper aggressive, and I think he's signaling to his opponent, I'm playing for the win. I don't need no stinking draws. I'm the one in the lead, and also I'm Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Gotta like that attitude in this game. Big time result. If Duda loses this game, it's done. Just absolutely done.
To see him coming back from being 2-0 down is
ain't gonna happen.
Virtually impossible. And look what Magnus is doing. So after Queen C2, he went C5, D5, B5. And it's not exactly a Benko gambit, because after C takes, he would have captured on D5. But let's say Benko gambit type of a position.
Again, not solid at all. I mean, just very aggressive, trying to grab the initiative with black right away.
Yeah, where to go with this knight is another question. Like returning back to B1, I'm guessing black would go E6. Well, he just played a move, but he did not.
D1.
D1. That's a bit of a surprise.
And D6, E4 expansion, and now E6.
E6, yep.
Absolute Benoni style. The only issue is that bishop on B7 is usually not that great a piece, and certainly white can try to solidify and cement that, that pawn on D5.
The center is okay. Yeah, well, the thing was, well, the difference with the Benoni is that black did not yet capture on D5, because usually ED5, CD5 happens, and then you have a tremendous outpost for this knight on C4. So black will be like keeping the tension here, preparing, like maneuvering, maybe knight goes A6, C7, or D7, B6, and only then, as they say, in the right moment, he'll capture on D5, only when and if it is good.
There is some discoordination in white's camp, as the rooks are not connected, and bishop out to F4, trying to fix that problem. The knight can then go to E3, as this would be a useful square for this piece. But it looks like Magnus is expanding on the queen side?
Yes, just went A5. A5.
I mean, he's playing maximalist chess right now.
Look, A4, so Duda's the one who blocks the queen side. So now if Magnus wanted to do it, he could go E5, block like 3/4 of the board and say, okay, I will be able to defend the king side. And that seems that's what he does. He went E5.
But it does seem as though white has that spatial clamp. I was worried. Usually I want to take on D5 under some good circumstances. But now the spatial clamp suggests that white will have some small advantage due to space, and black will certainly be chasing the F5 break at some point. That F5,
but that'd be a lot of maneuvering here. Yes, a black F5 for white have as well. Like after a lot of maneuvers, maybe getting knight on D3, F4 is what you're looking at, because it's very hard to imagine white opening the position otherwise. Rook to E7, just and him doubling the rooks on the closed file.
What does that do?
Well, he says it will be awfully hard for you to play F4. That's it. It's not like he has 0 ways of opening the E file, so I don't think it necessarily does anything.
Now, white's going to spend a year and a half
to prepare this F4.
prepare the F4 break under the right circumstances. As we see the chain in the position, the center is fully blocked, and now knight H5 by Magnus. Again, F5 is the money break if he could make it happen, but it's unlikely to be done anytime soon.
White also controls F5 like 5 times,
Well,
potentially.
only 3, but
Yeah, but I mean,
It's
you can
more than
add
enough.
stuff. Yeah, Knight F6. Say, well, it doesn't look like Black is looking to play F5 necessarily.
No, he looks like he's just trying to stop the move.
Look, Key H8, Knight G8. Well, the thing is Magnus, you could think, I could think, even Duda could think he's just randomly moving pieces, but Magnus has exact picture in his head what he wants to get in this position. So I'm guessing Knight G8 prepares Bishop H6 of some sort.
And there's Rook F8.
Rook F8.
F5,
Mysterious moves. F5 is what he's trying to do.
He might play Knight H6 and F5, by the way. I mean, there is the point that you want to play a pawn break. The position is fully blocked, and you want to play a pawn break in order to open it up, and that is the pawn break that makes the most sense. White wants to play F4. Now he's played Bishop to F3.
Hitting the knight.
Making F5 completely unappetizing, and so the knight has to drop back. And now the knight to D3. Talk about long maneuvering game. It spent a lot of time, though, to Duda to get here, as he's down a minute on the clock, down to only 30 seconds. And there's the knight H6 move, and I don't doubt we'll see the other knight to G8, and then the move F5 could happen.
And isn't it amazing that it's move 25 and all the units are on the board, not a single pawn exchange?
That is indeed amazing. Magnus, though, with that edge on the clock.
Knight G8.
He's just played it.
But Magnus does is absolutely
and he
fantastic.
played F5. This is the move we've been talking about. And a trade on
F5, so now
F5 square.
Pawn takes is possible, knight takes is, well, will also make some sense, but let's see what he captures with.
I was about to say.
Yeah, pawn takes.
But F4 has to be played to deal with this structure, and a new structure.
Wow.
This is very typical of this setup where you play for F5 and then white gets to play F4, and now the long diagonal is available for the bishop, and now the G file becomes the storyline.
Whoa. That's an amazing, amazing game.
The thing is that G4 is no longer playable with ease anyway. White would like to be able to play G4, but how to pull that off? And look at this last move, Queen D1, eyeing
sneaky
knight. But only 12 seconds left in this complex position.
Wow, look how relaxed they are.
Traded. And he has to move.
Rook G8.
7 seconds. This is what happened to him the last time. He is not in flow at all, as Magnus is way ahead on the clock.
Yeah, one thing Magnus can do is put the bishop on D4, right? Okay, so it starts with Queen E8, making sure that the knight is protected. But
no, it's huge trouble.
This is potentially what he can do.
For black to have this position and the time edge is massive. And the bishop did go to D4.
Does get to D4.
Got to challenge that piece.
Bishop
B2. Only 3 seconds left. And now built up to 5. And now look at Magnus just masterfully dominate the G line in G4.
Whoa.
Played.
And G4 gives away the F4 pawn.
That was just, again, when you're in this
I think he's falling apart. I think he's falling apart, Maurice.
And
takes on
here
G4,
we go, more
and he can take. Wow, and he's getting the access to the H files. It's everything is gone for young Krzysztof Duda.
Rushing in style now, up material,
Queen
up
G5
position,
looks like almost finishes the game. Knight H5 is plus 11 according to the machine. Well, and Magnus got 40 seconds to figure this one out. Right. E3 looks good. I mean, you just push your pawn. He's done Queen C3.
Again, no time to defend. And now Queen G1 is threatened. That looks like a... Is that a bishop? Am I missing
it? It is. It is. You can take... I don't get it. Yeah, knight takes.
I mean, what can you do?
Knight takes. Queen A1 check. Okay, you go to...
Nobody
he wants Rook G7. Because guess what? Queen F6, Queen E1.
And that's that. You
Flawless win.
Go down on the clock. Magnus played that incredibly. And it was a draw in the Wesley matchup, but let's go see the World Championship matchup here. There's the Women's World Champion against Vaishali. And she is...
Vaishali's down a pawn. Well, he was down a pawn and still is down a pawn.
She's in trouble.
Yep.
But is it enough?
Is it enough remains a question. Ooh, wow, that's a terrible pin. Look.
Got it check.
Check, but it doesn't help really, and you cannot kind of counter-attack the bishop because white would take on a4 and just win.
Oh, she's headed to hide her king.
Yeah, she wants to hide the king and
sneaky.
then go bishop b5.
And
so
that's it. She's going to win
it's
this
a pawn
game.
and an exchange. It is an absolutely winning position. I would prefer to keep the rook as far as possible from this knight. I do not know what the rook is doing on the c-file, to be honest.
By the way, Katerina Lagno did win her game
against Evgenij, so that she has +1.
Does she take the pawn now or come back?
She can, but then g2 falls.
She has taken it. This is just completely winning. I mean, this.
Of course, it would be winning, but yeah. Why don't you keep the rook on the a file? Isn't it like
stay away from that knight?
Right, yeah.
Tricky
knights.
knights.
Knights are annoying. Okay, king g7, and you cannot go king g5. Yeah, finally we figured this one out. h4, and then you're trading both h5 and f5. Okay, I mean in this particular case, h5, but yeah, this is over. This is over.
21 seconds left, and she's deciding whether or not she will play this move. And
h5.
She has played it.
Takes.
And now you're just, and with only 4 seconds left, you are in trouble.
You eventually move the pawn forward.
There it is.
You can, go king
Knight
g5.
F3 check must be played. No choice.
Winning, and then you can attack the knight. I'm guessing, right? I mean, you can go rook d6.
Yes. And
d6,
that played, and the knight
just make sure,
moving
g5
away.
or e5, whatever. Yeah, no, that slowly but surely the whole setup, white's rook, king and pawn, all together working to promote the f pawn to win the game. King to g6,
that's
ideal.
a mate threat, mate alert, and that's that. Classy chess there by a classy world champion, and she's showing her stuff. So we have 2 victories actually in the women's section. As we mentioned, Katerina Lagno won, Wesley So drew. Let's see how Katerina Lagno finished off her opponent. Just quickly go to that.
There was it seems there was a lot of stuff happening, Maurice. So there was this rook endgame where it's even number of pawns, and apparently computer thinks it's just equal. King to g8. Rook takes, king f7, rook b6. Okay, white was winning with rook b7 check. Don't ask me why computer says this. Okay. Rook b6 back to a drawish position. So it was a drama, like it was a lot of mistakes. To me it seems like a little bit too subtle here. After b6, king takes e5 would be a draw.
Hold on.
How's that? It says king takes e5. King e5, it's counterintuitive because you would think b7 and it's a check on the back D6. Rank, but yes, there is king to d6, and after this check, you're just in time to go to c7 to stop the b pawn.
Yep.
And and she probably panicked. She did not take the pawn, and then of course with 2 pawns, white is winning because guess what? Rook g8, rook takes g7 will solve the game.
Okay, rook and pawn endings, as we know, are notoriously tricky, and that is what happened there. So she takes a lead in the match. I believe that's the first time that the lead is now has now been taken in this match, and we have leaders. Magnus Carlsen winning a 2nd game in a row. All he needs now is a draw to make it to the finals, and he looks like a very confident player indeed. Wesley So drawing to put himself at 1.5.
Yep.
And so he is ahead in the match, but certainly not comfortable whatsoever. And Ju In-jun, after a draw in the first game,
takes the lead.
Takes the
relatively
lead.
confidently.
And so Vaishali will have to show that she can come back, as she's been playing extremely well. And Katerina Lagno also taking the lead against Lei Ting-jae. So we are...
A little correction though, Maurice. Let's talk Magnus. He won 2 games in a row in this match and 2 games against Hans. So he's won 4 out of 4 in the last 4 games played. Was this loss to Hans kind of a little bit of a wake-up for Magnus? Because he did look somewhat sleepy, leany to one side, other side, and then he lost to Hans, and Magnus is back 4 out of 4.
You're the one saying we shouldn't be making up narratives, and you just
Well,
one
I just made up a new
right
one.
there. All right, well, this is very exciting indeed, and we should be starting in just a couple of minutes. So you
Yeah,
mentioned
I believe so.
after a game's end, it's only after the last game ends, 3 minutes later, the next round begins.
Yeah, let me find the games. Yep, Carlsen will have the white pieces in the game where he only needs a draw.
I feel like this one is going to be anticlimactic to follow. Magnus is in. Can we just say that?
Very likely.
If we see something different, we will come back to this one. But we should go to
Nepo Wesley.
And Wesley because his back is against, not quite totally against the wall, is Nepo, but this is his last white. And so he needs to prove something. If Wesley can solidify, then he gets white in the next game, and Nepo will have it up against the wall if he has to win with the black pieces.
That's the worst. Like when Wesley has a white pieces on you and you have to win, that's the worst imaginable thing.
That is not fun.
And this one, oh, well, it's a surprising line to play for being solid from Wesley So, but yeah, we'll see. That's
What's this about? What just
so-called
happened?
so-called Dubov Tarash. So-called Dubov Tarash line. Queen to D1, king to D1, AB6. It's very... That's like 25 moves of theory or 30 moves of theory, and if you remember everything, you're somehow holding. Yeah. Looks crazy, and if you... Well, just let me tell you.
King C2 move?
King C2 defending the B3 knight, I'm guessing, after knight B4, the king go to B1. No, this is like complete computer analysis, and one shouldn't really...
Yeah, but knight B4 looked like a good move, and
It
he
did.
didn't play it, and instantly bishop takes.
Pawn takes. So Wesley interestingly plays it with kind of a human approach, and I'm thinking it could be that Nepo has this like prepared very, very long line. I still don't think that white, we can say like white gets something substantial. It's a pawn, but black always going to have some compensation.
Well, the opposite colored bishops.
Opposite
do
colored
help.
bishops. The king is somewhat strange, and by the way, you cannot really play e4 because it will be captured, I'm guessing. King d2. Yeah, this king has to travel. I mean, there'll be more checks, and then maybe like rook a to d1, king here, and the other rook to e1. There's also bishop e6 back. How do you keep your pawn? Bishop e6 back. So king c2, bishop f5. I insist on repeating.
He has played on check. And
He did play a check, king e3,
and now bishop
and
back
now
to
bishop e6. So he does win the a2 pawn, doesn't he?
Yeah, bishop takes knight is a real threat here.
Yeah.
So knight to d4.
Knight to d4.
Now bishop c5, c4.
Bishop
was played,
c4, he decided not to capture.
allowing him to play b3.
Yeah, b3, bishop b2 would be a dream. Like if after b3 you move your bishop away, then after bishop b2 I'm ready to say like white is consolidating.
You'd feel foolish if that happened, in fact. But b3, maybe c5.
Yeah, that could be a reply. Yeah, by the way, we never mentioned, but knight c6 is met with a check, and then e2 falls, and this should be good for black.
And Nepo head bobbing there. He has a substantial edge on the clock already, but Wesley looks comfortable. I mean, Wesley looks like he's just chilling like a villain. What's the deal? I got opposite colored bishops. Yes, you're up a pawn, but I'm better developed, better coordinated. Your king has just stuck its face out there, and I've been chasing it around a little bit. Now he looks a little bit more stressed with that posture, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to defend everything if you're white here.
Yeah.
C5 is a threat.
And still no move from Nepo?
No, he spent all this time, and now he's down on the clock, and Wesley was ready with the move c5.
c5, no hesitation whatsoever.
Takes.
Take c4, rook d4. You're dropping the c4 pawn. I don't think you win.
You are indeed dropping this pawn, and Nepo's posture has definitely changed after that last bit. And
yeah, like rook
okay,
to b1.
Wesley was about to take, and he has captured.
He has captured. So now rook d1 stopping knight d5. Otherwise, if you'd capture the pawn on b6 immediately, knight d5 would have been a move.
But a2 is
a2 is hanging,
well.
so you need to make a little luft for the king not to be checkmated on the last rank.
And rook c2.
Rook c2.
Threatening rook e8
I
check.
have a check
Be
and
careful.
capture e2. Wow.
You know, if Wesley gets a chance to win this
Yeah,
game.
Wesley plays with a great precision. I'm monitoring the computer lines here as well. He does play with great precision. King f2 and...
Should make some luft, don't you think? On the
right, I mean, it's
king?
about time. Like, play h6 or play h5. Don't make anyone nervous. I mean, h5.
on the
h5.
board.
Right.
And I just feel like black is the one who's starting to play.
Yeah, like if
something
anything, it's black who's better.
here. Better on the clock as well.
And psychologically, like Nepo knows that's his last white, so he would prefer to win this one, and he can't really find a chance. It's not about. We are not talking advantage or anything. Like
Wesley has been making
very
it
hard to
suffer.
Yeah,
To be truthful, it's just where is the edge?
nowhere to be seen. A3. So any updates in the other games, Maurice, please?
Well, Magnus is
I'm
cleanly winning his. This
winning.
massive advantage.
Okay. So,
Crushing Duda, in
so
fact.
no
Not
miracle.
even
No
close.
miracle's going to happen.
No, that one we thought Duda would be desperate, and he is.
All right. Yeah, this one as well. Like Wesley, as solid as a rock in this position. I mean, I can't possibly think how you win this one with white.
By the way, Vaishali is going down against Ju Win-jun in a game she has to win, but she's getting smoked.
So this
as
game,
well.
this match could be over right here.
Yes,
now.
right here, right now, is a big problem.
So,
While the other one between Lagno and Lei Tingye is still a fight. So let's see if how this one ends. There's still a little bit of drama here.
yeah. I'm thinking if you just take a3, white takes b6, there shouldn't be too many worries for black. But Wesley surprisingly goes rook b8.
Which is surprising because it's passive, right? Putting
Yeah,
rook
yeah, yeah.
on such a passive square and offering white some chance. And here, quickly, Nepo says, all right, wait a minute.
I'll
Just put my
eventually
rook on the seven.
expand. Yeah, like g4, f5, maybe kicking this knight away. At some point, I feel like black has to start moving his potential past pawn, let's call it.
He has advanced it.
Yep, b5, g4. Well, the pawn material getting reduced also kind of
That's
suggests
a good
that
push. Rook
very
behind
hard-
passer.
Yep, b4. And then it's a bit of a conflict for Nepo. Like, you want to keep the pawn on the board, but also how do you do it? Because b3, b5.
More pawn exchanges there.
Yep, f5, trade.
Got to play knight d4, it looks like.
Yeah, you can go knight d4. Can you like knight g7? It's an ugly move, but if you make sure that you attack, yeah, knight to d4. Okay.
I mean, the more trades, the merrier. That knight's attacking the pawn on f5, and
A b4, rook b4.
did see a trade.
f5 still hanging. Okay,
Mate alert.
f6.
No, not mate alert. I thought the king was on f8.
No.
But no, still has a space to go. But that pawn itself is
Knight
a problem.
e6. Well, knight
whoa.
e6 loses, and he just done it.
Whoa. He just blundered, and Nepo spots it in a second. Unreal. Take a look at the tactics.
That's a study
Pawn
like
takes his back
win.
push.
The
Nepo,
bishop
look at
c5.
him. He just got a massive
What
donation.
a chance. What a chance.
Oh my goodness, from nothing he emerged with the victory. You got to know your tactics, and Wesley just blundered.
Wow.
Amazing.
What a comeback by Nepo. And I believe, yeah, that's a kind of a wrong result we have on our electronic board, which suggests this game was a draw. It wasn't a draw, believe me.
Okay, I believe
It wasn't a draw. It's a great comeback.
that is a shocker. That is what chess is about. Play until the other guy potentially blunders. Let's take a look at the finish in this one, as Magnus did beat Duda.
I know, we still have the game running, Maurice. Letting Gia against Lagno. If Lagno wins this one, it's the end of story, right?
Yes. The tale ends here.
However, it's White who is in a better position. In fact, absolutely a winning position, but they're all down to seconds. Of course, a lot of drama in this one.
White's up 2 pawns.
2 pawns, 2 connected
Should win
pass
if she could
pawns.
just keep making moves. But we've seen shoulds become not so fast. And here, White is trying. White is just no longer up 2 pawns, just 1. And you better watch that 8 pawns.
Yeah, well,
4
H pawn.
seconds left. 3, and now she's playing
Check.
her knight with check. But this pawn is fast.
Yeah, H pawn
that pawn
is very
and she's ignoring it for the
fast.
moment as she pushes her own pawn. What is
How
this?
do you stop H?
I don't understand. The pawn can just
promotion.
Queen.
Yep.
You've got to take it, and then you don't promote.
No,
That's
this
the
is
end.
it. This is it. That here comes the equalizer.
Unreal. Unreal. Wow.
1.5 apiece. They go into game 4. June.
She's
won.
clinched her match.
Yep. And Carlsen closed his match, and the narrative that I've just invented stays still, right? So 5 out of 5 for Magnus Carlsen after a loss to Hans Neeman. So
Let's pick up that Magnus game somewhere where he had the advantage big time early. Maybe move. Let's give it move
Which
15.
Move 15, yep, right. He's actually down a pawn, right? So he must have sacrificed the pawn early on. But just look at, yeah, and actually it was black to move here and black castled. So we cannot say like, you know, king stuck in the center. It's just the initiative, the activity of the pieces. So knight to
Look at those pieces.
d4,
I mean, the pieces are
flying, and the
fantastic.
bishop is still stuck on c8.
The rook on a8.
Yeah, so Duda was trying to kind of develop. Wow, and yeah, this knight c6 mistake, and especially the recapture on c6. So bc6 was still playable. After knight c6, rook c4, queen e7. Yeah, so you're running out of squares with this queen, I'm guessing. So queen f6, I suspect knight h5 or knight e4 would be deadly. And then after queen e7, Magnus just went after the exchange. In fact, he did not take the exchange. It's not running. It's not running away. Bishop f8, king f8, knight to f4. No, it's absolute disaster.
That was just a couple of moves, and then he gets back the exchange in this position.
Bishop e6 and
with a vicious attack.
Everything's falling apart. Yeah. By the way, bishop f4. It was played, yeah. Bishop f4, rook d8, not even bishop d5, but rook d8, and then you have to go to the e file, and there's a discovery, and not a discovery, but first, I mean, I will do it my way. I mean, move after move after move. Bishop d5, win the queen, win the game. That's it.
That's done. That was a demolition, to be sure. And let's see how Chu and Jun actually are. Well, we're going to get some results first. And Magnus clinches his match. He has his ticket to the finals, where he will await the winner of the Nepo versus Wesley match.
Where Nepo just equalized thanks to a horrendous blunder by Wesley So.
Wesley's pieces were just constructed in the perfect way to lose the game at the very end.
Yeah.
Because his rook had to be on b4, his pawn had to be on c5.
Yeah, exactly. Like you move one piece and it doesn't work.
Yes. Ju Jun eliminates Shali. I believe that's the case. Ju Jun.
Yeah, 2.5 half.
2.5 half.
It's over.
And it's anybody's ball game in the Lei Tingjie versus Lagno matchup.
Absolutely. So in a way, we could say situation is identical. We have 2 finalists, and we have 2 even matches that keep going.
Yes, indeed. This is the ladies' bracket, a dominant performance by Ju Jun. The women's world champion is that for a reason, as she has eliminated the upstart and is now in the final playing for all the marbles, where she will await either Katarina Lagno or her countrywoman, Lei Tingjie, in the finals. By the way, if she does battle against Lei Tingjie for the finals here, then it's another all-Chinese finals, because she will be doing the same when she plays her match against
Tang
Zhongyi in
for the classical.
April for the classical title. So she's trying to pick up more and more titles. The Chinese women, they showed up here for a reason. And This match is huge, and they're off. A tied match at the moment, so a lot of tension. And the other match will be between Wesley and Nepo. We're going to follow both of those. Where are the men, by the way? They have begun as well.
They have begun as well.
Let's try to do a little split screen action, if you will. We'll call it as such. We know on the right that the ladies are playing. Now we have a different screen.
I actually don't have the moves in the PGN from Wesley and Nepo. So
you don't.
So I'll have to stick with this one for now, at least.
Okay, we need to hurry up and get those moves, or at least show the board. And there we have that board. So on the left is Wesley versus Nepo, and on the right is Katarina versus Lei. So we can, you got that? If you're watching, just try to keep up, because we're going to try to do both right now, as both of these are potentially deciding games. If they are drawn, we will go to a tiebreak. But at the moment, we are looking at game 4 as a possible clincher.
Yeah, and in Nepo's game against Wesley, Nepo just went D5, which potentially can... Was it D5 or...?
D5 was just played, yeah.
So I'm thinking it can cause a lot of trades in the center. So if the C takes, he probably plans to take with the knight, right? Well, and Wesley decided to take on F6 first, and then he takes on D5, almost forcing Nepo to capture the knight, yes, and then get the isolated pawn there.
Well, wait a minute. We could have done this all the time. When did our tech
As it turns out,
it's
okay. That's brilliant.
I mean, whoa. Okay, top board on the right is Lagno versus Leitinche, and the bottom board is Wesley So with the white pieces against Nepo. And so we will follow them both as much as possible. On the left, of course, is the actual live board with Nepo and, Wesley and Nepo, Wesley with the white pieces.
Yeah. So
Now, the thing about those isolated pawn positions that we see on the screen on the bottom, they're difficult to win because it's just about the pawn. And these guys know how to defend so well.
Hang on a second. We've lost it. Yeah, okay, we are back to what we wanted to.
What happened? This board shifted, the Nepo board on the bottom shifted somehow to an older position. I don't know why this bottom board is not where it should be.
I have no control over this board, Maurice.
Yeah, that's not the position anymore. That position changed already. The position is the position on the board right now. We need to update that Nepo position.
We can just get rid of it now.
And, we can have the position if we can have it. We should put it up there.
Yeah, let's switch with, let's stay with this one. So Lagno just went knight to G5. Well, I don't quite get it what's happening.
Whoa, Nepo is just equalized is what I'm seeing, at least. He's just taking the pawn on B2 with confidence.
Could it be that he's even like slightly better here?
All right, we're back again.
Yeah.
And you can see the positions match. And they've agreed to a draw.
Okay.
They're going to a tiebreak.
Makes our task even easier.
Why did Wesley bail out on that position right now? I guess he just didn't feel the vibes, maybe.
Right. Well, maybe they just know how to draw this one. Okay, so G3, queen has to move.
There are a lot more going on this board.
Queen A4.
She could have taken on G5, by the way.
She
but
could.
She would have given up the 2 bishops.
Right. She could even go to H6. Queen A4.
Like a wandering queen, no?
Yeah, and far away from the king side as well.
Yes, Lagno will sniff out the possibility there. And now the knight returns.
Knight E4.
Away, and play knight E4, bishop C8.
Bishop C8. And you know what? The bishop on C1 kind of stuck.
Yes, well, that's the thing. Where does this bishop belong? And it looks like bishop B2, but I was thinking there might be an F5 shot, but no, he's just going to trade. And
you have to take with the bishop because otherwise A2 pawn would have been hanging. Now rook to D8 again.
Looks like the most natural move. Although you're still going to have to solve the problem of your bishop on C8. That bishop, you're going to have to figure it out someday where this piece belongs. White's going to play, and she's decided, I'm not solving anything. I'm going to stop you from playing the move C4 and opening up a line for your bishop. That is a really bold move at the moment. And queen back to E2, again saying, I will, well, but C4 can be met by knight to D4. So I don't know what this last move did. The most aggressive move was F4, but it was hyper aggressive.
Absolutely, like F4 with a queen on E3, king on G1.
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad move though. It's just that it's not easy to play such a move, like weakening your own king.
Right, especially in the most committal game of all, like this one here. You don't want to make any kind of mess ups. They're both under a minute at the moment, 58 to 49 seconds. And Katerina Lagno with the white pieces again. Leitingier with the black pieces. A loss and you're out. Tension is thick in this game, and black needs a move.
Well, can she play F5, by the way? Doesn't F5 just like win? No, I guess F4 is there, right?
So she's taking a long time, though. This could be the game. This moment could be the game. She'll look back and regret this moment that she didn't play faster. 22 seconds only on her clock. She went into a deep 30-plus second think on that last move. And now...
Yes, rook E1? Or...
Yeah, potential trouble for her, but her opponent is now stopping. You would think you'd be ready with an auto move right about. Just get ready to move. She played A4.
A4.
A4 responded to by B6, preparing to finally develop this piece. And now rook to D1, offering a trade of rooks, which her opponent is not against at the moment. And every move that White has played in the last two moves has cost her about 5 seconds, 10 seconds even. As she is now about to go under her opponent. Can you imagine? She was up 30 seconds.
Yeah, like completely lost the flow, it seems.
Yes. And now F5 on the board. And they're going to, now under 20 seconds.
Queen E1, she just blundered Queen E1.
Queen E1, knight back.
And he just bring the knight, F7, G5. Now she didn't see it.
Bishop to E4.
Now let's White play Queen E3. So she didn't see, she was completely winning with knight F7. Anyway.
That Bishop E4 looked awfully natural to me, though, I'm going to tell you. And you have to find that win. And now Bishop to F6, and they are both, again, in
I'd
that
say
20-second
marginally
range.
better for black, but nothing real. It can change any time if White finds a way to develop the bishop from B2.
And now knight, forcing knight A1 after knight A5. And now the king coming up, and black at the 10-second mark. Let's note that. And now B4.
But then knight b4 is threatening.
Oh, no,
knight
she missed
b4,
it.
she just missed it.
Just
dropped the pawn.
Dropped the pawn, and now it's black who's winning the game.
Or knight d5, knight c6. Yeah, black's just up a pawn. Well, the king is moving forward.
To be sure, but no, king to d7, guarding the c6 knight. And now White is scrambling for her life. Lose this, and you are out. Katerina Lagno back against the wall in deep trouble. And
takes over here.
Another trade. You still have to figure out
King C7, but it allows King A6, right? And White kind of has to go King A6 if she wants something. Knight C4 is okay.
Preventing the move King to B7 because of Knight D6, but that move, Bishop E7, changes again that narrative. And
A5, but now you can trade the knights, and even if you lose the A7 pawn, too many weaknesses, right? And you don't have to lose the A7 pawn, by the way.
It's massive
must be winning.
Problem, must be winning, about to go down. Well, we've seen the last throws of Katerina Lagno, a two-time champion.
H4?
Why did she put her pawn on a dark square?
I think it's chaos, Maurice. It's by that point in time, it's just like...
And here the king is coming
to
back.
B5.
But she does have two separated passers that she can try to use. But is the king going to come back and assist? Well, like I said,
wait a second.
Two passers.
King A6 or what?
King
A6, Bishop E7, just move the A pawn.
Why did she play so passively?
I don't know what's happening.
And now the C pawn racing up the board. The PGN files has simply... Oh, no, it's still keeping up with us
really
for the moment. But we can see this right here. Can she somehow make progress, though?
She's almost like in a Zugzwang,
Black has allowed this white king to be too far up the board, and now she's dropped her pawn with check on
What's happening?
A5. She dropped her pawn.
Still good enough for a draw, I have to tell you.
But she was winning, though.
She
may
was
be
completely
losing
winning.
This ending now.
She
Again,
was completely winning.
the edge of the precipice for both players. And the king, you've got to like what...
Hang on a second. Now...
Oh, she's not sure what to do.
I'm gonna go king e4. I'll take f3. I'll take h4. You'll take c6. I'll be trying to move the h pawn forward.
Is that winning, though? I'm not sure.
It's not winning, but it's a chance. For the first time in this game, Lagno's going to have a chance. Well, bishop b6.
Bishop B6,
followed by king e4.
Now she can move her king away, and you can't deal...
Bishop d8 is a clever move. Yeah,
very nice
clever
move. Great defense.
Bishop g5.
With seconds on the clock.
Just go after the f3 pawn. Yes. Take it. Go king g4. Try to promote the h pawn. It is a draw. We all know it. Well, black can trade.
I mean...
Black can trade on h4.
I mean, what is...
Yeah.
You're going to get to f8, and it's auto
And
draw.
yes, you go to d7.
That's it. Once you
with
get
the
to
tempo
f8,
to spare.
That's it.
No, just in time. Yep.
Right, exactly. And now the king cannot get out, and we indeed have a draw. We will be going to tie breaks.
And it is a big miss, Maurice. It is a big miss for Liatingia.
Yes, she was winning.
Yeah,
That's
she
it.
was winning on few occasions in this game.
Extraordinary.
I will see game 5 in like 3-4 minutes from now.
Yes, 3 minutes.
Guessing. There won't be a long break. There will be a long game.
It looks like they will be drawing colors.
For game 5.
Yes.
Fair enough, because game 5 stops the match. Game 5, game 6, whatever. So the first game you win stops the match.
Yes.
It's not a set of 2 games as a tiebreak, but just 1 game.
It will be just the luck of the draw next. And I don't mean draw in chess. I mean a drawing of colors. Who gets white in the next game? And here it is. This is sophisticated. Put your hands behind your back and choose.
And they say you have to show that you have pawns of different colors before you do that.
Here it is. And she has chosen the white pieces. There is no Armageddon. It is just a straight 3 plus 2.
Same, same game, same format.
And this to see who goes to the finals.
Wow.
And they will start in 3 minutes. That is what will happen. Wow, that was...
Man, that game.
Whew.
So there were... I don't know if I can show this one, but there was... I will not go over the endgame because there's like a lot of stuff. But there was one moment like much earlier when black played bishop e4, got in this endgame, which originally was equal and so on and so on. But apparently... Knight f7 was just winning. And the point being that if you try to trade the queens, knight g5, and it's a checkmate from h3, which is threatening.
Nasty.
And that's it. That just resigns.
Come on.
It's not easy to spot this stuff in Blitz, but also
Blitz.
she could finish the game in 2 moves.
Yeah, but bishop e4 looked like a compelling move. But the same queen e3 move was threatened, so... All right.
Okay, we quickly have to find this game 5. Well, can we just like... Yeah.
Let's find it.
I'm trying to. So that semi-final game 5 must be this,
Yes,
right?
sounds
Semi-final game 5. There is no semi-final game 5 for Nepo and Wesley, but there is one for... Is there... Wait a second. We completely forgotten both Wesley and Nepo. No, we did not.
No, they're playing
so
too.
there are 2 game 5s.
They're playing too. Yeah, it's 2
Man,
game
there are 2 game 5s. I've forgotten about Nepo and Wesley. So there are 2 game 5s.
No, we got to try to cover it all.
Wow.
Oof, the tension is thick. The point is that 2 world champions, or well, in Magnus's case, the #1 player in the world, Ju Wen-jun, the world champion, they're waiting. They're sitting back.
Yeah, they've already
up on the chair,
accomplished everything in
and
3 games, in fact, right?
In 3 games, they've just been chilling. So we got to say they have an advantage as far as the rest and the nerves and all that. Meantime, these players are battling for their natural-born lives as they try to move on from these these semifinals into the finals. And both players look extremely determined. They've been in this kind of situation before. She has won
It's
two
twice
of these before. And I don't know what Wesley's face is saying right now. He doesn't look like a man who wants to be seen, but they're now ready to go. Wow. You can only imagine butterflies in the stomach as they try to settle themselves. There's Wesley. You see him breathing, inhaling deeply. It looks like you can see him trying to catch his breath, calm himself, and we're off.
All right, not getting the moves just yet. Well, let me quickly find those. Maybe we have a backup link. Yeah, it is going. It is going for me, at least Wesley's game. And I think if they repeat what they've played in game, in one of the previous games in the match, right? So the one where Jan went after this bishop. So it's like white gets a pair of bishops advantage, but it's not really an advantage because black's position is very flexible.
All right, so they're still going at it. What did we get in the opening in the women's game? If we could find that as well.
What? No, it cannot be the same. It cannot be the same position. Please tell. No. It's a glitch in the PGN. I'll have to switch. I'll have to switch because.
Well, let's get a look at the board between the two.
Lietingje and Lagno. Yeah, if we can get a board view, because it seems that we are.
We could close in on this position.
No, it is what?
There's no way.
What? There's
is this like?
It is, yes, Maurice, it is. Sorry for confusion. There is no, it's just like absolutely identical opening lines till some point. Till some point. Now I'm able to tell the difference. But you know what? You're switching from game to game. You see absolutely the same structure, absolutely weird knight on a4. And you think, okay, it's identical.
Well,
it cannot be.
Let's see the PGN.
It is correct, man.
If we get that double view of both games, look at
okay,
this. Well,
finally it's getting.
Did happen on the left side, but we do see the knights are similar.
Yeah, there's potential. Like black is going to play rook e8, white's going to capture on b6. We can still have it's the same way. No, come on.
So much of the structure is, in fact, very similar.
That's incredible, and it'll be very hard to tell for us which one we have, which one we have on a camera view. Okay, it turns out it's Wesley against Nepo.
No,
what a
this
confusion!
Game is actually between Lagno. From what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Oh, come on, I've lost it. I've lost it, Maurice.
How you feel? This game is the one on the bottom is the Wesley versus Nepo game.
Yeah.
So this is the kind of position where I got to feel like Wesley thinks, okay, I need to make a draw with the black pieces or at least equalize.
Yeah.
Give me the white pieces so I can beat you and we go to a game 6.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of action, however, on the top board you see with the ladies. This is their position on the top board. And c5 and Lagno,
wow.
she wants to get a solid position herself, but
bc5,
allowing some space. No,
I'm
actually
surprised with all those exchanges, to be honest. Because now, don't you have like a weak pawn on the a3? On a3? Yeah, that's a strange idea of exchanging the, like, it's very understandable. You have pair of bishops, you want to open the position, but there was not the way to open the position to white's favor.
Again, the top board is the ladies' board. The bottom board is the open section. And I got to say, the bottom board is looking more and more like black is okay.
Black is at least okay, I feel like. So some knight f4 jumps, rook to g6, and who knows? Can it be that black's okay, but white's not? No, seriously.
In that case, black's not just okay, black's good.
Exactly. I mean, but there's
well.
a spectrum when you say like black's okay. It could be that Wesley actually has an advantage. What I can tell you that computer likes Lagno's position after rook d8, knight coming to a4, maybe b5 later somehow.
Yeah, of course.
So
he's got it all
black
lined up.
is already better in this one.
So black better in both.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, black better in both, and the knights, and because of some rambunctious knights, you got a knight on a4 on the top board.
Knight on f4.
And the knight on f4.
Let me double check. Okay, in fact, I made it up. Nepo and Wesley, it's almost equal. Yes, Wesley has the initiative, but it's not much. For Letting and Lagno, yes, Lagno is somewhat better.
Did I see a G4 thrust in
Oh,
the game?
can we, I'm sorry. We will have 3 games of Wesley against Nepo because I need to see what's happening on my screen.
No, stop
G4,
it.
the knight's hanging.
Okay, we don't need
Okay,
it. We don't
okay,
need
we move back.
double
We
up.
move
Let's
back.
go back, please. G4 is attacking that knight, and and he left the knight because you can't take it yet because of queen takes on H3, check, and then a mate on G2. So that position is, and the C5 played, this one has gone
Man,
wild.
shouldn't we like switch to that one?
Let's just see this one only so we can just get a good look at it. If we could just get a single board view just for a quick second, as this has gone completely mad, this one between Wesley and Nepo. Look at that knight that's hanging, but you cannot take it because the queen will capture.
So let me see. G4, rook f6 is a bad idea, and after c5, well, dc5 had to be preferred, but d5 is a blunder. After knight f3, Wesley is in trouble. I'm just like checking with the computer. Computer says white is completely winning because guess what? Maybe I cannot take the knight, but it's also not running away after you put the rook on f6. So now e5 pawn's hanging. There's no way to defend e5. And d5 pawn's hanging if you drop the knight back to g6. Now, I do not like...
No, but the knight on h5 is hanging.
Yeah, all the time, yeah.
So what to do? He's got to hustle something, otherwise he's going to be gone.
He's played a move, and it's g5. Yeah, but just grab the pawn on e5, right? Did he undo it?
d5, it's been captured, and if we can see a close-up on the left of the board, as everything is collapsing right now.
It does look like everything's collapsing. Queen d4 or bishop d4, you don't want to be moving this knight away, right? So
can we get a close-up on the left side, please? Because this view of the two players is not helping us, and we don't see the clock times either. If we can just get a close-up on that camera, this one. Yes, 6 seconds
6
left
seconds
for
on
Wesley in a completely lost position.
Queen d4 is such a powerful move. And then, among other things, you can just go d6.
And
yeah, that's what he's done.
Oh. 4 seconds left. 3
Absolutely
seconds.
dominant.
And he's managed to somehow save, but that's a second pawn.
Second
that
pawn,
just dropped from the board.
and not only a pawn, but you know, like when you see this pawn on d6,
and
the third
pawn gets taken. Wesley in his last
stop
throws.
collecting those pawns. Knight c6. And then d7 next, right?
A moment away from resigning. Isn't that 3 connected passers?
Yes, those are. Yes, those are. Well, yeah, queen b8, be practical, right? Be practical. Trade the queens.
Yep.
Trade the queens.
Trade everything.
Rook f4, trade the queens, take e6, go d7, win, right? Isn't it?
Rook f2 check is he's decided.
Captures.
I'm just going to take that.
d7, but we were the ones. Yeah, we were the ones talking about 3.
And he's made it. Look at Jan, a happy customer. By the way, that rook sack on e6, which is not really a rook sack.
Yeah.
He played a rook sack against Wesley earlier on e6 to come back.
You're right. Rook e6 finishing 2 games in 1 match.
Yes.
Rook takes knight, in fact.
It says exactly. Rook takes knight 2 times.
Wow.
To beat Wesley. So Jan will play against Magnus. Let's go over to the other game now.
Just to learn that there will be game 6. That's what.
Oh, was it a draw?
They've just repeated because that was why I was making this little pause, because computer says black was better all the way, and yet over here after queen c7, knight b2, which by the way was a bad move, queen b6 would be almost winning, if not winning for black. Lagno decided to go knight b6, knight c4, knight a4, knight b2. Once again queen b6, almost winning. Knight b6, repeat it. Sometimes you're in this mindset. I just have to survive with black, and then next game I'll have my chance. There will be a next game where Katerina Lagno will have the white pieces in a couple of minutes. In a couple of minutes, game 6 is about to start.
Well, and they'll wait, right, in the open.
Well, I hope so, Maurice. I hope so. They won't start the final
at the same time, but it is a game 6. We don't have a resolution as yet, and we'll be waiting as they'll come back to the board in any moment. It's just 3 minutes you get as a break, and you play the next game. And this one has turned into a huge struggle. The winner goes to the finals to play against Ju Win-jun. What a comeback by Nepo,
Wow.
and what a way to do that echo rook takes
No,
knight.
that's incredible,
to
right?
finish
Like
the
rook
game.
takes knight on e6 in 2 games. Hang on, that's game 5, and we are getting ready for the game 6 to start, right?
Yes.
Well, Lagno will have the white pieces against Evgenij.
Oh, that's a great shot there, showing the 2 queens as 2 queens are facing off against each other now. And it's just a tremendous battle. Only 1 victory per player so far, yes?
Yeah, let me double check. So, Katerina Lagno, why was that much going? So she made a draw, won, then lost. Yeah, so won game 2 of this match and lost game 3 of this match. There she is, Katerina Lagno, 2 times World Blitz champion in the past, looking for the 3rd title.
And sitting by herself for the moment. She's put her jacket back on. Usually in Blitz, you want to have as
You want to
much
do the opposite,
free
right,
flow
right.
as possible. And at the moment, she has her jacket back on. Maybe a little cool in the room. I'm not sure. Great jacket, by the way.
Yeah.
Really stylish look for today's game. And let's see if she can move on. Whew, I got to tell you, the tension is just building with every single game. Knockouts are so exciting as her opponent is now sitting at the board, and this is the one game we get to follow. Who will play in the final? There goes the jacket. I told you, you know, that you don't need the jacket. You need free flow movement so you can play in the best way. No impediments whatsoever. It is Blitz after all.
Alrighty. So I found 2 versions of the PGN for this game, and at least let's hope that one of them is going to work.
All right, we are almost set to begin. You see the intensity on their faces. What is to come next? We don't know, but we know our champion will be crowned tonight. At some point, which one of these ladies will play for the title? And a little chatter going on right now. Maybe last minute instructions. Wait, are they being told to get up from the table?
What's happening?
What? I mean, that's the last thing you want to do. You're trying to play your game, and you're being told to stand. Some kind of distraction. As you see, even the fans are looking over.
Yeah. So she was. They were not told to get out because Lagno remains seated, but they apparently were informed about some sort of a delay. That would be my guess.
But everyone there looking over at whatever is transpiring on that side. And it's not like people are just looking away. We see Leonard headed over in the area as well.
Wow.
We don't need any additional kerfuffles. Yeah. It looks like I just saw Emil Sutovsky walk away from whatever is going over there. So he's clearly not anything probably so serious. Maybe we can find out.
There is nothing
we need to be told what's going on. Something is definitely transpiring in the playing hall that's got everyone distracted. And now actually a little smirk I saw on Lagno's face.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's happening? Like people moving.
I'd
like to have a bit more
exactly
information, right?
If we had Charlize or a camera on it, or what is causing this delay. You know, it happens all the time in sports. A fan might run on the field, for example, and they got to tackle them and pull them away. Something, though, has everyone. You see so many people are looking over in that area.
So I was told one of the spectators is especially noisy, and I don't know what happens then, but yeah, apparently it's not possible to continue playing, and they're trying to calm everybody down before continuing the match.
I'll tell you what happens. 4 or 5 burly security guards should walk over, but I mean, it's still going on. This is crazy. In a building like this one, there's definite security, and you can't have noise going on. So security is definitely involved and trying to remove
should be on the way, right? Should be on the way.
Just to add to the drama, let's get more drama than we need. We just want to be here for the chess, but it's being delayed, and it still has not been taken care of.
So that's game 6 we are talking about, and potentially there'll be more in the semifinals, right? Wow. So
I mean, this is crazy.
There'll be a long way. Also, I'm thinking, like, for those who made it via 3 games, Magnus Carlsen and Ju Win-Jun, it'll be a very long way for them. So you can lose a rhythm sometimes. Like, you know, the least thing you want to be doing, like, you play a very, very short time control, and then you have half an hour break. It's not very easy to come back to kind of a flow. So let's say the winner of this one will be relatively tired.
Yes.
Playing 6 games, 7 games. But also, Ju Win-Jun, there's a chance she kind of cools off a little bit. Like if it would be a 40 minutes break for her before coming back to play the final.
And I think they finally removed the offending fan out of the building, and these players now can focus and get back to business. She who wins goes to the final to face Ju Win-Jun. Handshake, and they are off. And we have a Sicilian.
Yeah, we have a Sicilian, and seems like Lagno is prepared for this particular line. At least, like, there was no surprise for Tseva. He quickly captured c6.
I mean, 2 grandmasters here showing their stuff, showing their knowledge, and fighting for survival.
It's a little bit of a surprising line. Can you really play like this? Like, just go a5, bishop a6? Isn't it?
She seems comfortable.
Yeah.
She trusts that she solved the problem of her bishop. And once again, if this is a draw, we're going on and on. I mean, the party.
Guess what? Game 7?
Game 7. Game 7 is a special game in sports. Best of 7 series.
All right.
Will this one go to a game 7?
But interestingly, we do not have best of 7 series. We have a series until somebody wins. After game 6, there can be game 7 as well.
Yes.
Game 8 and game 9 and so on and so on, until somebody wins.
That's what's special here. The argument would be, why didn't you just play Armageddon and get it over with?
Yep.
Well, Armageddon's exciting, but I don't think it's as exciting as watching 2 titans just duke it out. Somebody is going to win. They're not trying to draw these games.
Absolutely.
It makes no sense.
Right, so after c4, and c4, by the way, it's a very, very standard way of playing in this kind of structure. So d4 would look like a strong passed pawn if black would play d4, but in fact, white would have such a strong blockade. e5, yes, queen g4. It's a rare case where you can castle with black in such positions, because very typical would be that with queen g4, white provokes g6. Here, white does not have bishop h6 move. The knight is on d2, so you can castle short.
And she has not. She has played the move g6. It's one of those moves that in Blitz, where you play a move that gives the opponent pause, and you're really trying to get some time on the clock in addition to positional advantage. And when they stop for 15, 20 seconds, you say, good, I got you to pause. And now you want to be ready with a quick move. So because she sort of removed the flow from her opponent, black is pausing even longer on the very next move. And you can see that time edge is starting to accumulate. The last 2 moves, Lei Tianjie has slowed down dramatically. And what Lagno wants to do now is play a quick move, just a good quick move, which she has not done as yet.
Wow.
And the engine eval bar has shifted with a move like, what, bishop h6?
Bishop h6. Bishop h6 is a strong move. Well, and there must be a reason why Lagno is thinking, okay, she ended up defending the b2 pawn. Which
made a lot of sense, because bishop h6 is a straight sacrifice,
but yeah,
positional
queen b4
sacrifice.
now, or h5, queen b4.
I don't think she wants to push anything over there, but she's pushed. Now bishop h6 after a4.
Oh, well, a4 was played, but now bishop h6 is...
Guards those dark squares.
You get everything and also free, right?
And it's on the board.
It's on the
bishop
board.
to h6. And the only way to eject that bishop is to play the move bishop f8.
But then
you give all the dark squares away.
And also queen can substitute for the bishop. So you're not castling short in this game, that's I'm sure.
Queen b4. White already has a clamp with that bishop on h6. And now black looking for some play, which rook c1 says...
Rook c1 stops for now.
Don't touch that. And black's king in the middle of the board. What can she do? It does feel as though white's going to start rolling her up in a second with some attacking moves. Knight d4 could show up at any point.
That's one. You can go queen h3 and then you're threatening bishop g7.
Oh, I'm not liking
you can kind of sidestep the fourth rank pin. Queen h3 and then bishop g7 will be a very strong threat. I don't like it for black.
I am not liking this at all for black. And it's up to black now to see what she can do to create some kind of play. But it's
knight b6.
Knight b6, attacking, making a threat of some kind. But
a3. Oh, well, there is also a3, just like evicting this queen from the fourth rank, then exchanging on d5, opening the file for your own rook. The king is stuck in the center.
That's the narrative.
It's actually quite bad for black.
That's the narrative. The king on a horrible square. That queen stopping now to give pause. Again, wasting a lot of time on the clock. And now in a bad position, she's put her queen inside of white's camp.
Knight d4 wins, Maurice.
I mean,
knight to d4 just wins, straight up.
She must have thought that she had a threat. But what is she supposed to do now? She's hanging her c-pawn. This is over. This is over. The pawn's hanging. The queen is hanging for sure. She has no way back home. And queen d3 is met just simply by a rook move attacking the queen.
I think rook d2, well, tricky computer says rook e3 is even stronger. Rook e3, queen d2, rook h3. Defend the bishop, which defends the rook. But it's sophisticated. But I do not see what's the problem with just rook d2. You got to go queen e4. I trade. I take c6 pawn. Your king in your center. Pawn up. Resigns.
She's looking at the best way to play in this position. You pointed out the engine rook to e3. She's probably looking at it, but she's also thinking about your move, which is so much more human.
Yeah,
but she has thought for quite some time here, and she herself is down to 48 seconds and counting. She had a huge edge on the clock, and she's instead just
captures on c6 immediately.
C6, allowing knight takes on c4. You got to feel great for white here, no question about it, but
whoa,
that seems like it's a little bit more.
But then you can take e7 now. Look, I mean, take e7 and just grab all the dark squares in the position. Rook to e1.
I'm not feeling this at all, what's going on, because white kind of hesitated, and especially on the clock, and this one is starting to feel like
black
it's a
will
little
be
bit
back,
crazy.
right?
Bishop c5, maintaining the dark square bishop.
And black will be back to the game in no time.
Queen h4, again, at least the king is stuck in the middle of the board and now attacking the knight, so there's no queen e7 matey threats for you to worry about. And now the knight, what is the knight supposed to do?
Well, you just have to attack this queen once in a while. Rook c3, rook f3 wins again.
Bishop g7.
Bishop g7.
Ignoring the attack and going after
black
the
is
h7
winning.
pawn.
Let me tell you, black is winning right now after rook g8.
I told you, I wasn't trusting this at all. Rook g8, can't she just take the bishop and then take the knight?
h7 and rook takes and rook takes. Yes, you're absolutely right.
The whole game has turned. The whole game has turned, and black is the one for choice with an ultra-solid position. This check does nothing if you play bishop to f8. You must be doing extremely well here if you're black, and white is in trouble with only 13 seconds, but 7 seconds for black as she's starting to pick off pawns. We might see an all-Chinese final, although there's still a long way to go. 4 seconds left, rook down, and that's a mate threat. Rook takes
a mate threat.
On f1 is a mate threat. G3 trading off there, and another check. And
check on f3, but it doesn't end it. It doesn't end it, though. Wait.
So the knight can go in the position. No, knight d3.
Oh, well, knight
d3.
Good.
How do you defend?
Wait, it does end it.
That's it. Game over. What a comeback by Li Tingqie. She was dead busted, but her opponent couldn't figure out what to do. The two-time champion, former champ,
getting
Katerina
eliminated.
Lagno goes down, and we do have an all-Chinese final. What a finish. In Game
Wow.
6, no need for Game 7. A dejected Katerina Lagno. She had the game in her hands.
Well, and it's such a... Well, I cannot imagine what's going to happen to Lagno when she comes back to her room, checks those games. She was winning in the previous game, or, well, winning perhaps at the off stretch, but much better when he accepted the repetition. And then with White, she's getting a chance. He, in fact, gets absolutely winning position in multiple ways. That it's not like a sudden tactical chance. It was multiple occasions that she could just like play a couple of good moves and that'd be over. And she doesn't take it, and eventually she is getting eliminated.
Well, we have results. And those results, we know. That is the finals now, as we said. The Chinese players came in force. They didn't show up at the Olympiad, all these women. But they did show up here. And they said, let's go to New York under the bright lights of the city and go get some cash. And here you see them guaranteed to take home both first and second place, as you see the women's world champion, Zhu Wenjun, against her compatriot, Lei Tengxie. And they are indeed ready to duke it out in the finals here. And in the other finals, we have a former world championship matchup in classical. It's Jan Nepo, the erstwhile challenger, twice actually, playing against the former world champion Magnus Carlsen. They played it in Dubai. They duked it out. Magnus won there. But we are here in New York City. What will happen? Nobody knows.
Well,
we are here for the drama.
It's still weird when you
to
say
be sure.
ex-world champion or former world champion Magnus Carlsen, Maurice.
Well, he's the #1 player, obviously, still. And the way, by the way, the way he's played has been absolutely remarkable. He had that hiccup where he lost to Hans early. And since then...
Guess what happened? He won 5 in a row.
I mean, just beating people left and right, knocking them out. So Magnus in magnificent form. But Jan, he's looking pretty good. He's looking like he's got the trickery, at least. That game against Wesley he won with rookie 6, and then the next game with rookie 6. Definitely something to remember. So it's going to be exciting. Whatever happens now, we'll be trying to follow, again, both matches as much as possible. It is a 4-game match. How do you think the rest will factor, the rest in terms of the two players, the two who won so early and been waiting for a long time to play now?
That's what I was trying to tell. I'm not sure how... Yeah, Magnus will be fine. I think he's been in every single situation. Like with Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tengxie must be a bit tired, but also June didn't play a Blitz game. And Blitz game, we are talking 3+2 in like 50 minutes, which is a huge break.
All right. Well, we have a little bit of a break, but don't go anywhere because we have a very special guest with us. And it is one Neil deGrasse Tyson. If you don't know him, I don't know which rock you've been under. The famous astrophysicist, one of the greatest minds in the universe itself. And Neil, it is always a pleasure, my friend. Yes, indeed. I know you are a big fan of chess. I know you solve all kinds of mysteries of the universe, but you are a chess fan. You live near here, and you seem like you couldn't wait to come watch these games.
You're in my hood right now. I just want to make that clear. I'm a bigger fan than I have talent for chess. Okay, I'm a big fan of chess. I like what it represents, the fact that you can rise up from wherever you were in the world, and that the barrier of entry is very low, because it's a chess board and some chess pieces, and access to chess is now everywhere, online. You can always find someone to play with. And so I'm deeply moved by what role chess has played and can continue to play in this world, bringing people together.
Who are you rooting for in this? Do you have any favorites that you like?
You know, in the last Olympics, when what was the fellow's name who won the 400-meter hurdles from Norway? And then I thought, Does Norway, they're going to have the best chess player and the best 400-meter hurdler? That's not fair. Leave some for some other people to shine. But so, no, I don't have a favorite. I mean, it'd be fun to watch Magnus win, just because that's just the thing to feel. But it's also fun to watch people who you'd expect to win get toppled. And that adds more drama, a little more excitement to future matches.
We're all here for the drama, of course. I know you just came from a dramatic trip to Antarctica.
Yes, I landed from Antarctica 24 hours ago. I wanted to see more of this tournament. I only just got in, and so I'd never been to Antarctica. It's penguins and ice. That's
a little stuff.
It should be called Penguin Land, all right? That they should be renamed. And with all the photos I take, what you can't communicate through the photo is what penguin poop smells like. I'm just being honest with you here. They just live in it, and apparently when it gets some threshold, then they go in for a dip, and then they come out and they're clean for like another few hours. But no, I'd never been, and they call it the bottom of the world, but that's very northern centric. I just call it one of the polar axes of the world, to see icebergs larger than the ship I was in. Icebergs 15 stories tall, visible above the ice. And then the rest of, was 90% below the ice. So I was just struck by, that's the wrong word to use for icebergs, isn't it? I was impressed by just how big they are, how big they can get when big chunks of ice slide off of the Antarctic continent and just float. And of course, a little bit of that is climate change. There's more of that ice going to land in the ocean and raise sea levels. But that's a whole other conversation.
Well, I'm curious why an astrophysicist whose mind should be out in the universe somewhere in the stars decided that he wanted to take a trip. Is that going to be a part of one of your next series?
Earth is still a planet. And part of what it is to explore other planets is to learn, did something bad happen there? Mars once had water running on its surface, and now its atmosphere is almost completely carbon dioxide. Mars has polar ice caps that grow and shrink with the seasons. You can learn a lot by studying other planets, and then you look back to Earth and see, did I gain insight into what we're doing here on Earth based on what I see happen elsewhere in the solar system?
Oh, fascinating stuff. I know your son is the gamer, the chess player in the family.
A quick funny story. He was like 8 when he first beat me in chess, and when he got a little older, he was he was pretty good in elementary school and very good in elementary school and middle school. And at the chess fairs, there's a merchant floor where they sell books and this. And there was a book called How to Beat Your Dad at Chess. And he says, I don't need that. I already beat him at chess. So it was kind of fun and embarrassing for me that book was of no use to him. But I enjoy the game. I enjoy the fact that if you get beat, you get beat. Go home and get better and then come back. There's something pure about that. And I've always valued contest where that was the case. I used to wrestle. If you get beat, you get beat. Go home.
That's right.
And then come back. So I think it transcends team sports in the sense that in a team, if you lose, you can blame somebody. Oh, you didn't catch it. I sent it to you. How come you were having a bad day? Whatever. One-on-one, there's nothing like it. And I can speak, not to overstretch this analog, but as a scientist, we collaborate all the time internationally, almost no matter what's going on geopolitically. There's some threshold, but basically, in terms of who gets along in the world, I would say scientists with each other and chess players with each other. I don't know anybody else.
I don't know. You haven't been hanging out enough chess players.
Oh, is that right?
Definitely some rivalries in the chess world that we know about.
Okay, it has the potential to bring peace to the lands.
Let's use that, especially as the new year is
Yes.
about to come. Well, we really appreciate your visit with us as your son as well. We thankful.
Yeah, so it's Travis Tyson. Yeah, he loved chess in his day, but then he found other things. But yeah.
Indeed. Well, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. Thank
All right.
you
Thanks,
so
Maurice.
much for joining us,
Again.
providing all those insights.
Thank you.
Neil
Good.
deGrasse Tyson,
Oh,
one of the most famous scientists in the world, again, a wonderful raconteur, as you can tell. Pick up his books. He's got all kinds of them, and watch his TV shows. Thank you so much for joining us. And we will go on break, and we'll be back in just a short minute for the finals. You don't want to go anywhere, as we will shortly return.
The Manhattan Chess Club, rival to the Marshall Chess Club, was housed in 18 different locations, and here at 100 Central Park was one of them. Many top players frequented the club, including Capablanca, who unfortunately in 1942 suffered a stroke and passed away at the age of 52, where he was analyzing a game when this happened. Then, 1955, a young Bobby Fischer also joined the club, and this was just his humble beginning of becoming the great player we knew him to be. The club does not exist anymore, but it produced many great players and many great memories. Close to the Washington Square, where you will find the hustlers' hunting ground in chess, there is the Marshall Chess Club. Established in 1915 by Frank Marshall, this has been the epicenter of US chess for over a century, with many top players from Capablanca to Magnus Carlsen visiting the club. The club, which has been here since it first opened its doors in 1915, spans 2 floors and is most definitely the place to be if you want to play chess in New York City. Just look at these beautiful views. Behind me you will see the Brooklyn Bridge, which leads to 560 Lincoln Place, the house of Bobby Fischer. In 1950, Regina Fischer moved her whole family to a modest 2-bedroom apartment, and it was here where Fischer would spend countless hours alone with the chessboard. His mother might have been a little bit concerned about all this time Fischer spent with his chessboard, but history has proven that this created a genius. Imagine tall and towering sculptures of rooks and knights adorning a beautiful chess hall. This was the scene at the Alamac Hotel here behind me, which hosted the New York International Chess Tournament starting in 1924, with some of the world's strongest players at the time, from Capablanca to Alekhine and Lasker, playing, and beautiful ideas coming from this tournament. This is really one of those spots in New York where the culture of chess was vibrating and amazing, and you can get many of these throughout the city, as chess is really woven into the fabric of New York.
And we are back for the finals of the World Blitz Championship, the last matches of the year as we are about to hail in 2025. But we've got some titles to bestow, and it is some juicy pairings indeed. First of all, in the open section, we have a former World Championship matchup between one Magnus Carlsen and his former challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Magnus got here after an early loss to Hans Neeman, but since then he has been on fire, winning 5 games in a row. To hit here, you see how he defeated Duda 3-0. Jan Nepomniachtchi, on the other hand, was not as clear. Well, he did do damage against his countryman Volodar Murzin, but against Wesley So, he had a hiccup losing a game and had to come back with 2 moves, similar moves, finishing off his opponent, a rook sack for a knight on the e6 square, and it took him to go to 5 games to be now competing against Magnus. In the other matchup, we have 2 Chinese superstars, the women's world champion Zhu Wenjun, who has been on an absolute tear, as you can see there. She's not needed more than 3 games to get to these finals in either one of her matches. On the other hand, her countryman Li Tingqie, she needed to go to 4, and then she had to take 6 games actually before she finally won that match. We're going to now jump down to the floor with our colleague Charlize Fansale.
We are live in the playing hall where the finals are about to kick off. Nerves are running high, tension is palpable. But on this side of the rope, we have a lot of excitement in the air, with hundreds of fans choosing to spend their final day of the year watching chess. One especially eager fan over here has a really good chessboard that he wants to show us. So you've got so many signatures here. Can you name a few of the players that have signed your really cool chessboard?
So this is Hikaru. I have Hikaru's. I believe that's Canary Humpu. I think the Hans Neeman.
Hans question mark.
Shakriar.
Okay.
And Caruana.
You said that this chessboard has been traveling the world with you. You watched the candidates and now you're at the Blitz. Which tournaments have you enjoyed watching more?
I guess this one, because it's like closer to the board's candidates. It was like a balcony at the top. But yeah.
Well, I hope you enjoyed, and I hope we can add a few more signatures to this already super full board. Of course, players have just started playing. Tensions are high, anything can happen. It's really make or break. Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast to not miss any of the action.
All right, the players did start playing. Cute kid there said he traveled all the way to the candidates to play, to watch, and he likes this view. I'm sure all of us do, as it's Magnus versus Nepo. And
that's Rosalimo Sicilian from Nepo, and I do have the, well, you do have it too. Yeah, the PGN started to update.
And let's take a look at the women as they have also begun. So we're going to try to do some split screen action as we've done before, show both boards as we can. And this one is underway. We're still just in the opening, so we're not really missing anything just yet. But we see the ladies on the left and on the right as well. So this is the board, and they have started their games. This game is pretty sharp already, as you see the bishop d6 move. And it is Zhu Wenjun with the black pieces. Let's just be clear on that in this game. And they have known each other for quite some time, obviously, but rivals in their home country.
But guess who knows each other for possibly longer time? Nepo and Carlsen. Their first game, I believe, was won by Nepo when they were playing under some, like under 12 tournament, you know.
All right, so both matches indeed sharp.
This one's getting a bit simplified, though. That's getting a bit simplified. Let's watch Magnus Nepo, or Nepo Magnus, should I say?
Well, we should be able to watch both. I mean, there's no reason.
Okay.
We have the tech to watch both. This one here is already actually a little bit simplified as well, but this position between the two of them. Although I have to say, White's structure has been slightly compromised, but he is hitting a pawn.
He wants to go d4, right?
And
he
he wants to take a free
e5.
pawn.
Yeah.
The first thing. Like, you better go defend that guy, it says Nepo. And now maybe he might play, but now his knight's headed to c4. He has played knight
he went
to
knight
d2.
Once they go to
and
c4.
He wants to go to c4 and challenge the pawn sitting on e5. Although this knight on h5, you got to watch. It might end up on f4 at any moment.
Right. So what to do for Magnus Carlsen? Bishop g4 could be one of the ways, well, to stop knight c4 at least for now. Right. And then if you're forced to trade, you're forced to trade. It's not a lot you can do. Yeah. Bishop g4.
That queen on c5 does leave a nice impression.
Absolutely. It also keeps an eye on a7, so it's not that easy for you to move the a8 rook.
So h3 and captures played, and then knight f4.
King h2 needs to defend the h3 pawn.
Did I just see b6 get played by Magnus?
Can this be real? Yeah, b6. Just like that. ab6, ab6.
And his point is, if you take, he's going to put his rook on b8 and then pick off your pawn on b2.
But wait, but what happens if, yes, rook a8, and now if you take with the rook, e5 pawn is dropping.
So he had to take the queen.
He captured the queen, rook, check, king g7.
What
so
an
it's
assessment by Magnus. Is this okay for black?
So queen against two rooks, but queen and knight are notoriously good at kind of complementing each other and, you know, attacking the king. I'm not sure if it's, I mean, what to take of it for this position.
Normally, you would like to have the two rooks, especially since knight takes e5.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure, like, how do you reply to queen g5? I guess knight g4. Ah, well, g3 is possible.
Yeah,
Never mind me.
G3.
Never mind me. So knight e5.
He did not play.
He did not play. He did not play.
Well, he is still eyeballing the pawn, and you can't defend it.
So defend this, defend d3.
Why can't you take this pawn now?
Can you take e5? Yes, you can. But then white, well, black has a sneaky knight e6 move, but the knight is pinned, and you'll have to go f4 in order not to lose it. Well, and Nepo's done, went knight e1, and I don't think we like knight e1 necessarily.
Well, you don't want to bring your knight back, but now Magnus has decided to play the move c4, and as you mentioned, the queen
d2.
so well coordinated, is now come into the position and threaten the b pawn, and the b pawn is now
King
off
G1,
the board.
Queen takes, and I don't think white can ever kind of establish enough coordination to kick this knight away from f4, and that means black should be okay.
Okay, the rook is coming
rook
back.
to c8. Okay, he's trying to
come back
to collect this pawn, I'm guessing.
Put some pressure. The two rooks could be problematic. I just feel if the queen doesn't do anything, sooner or later, it's possible for the rooks to coordinate themselves. You really have to pay attention.
Queen b4, the c4 pawn's attacked.
Can it be defended?
Not really. Knight f3, knight back to f3.
Attacking his own pawn, ready to take on e5. And
Magnus was about to capture.
He has captured.
He has, and
a threat. A threat of knight takes e5, followed by taking on f7, and also knight g5, and that f7 pawn. This is when you have extra pieces, the value of it. Now, white trying to get a little something, even if this position's equal, it is the sort of position you could make a mistake with the black pieces and then suddenly find yourself in deep trouble. What to do here? Because all white needs is to put the other rook on the 7th rank at some point.
Yeah, of course. That'd be a
now
disaster.
check,
Okay,
met
check.
by rook
Rook
e1.
back to e1 and queen to c3, keeping an eye on the rook, defending the pawn. So this way you do not allow knight g5.
But also threatening knight takes h3 check.
Oh, well, knight h3 is a little sneaky threat. Yes,
Yes.
rook e3, silent draw, because you can go with the check, rook e1, queen c3 repetition.
Magnus eyeballing the clock there as his time is ticking down as well. The other game, by the way, has just been even Steven throughout. Magnus not repeating.
Queen b2 now, no repetition for you, dear sir. Let's continue. Well, he believes in the power of the queen.
But you've got to wonder what's up with knight g5, and it's been played.
Well, but after a check and queen f1, how do you guard g2?
You've got to play rook g3.
And then knight e2.
And then knight e2.
And he's going for it. Yeah,
no.
it's a check here.
Oh,
and
man.
Magnus's magic once again. Queen to f1. And he surrenders f7 with the check, but he will be the one faster attacking the white king. Because
Yes.
queen g2 is a terrible, terrible threat. And after rook g3, guess what? Knight e2, queen g1.
How does he defend? He took.
The answer is he doesn't. He has to capture on f4, after which black is winning.
Black is definitely now in the driver's seat. That c-pawn is way too strong to be trying to prevent. Somehow, how does he even coordinate these pieces? The only luck he might pull off is, and I was about to say, trying to get that f-pawn, but knight e6 is met by g5.
That's a good, good thing. Yeah, well, you know, there is a chance. Like, if you sacrifice the knight for the c-pawn somehow, and also manage to grab one of the pawns, it's a lot of ifs, but
that's a lot of
you
ifs.
You can play for the fortress. Knight d8, it's a funny move, of course. Queen d5, knight to b7. Magnus collects the e5 pawn.
This is not surviving.
And also the free-enchanted knight on b7 can be
4
trapped
seconds, 3
any
seconds,
moment.
down to no time.
King to g1.
This is completely winning for Magnus. It's going to be his 6th in a row.
Howell just moves the c-pawn, and it's hard to stop.
The other game was a draw, by the way, by the women drawing their matchup. And any moment now, Magnus is going to figure out how to win, and he's figured it out.
f3 check, king drops back, but then you have a check followed by queen f2. So kind of opening the position even further. Oh, wait a second, you can give a check and take on g2, which he did not do, but still seems completely winning.
How do you hide your knight? Your knight looks like it's going to drop somehow.
Queen f1,
nice.
Once
That's
again, the
end.
same motif. Queen f1, tackling g2 as well as h2. And then he needs to find a way to approach either the rook or the knight. 7 seconds though.
Yeah, don't get
Gotta
mated.
be fast. Gotta be fast. King to d6 allows knight e4, something you do not want to do necessarily.
That's it. That's it.
He's crawling over the 8th rank.
Checks.
Knight e6, king c8.
And very close there. And now, again, 2 seconds.
King b8, and there's still no way.
And he has resigned. Magnus rolling 6
in a row, man. 6 in a row
with
from
the
Magnus
black
Carlsen.
pieces, that one, by the way.
That's a statement.
He loves this format, and he is looking to once again prove that he is dominant in Blitz. No question about it, that game. The other game actually was always small margins, nothing significant as the ladies played to a draw.
Very, very solid, almost flawless game for both sides. Ended in a draw, and we are waiting for game 2 of the finals to start.
Do we have a graphic of the last champions at World Blitz?
I think we have to.
Do we have that graphic? If we could ever pull up that graphic at some point to show who the champions have been, and here it is.
I mean, you would think this graphic is messed up because a lot of the same face, right? But in fact, it's 6 times world champion in Blitz. Magnus Carlsen goes for his 7th and 3rd consecutive title.
Let me tell you, the Chicago Bulls in the 90s won 3 in a row, and then Jordan retired, came back, and they won 3 more in a row. Magnus is trying to pull one of those acts right now as he won 3 in a row after winning early in Dubai in 2014, then retired, so to speak. He did not really retire in Warsaw. Maxim Vasilograf did win. But if you could do a three-peat twice,
yeah.
By the way,
that's
6
something.
in 7 years?
6 in 7 years.
I think we'll all know who the best Blitz player on the planet
right.
is, without any question, as you look at this one. And he's looking very much like he's going to storm New York City again, as he did win a world championship title here, defended his world championship title as well. He's looking amazing. Great form. Well, we're about to start game 2, and Nepo lost with white. That's the part 2 where you feel a little bit strange because your opponent just beat you with you having the serve. And the other game, as we said, it didn't really have that much content. We'll try to keep our eye on that game as well, of course, as it's going to get more and more tense. So we'll try to put two positions up at the same time.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the PGNs for the both games, like open and women's final. Yeah, well, I found some version of it. Magnus Carlsen, game 2 with the white pieces against Nepo.
Obviously, if Magnus wins this one, this match is over. I mean, there ain't going to be any comeback if he wins this game.
Never say never, as they say, because there's been an instance, well, not with Magnus, but Peter Swidler leading against Karyakin in the World Championship final, World Cup final. That was it, yeah. Okay. Anyway.
I'm going to say that doesn't mean anything. Because if
Wow.
Magnus wins this next game, it will be brutal for Nepo to try to come back after being. Look at his face.
Look at
his face now.
Look at Nepo.
Jeez, I played so well. I was dominant at some point, and now I play this guy again, and he just schools me. I mean, that is clearly no fun when Magnus just insists, I'm better than you, dude. That's it. I'm just better than you, and I'm looking to win.
So there was
title
6 in a row for Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, and their handshake is off, and they have begun. Let's take also a look at the ladies and make sure, as we see an Alpin land on this screen.
Alpin is a bit of a surprise, though, isn't it?
And there the ladies are off as well. And we'll try to get a split screen for everyone so we can watch both at the same time in the PGNs anyway. And
well, the ladies repeat the same Queen's Gambit, okay, more or less the same Queen's Gambit with colors reversed. So, okay, this time with the Knight G2 E2, which once upon a time was considered to be like very promising for white, but apparently now black found the way to neutralize white's potential plan of F3, E4, and so on. Anyway, it's a very rich position. Don't be fooled that it's quiet for now.
Well, Knight E4, an explosive move.
Oh, wow.
To just try to break up the narrative in the position, as you see there, because if you have to trade something. Pieces are coming off.
If you take on E4 with the bishop, black might as well consider capturing the bishop on H4, kind of getting. And that's what Ju and June is going for. Takes, black captures the bishop on H4. And she dropped the bishop back to D3, I'm guessing.
By the way, we need to see Magnus's position because Magnus, the pawn structure has shifted somewhat, and we do have this so-called hanging pawns in their game. So if we can see those two positions, right at the bottom of your screen is Magnus's game with Nepo, and you see the hanging pawns, as we call them, the two pawns sitting on C3 and D4. They are not protected by pawns next to them. That is why they're called hanging pawns.
But they'll start to advance, Maurice, right? They'll start to advance. And there is a thing with hanging pawns. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I remember reading this old Soviet books, and they gave examples of hanging pawns being good, hanging pawns being bad. But those hanging pawns being bad were really bad examples. In fact, if you get C4, D5, it's almost always good for white. So Nepo has to be very careful not to fall apart completely in this match.
All right, those two pawns in the middle, they want to expand, or as Nimzovich used to call it, the lust to expand, C4 and also D5. At the moment, no, not necessary. Knight G5 on the board, threatening mate in 2.
Yeah, H7 is under attack, and there is no comfortable way of reacting to it.
Right, a queen all the way on B1, threatening H7. He had to kill it. That knight had to die, and then he brought his knight back to E7, and now there goes the pawns. This is what we're talking about. By the way, a minority attack on the top board with the ladies has netted at least a slightly weak C6 pawn, but right now it's well defended. And in the meantime, Nepo has to find counterplay in this game as Magnus has space and the two bishops.
Well, drops the queen on A5, and yeah, somehow Magnus needs to address the threat to the G5 pawn.
Right, the queen attacking all the way across the board along that rank, hitting the pawn on G5, and Magnus pausing. First time I've seen this view.
Wow, we did have camera here?
Yeah, and Magnus, this is the roving camera, seeing them from above, and now back down to player level with Magnus trying to figure out exactly what move to play. And he's given a massive pause. He was ahead on the clock, so he was able to stop and think for a while. And as soon as he equalized in the time against Nepo, did you see that?
Yeah.
Said, okay, it's time for me to move, make a decision.
Don't fall behind,
on the
don't
clock.
fall behind. Bishop f4, so now Bishop a4. Yeah, well, Nepo plays those disturbing moves, but in fact, disturbing move also might help white because well, Queen f5, clever played.
Attacking the bishop, bishop dropping back.
And yeah, and then
and now bishop back to c6.
Bishop to c6, well, potentially wants to go bishop e4.
The difference in the positions is really the bishops, the dark squared bishop, and that knight, and what did he play?
Rook a3, offering a queen straight and also attacking a7. So bishop e4, Magnus, I believe he would love to trade the queens at this very moment.
Queen to b2, and now the a7 pawn is under threat. Also, is there something happening in the middle of the board?
Hang on a second. Isn't f3 a threat? f3 bishop moves, bishop d3 traps
yes,
the queen.
The queen is about to be trapped. Nepo is in big trouble, and he shows it on his face. f3 played, and he's shaking his head. He missed it completely. His queen is about to drop.
Have you seen this?
Look at this. You can see it on his face. He cannot move the bishop away because if he goes away, bishop d3 wins his queen. That is going to cost him the game. And look, he's making all kinds of faces.
It's not even like Maurice himself. He's looking at Magnus and saying, you're going to beat me again? Really?
Just
stop.
Missed it completely.
Stop. Please stop.
He just missed that move, and Magnus looking to win 7 in a row as the bishop simply cannot move off the diagonal because of bishop to d3. His queen, that seemed like it was doing some kind of active play, it was trapped in the position, and he had to sacrifice
come on,
a
that's
piece.
over. That's over. 7 in a row for his 7th title of Blitz champion.
Well, the game's not over yet. Nepo will try to mix this up, but we can almost book it as you just dropped a piece, did Nepo, and he's desperate to
Queen
maybe
c2, as cynical as it gets, to just trade the queens. Well, knight h4. Did he blunt the knight h4 though?
Who blundered knight h4?
Magnus, because now d4 pawn. I mean,
that is
come
not
on.
a blunder,
It's kind of a silly to analyze the position where one side is up a piece, but
yeah, he's not losing anything. You start taking everything off the board, he's going to be up a piece at the very end anyway. Although he doesn't want to lose both those pawns in the center, but
of course.
Hey.
Oh, well, so he just decided to go d5, and then, yeah, the bishop is exchanged. But then, if you capture on d5, he will take back with. Oh well.
There's a back rank.
And he will play bishop g4.
Issue,
you can't really take
even touch that pawn. Takes, and we see the other game again. Another draw.
Yeah.
Afoot. In that game, but here Magnus extra piece,
let's
dominant.
Let's just show this one. I'm guessing because the other game.
This is over. We could keep the boards together. We see 2 positions there anyway, and so that's it. Resignation, dominant play. He just stole the queen from him. Magnus now up 2-0, and Nepo just feeling like a hammer landed on his head and his face, making all kinds of gyrations there. And let's go to the ladies. Did they draw as yet? Or to finish, as Magnus is just resetting the pieces, saying, I got this one done. We can just see their board only as we can remove the Magnus victory from the screen, but they are now blitzing down, and we need to see their clock times as well.
Do you believe there's a chance you can win with white? I'm not even sure. But
white, I can guarantee you that she's going to try at least. She's the one with the superior pawn structure, but it ain't much here. How you would win this position?
Hang on a second. H7, by the way, there is knight f5, and I don't think you can trade. And if you move the knight, then like h4, h5 can happen.
And she has played it. She spotted that resource, and whoa,
knight
okay,
g2.
Your knight is.
Isn't it like in trouble?
I mean, the knight not quite. Wait.
Well, it's running away, but would she play king d3? I believe this knight was trapped.
Funny situation right now.
So after knight g2, yeah, okay. Anyway, back to live position. King g3. If black gets to exchange the h-pawn, though, go h5, that's probably... still not the end. You're supposed to take on h5, I'm guessing. Then one of your pawns holds 2. No.
Well, move. Okay.
King h4 was like...
They're liquidating more so. This is just a titanic battle, as we said. Very hard to imagine how you win this game, but there's still always tricks in chess.
There's still potential.
Check. 9 seconds.
9 seconds. Yeah, well, not to lose at time would be a good
Oh, that
start.
would be terrible. Can't imagine, though, how she manages. And now the king back.
G7. No. It must be a draw.
It is definitely a draw. But we saw draws and when the person lost on time while making a draw, and it's not what you want. And now I think we might see a repetition. Nope. Still,
no repetition.
Still not.
Like, it seems like none of them wants this draw. Can this be right?
Play the game. She looks a little nervous, by the way, does the world champion. And now, wait a second. Okay. Trying to go up a little bit and now repeating. And no repetition.
No repetition.
They're still playing for the victory. And here comes the H-pawn, but it's not going anywhere.
It's also like impossible to make any kind of progress, it would seem.
This is the thing about Blitz. In a classical game, they would have stopped already. But this is Blitz, and nobody's doing you any favors. Wait a second.
Yeah,
there goes one pawn. And we're very close now to the draw.
G6.
We can probably see king takes on h4, and now we will get the draw as both sides will simply equalize. And that is that. Playing to king against king, titanic fighters indeed. And 2 draws. Nobody has won a game yet, but the exact opposite over in the other match as Magnus looks absolutely magnificent, just dominating the entire competition. After losing to Hans, he has looked like a runaway train.
Absolutely. Well, 7 out of 7 on his path to become 7 times World Blitz champion.
Did you see a smile there? Friendly smile from the two of them. They're walking together. These are opponents.
Rivals. Huh?
They're playing for the World Championship, and they're acting like sisters.
Yeah, that was a nice look.
I mean, one of them they know is going to win it.
Yeah,
you can't.
You can't
say,
do a lot, right?
Split the title. They know that's not going to happen.
You can't
so
do
they're
a
just
lot about it.
play, and I think whoever wins is probably going to. Whoever loses is probably going to congratulate the winner and say, okay, you got me today. They already made it to the finals, this first and second for the two of them, so that's not a worry. But did look funny, though, watching the two of them smile. Meantime, Magnus and Nepo, there will be no smiles.
There will be no smiles, and Magnus is asking something. How long do I have until next game?
Not much, buddy. It's 3 minutes after every. So he's got just a little time. And a draw will clinch the World Championship title. Of course, a win will do the same. And Magnus, you know his personality.
Absolutely.
He's thinking, win this one too. I just won 7 in a row.
Yeah.
Why not 8? And by the way, we mentioned Fabi won 7 in a row.
So
when
do
he
we
played
take
yesterday.
Fabi? Do we
If he
take
can
Fabi?
get 8 in a row and say, yeah, and he'll point that out, by the way.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Exactly. Exactly. And Julian comes back to the board, also smiles still on
they're
her
both
face.
smiling. It's incredible. They keep playing these cards, but they keep making draws, fighting draws. Well, 4 draws, in fact. But they behave like friends.
It's like some
Playing
inside
a
joke
friendly
between
match.
the two of them.
Yeah.
Look at this. She's still smiling. Like, she's having a good time. What better thing to be doing than playing the finals in New York City? I mean, come on. You can't beat that. They came to conquer, and they did.
Right.
Like you said, the Chinese contingency, the women came in force to dominate here, and they're doing it.
Yeah, man, but imagine, like, let's assume this match is over, Magnus wins, right? Nepo made the most money in this tournament.
He
and
sure did.
man, he will be unhappy.
And
I mean, the way it works is amazing, right? I mean,
You're
before
right.
the tournament, you say, you get 2 second places. I'm for it. Give it to me,
I
right?
don't know, though, that he made the most. Is that true?
Well, he tied for the second.
What is he taking home for this one? Is it 60 or 70?
I think, wait, Blitz was 60 for the first, 40 for the second.
Oh,
Yeah, it could be, yeah, we can discuss that. But, I mean, he made more than first prize in this tournament.
He's taking home a chunk of change. If we could see the prize just before we start, just to see. He's taking home 70 for second.
70 for second.
But he tied for the next position with Grishchuk.
Were those identical? I mean, anyway, over 100K, and he's unhappy.
He will walk out for sure. He's getting at least 70 and another, what is that, 110, 55K.
Yeah.
You might be right by a little bit because Murzin is taking home 110 grand for his.
Anyway, Murzin is happy.
Murzin
he's a World Rapid champion, and Nepo might be unhappy, especially if he loses this game 3 in a row, like getting absolutely swooped by Magnus Carlsen. Bishop, yeah.
Again, all Magnus needs is a draw, but we know his personality will trend towards trying to win this game, and
he wouldn't reject a draw though if it's offered. I don't think.
You think if Nepo offers a draw now?
Right now, no, he takes it. He takes it. I believe Magnus takes it anytime. Well, not anytime. If he's winning, like if you get a lost position and then ask for a kind of beg for a draw, this is where you get now.
I'm curious. I'd like to see that actually.
Yeah.
Because I've seen Magnus in this 2013 Sinkfield Cup. A draw won him the tournament against Levon Aronian, and Levon offered him a draw, and he said no, even though he was down upon, only with compensation. He turned down the draw and won the tournament anyway because, and by the way, a loss would have forced a tie with Hikaru Nakamura. If Hikaru won, I think Hikaru did win that game against Kamsky in that tournament. But Yasser Sirwan and I were stunned, and we talk about it to this day, that Magnus turned down a draw that would have won him the tournament flat out clean. So I'm not sure about what you just said. I've seen him do otherwise, and I can tell you, if he could rub it in everybody's face and win this in style 8 in a row, he likes the poetry of that.
Yeah, but I'd say you have more control over the classical game, right? Like here, you can accidentally blunder, and all of a sudden the match you had in your pocket, it turns into you leading by 1 game only.
You think Magnus?
It really depends. Really depends.
Of course, we mortals worry about that. I'm not sure of Magnus, but you're right. Naturally, you should take the draw, but I get the feeling Magnus right now is, well, the reality is Nepo's got to win. So there ain't gonna be no draw off.
We should not really discuss the things. Yeah.
Nepo's trying
Nepo
to win
knows
this game
he has
more
to
than
win.
anything. And now Bishop F5 challenging the E4 square and also the Bishop on D3.
But also kind of asking for E4, right?
Yep.
Or even Bishop exchange and then E4 and D5. Well, White can get some space.
Delicate moment indeed. Let's get the position on both boards if we can, as the ladies are sprinting as well. We did see a trade there, and critical in the other matchup. This one we think Magnus has such a big lead that it's very likely he'll just win out by win the match by just drawing. But the other one, we don't want to miss the ladies whom a single win could decide the entire match. So we want to make sure we take a look at that and keep our eye on them playing as well. Meantime, a challenging situation for Nepo. And what do we have at the bottom? The top board is actually Nepo playing against Magnus, and the bottom board are the ladies playing at the moment, and it is
Jun with black against Lia Qingjie, and yeah, it's a bit relieving not to see another Carlsbad.
Yes, they left the Carlsbad territory behind, and just sharp play on their board, Bishop E5, Bishop to D5.
Knight on D5 for Nepo. So Magnus' structure is a little bit better, but this is a one very strong Knight on D5, some potential threats. Rook
headed to, some sharp places. Rook potentially put some pressure over there, although the queen seems well poised. I'm not feeling the rook on A1 at the moment. I think that needs to work. But the knight on D5 is very impressive. And the rook is now on G3, saying, don't move your queen away. I'll play Bishop H6. And Magnus says, all right.
Bishop F8.
Defend.
All right.
Now, the next stop, I think, is to attack the knight somehow on d5.
You could go here, or c6, e7, which feels a bit passive. And actually, if you get it to e7, white might as well consider going c4, right? But this knight has to go for black to have a good position.
And rook to b1, as I said, that rook was a little disturbing. If you couldn't get it in the game, that would be a challenge. But now it is indeed.
There's a move f5 Magnus found, and computer really likes it and says, guess what? Black is better after f5. So it was a sudden chance. Magnus paused for a moment, and he found it.
That knight all dressed up and nowhere to go on the d5 square. And we have it now. Magnus does not play for a draw when he needs a draw. He keeps playing the position on the board. And this move, very instructive, saying, excuse me, what's your deal with your knight on d5? I got all my pieces ready. You still have your bishop sitting on c1. Every last one of my pieces is developed, and now here I come with the move f5, and he had to move his queen away.
Queen to f1, f takes e4, and knight to c7.
What? That?
Yeah, but you have like queen a6, queen a2. You have queen a2, so rook b1 was an unlucky move then.
But hold on. What's the deal?
That's a mess.
He's taking, so he will get the a pawn. So rook b2. Wait, but there's also bishop h6.
Bishop h6.
Wild.
That's absolutely wild
calculation
position. And
here.
in a way, that's what Nepo wants it.
Is it crazy, this position? Is it clear that Magnus is...
Bishop h6. Anyway, computer gives slight edge to black, which means absolutely nothing.
There's sudden chaos that Magnus probably did not want to have happen on the board because he just didn't. He wanted to keep things solid. But now his pawn on h6 has been captured, and Nepo has just a little bit of a chance, hoping that Magnus messes around. And he's
queen
like,
a4.
Doesn't even care about that side of the board.
And he's kind of done messed around, and Nepo misses it because rook a1 would have won, knight e8, queen d8. Now, still, it's much better for white.
White has taken over the game, and knight c4.
Nepo, he's absolutely, well...
a6.
Rook a6, queen h5. No. He's absolutely crushing now.
Wait, what's rook g4?
Rook g4 to stop rook d1. Stop rook d1.
Nicely done. And the very secure rook.
Magnus is busted.
Magnus is suddenly busted. A comeback is afoot as Nepo has a chance. Queen to f5. And Nepo knows it as he looks at his clock. Big chance here. Save the bishop with bishop e3. Rook back to d3. Now, how do you win? Pinning the bishop.
Well, the last rank. Now, come on. It's like... Just keep making moves, I guess. Bishop c5 is a threat.
Bishop c5 is indeed a threat. Bishop h6 and take on g7 will also be a threat in a moment. So that
Magnus has to eliminate this bishop and capture the pawn on c3. But then the moment the rook from g4 joins the game,
but how does
it's
it do
over.
With rook g3? He really wants his queen
to
somehow get in the battle.
Rook g3, king h2, take b5, or just go queen b5 if the pawn moved.
b4 has been played. So
yeah,
just
king h2.
Anything. King h2. And 14 seconds to 20 seconds.
King h7, but your h6 pawn is missing, Magnus, the one that you have sacrificed.
Okay, queen back to e1, but he's still got work to do. Now the bishop.
Bishop e7.
E7, now the bishop on a much stronger square. And it's not so easy for white.
Well, the b pawn's going to be lost, though, man. The b pawn's going to be lost.
Well, let's see what happens. Magnus now under his opponent with only 8 seconds left. Nepo knows
gotta
he's got
move.
it, and Magnus has to move.
Move.
He can't. 4 seconds, 3, 2.
King
he finally
h6.
moves. His king marching up the board. And the pawn is gone from the board indeed. And now the second pawn about to drop. And there it goes.
Whoa.
And Nepo with 12 seconds to Magnus's 3 seconds. And Magnus down on the clock, hoping against hope that Nepo doesn't find a way to win this.
Rook goes. Was there like e4 bishop? Never mind. Very solid play.
Now stopping anything there, and now he's just up 2 exchanges and a pawn, and he knows he is winning this position. Here come the rooks swooping down.
Both
How do
rooks
you
joining
win?
the game. Well,
rook c6 looks good, no?
Yeah, you give a check. Or rook g4 is fine. Yes, capture here.
Same thing. And this is completely winning, offering a trade.
6.
Nepo plays right. He has come back.
Whoa.
Bishop.
That is...
What is this check? And now bishop
check and
back.
bishop d4.
And that's a check, forcing him to the back rank. Jan Nepomniachtchi with the comeback. Incredible win when Magnus needed to just get a draw. Wow. Give him credit there. And Magnus is disgusting.
That's incredible.
Look at his face. He's befuddled, in fact. Let's go to the other game where we now have a knight versus 2 pawns. These two are just battling right now. I mean,
man,
the knight's not going to win the game.
It can once again be a draw, and what it will be is a very long game, right?
Not clear to me how long. Yes, you might be right.
Those pawns are falling off.
Those pawns will drop, and then we're going to see knight and rook.
Knight and rook versus rook.
Oh, boy.
In a way, I feel lucky that we have, one more game of Carlsen Nepomniachtchi, but also it was too soon to call that one over.
Indeed. Magnus seems so confident, but he let chaos reign on that board. And
king b5, king c2, okay.
Check.
Yeah, I guess maybe the pawns are not falling off after all.
Nope.
White can't make progress, it seems.
Don't play king
don't
b3,
don't go the third rank. King b3 is also not very clever. Same checkmate. Okay, the pawns are going. Yes, the a pawn is gone.
Indeed.
Rook takes, and rook c5 you have.
No, you have this rook, yes.
Yeah, rook c5, then the king's going to go capture b4.
Here she bringing up her king.
Well, it's not for long, right?
But it's the thing about it is it doesn't even matter. It's still a draw.
Yeah,
exactly. And we're going to see 50 moves get played.
In a way, one would say...
she almost played rook d3 and allowed knight c5 check. Oh, man, she would have lost her rook. Watch out.
Okay.
She almost played that move. That would have been crazy. Watch out for those tricky knights.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, here we go. What move number was that? That the last pawn got captured?
83 or something. Yeah, move 82 was the capture of the last pawn, so we are looking at move 132.
Now, this is generally a pretty straightforward draw, challenging her there. And you can try all you want, but usually there's not much. You just cut her off. There's no easy structure that wins, and she just keeps offering trades.
Okay, king d4.
But we know blunders could happen at
Don't go anywhere on the 6th rank. Well, this one you can do. I meant, like, don't move the rook on the 6th rank.
And now this check.
Well, actually, rook c7 would have been much more annoying, to be honest. Rook c7, king b5, and,
She wants to play king e6, and this check, she's out. And we're round and round we go. We're looking at a move 132, you said?
132. There'll be a lot of dancing around, right?
There will be, but watch out.
Wait a second. The king,
in
fact, is getting cut off on the edge of the board.
But even now, it's still drawn.
Yeah, of course it's a draw. Yeah. I'm just like trying to make it more dramatic.
We're here for the drama. We are. Yeah. They're now at 105 moves.
So gotta go like, okay, not if are we sure the king wants to go there?
Sure, you don't mind.
Yeah, you don't want to go in the corner.
King cut off.
You don't want to go in the corner. Yeah, 94, and then white king will start moving.
But so what? Why can't you play like even? Yeah, what does this do? Check. You can't construct anything.
No, it doesn't do anything.
And the king goes yet again.
We're
dealing with a world-class grandmaster here, and it's just a question of the clock, whether or not the blunder gets made. But she could draw this in her sleep. I guess I play rook a4 now if I were black. There it is, and just cut that piece off. And it's just no construct that does it. If it were a bishop, on the other hand.
Nah, well, with the bishop, we all know it is very tricky to defend against the bishop. But rook and bishop against the rook. This one is somewhat easier because the knight is not as good as protecting the king.
There's a mate threat. So
she could capture, by the way. She could capture because rook h8, she would have rook h4.
Oh, you're right. She could have taken the knight in that exact moment. So that we all ghosted in this position, but it doesn't matter. The draw is still in hand.
Well, maybe on a second occasion, you can take the knight. There is no checkmate.
She doesn't see it. She doesn't
see it.
And she moved her king. She did have rook takes knight.
Hang on a second. Rook g4. Rook g4 check. I thought rook d4 check and discovered check, but there was no discovered check.
A little sneaky.
You go to h5.
She had to play that move. I don't know why she
go to h5.
hesitated in that one. Time to bring the king back.
By the way, we are getting well, very close to move number 132,
Okay,
where you
we were here. We
you
were
could
here.
claim a draw, right?
Yes, we had 129, and now we know at any moment if she's ever losing, she can just say draw because we now have hit move 133, and if she's ever losing, just don't lose on time. That's going to be the biggest thing. And
that'd
don't
be a
hang
disaster.
mate.
Yeah, that'd be a disaster. Okay, king f6.
Here we go again. She's not. You don't get a count. This is the biggest problem. You don't get a count.
By the way, this is something I don't like.
No,
this is something I don't like, Maurice.
It's not going to matter. She will claim a draw.
She will claim, when the time's
long-
due. I agree, but having the king in it, well.
No, you can't do anything now. This is still the same situation.
How's that the same
At
situation?
some point, and now rook down, and not doing anything. Another attempt, but this is a false attempt.
Is it though?
Oh, and now knight g5. Okay, now we're...
I believe it must be like a winning position, this one. It must be a winning position. The thing is, like, you're too late to win.
It is not. This is still not a construct. I don't think it's still a construct here that does the job. It's a very advantageous looking position, but it's not enough. And they're at move 148, so they're at 60 moves. The arbiter could step in at any moment. And even this, and look at Magnus saying, come on already.
It is, no. No, well, knight f6, now white wins, right? And rook here, and she will be
now says, I'm claiming a draw. Congratulations.
And by margin of like 50 extra moves, it is right? Like 70, almost 70 moves.
It's just,
so she was safe.
Yeah, she just knows. I'm just adding up moves so that I can get to it. Look how she's cold-blooded. She's like, I don't care. I don't feel bad for you that you got a winning position.
But Magnus went furious when we've seen this game is still going. He wants his revenge.
No, but I think Magnus completely understands. I don't know about being furious. He would do the same thing.
No, I'm not saying about like June play or the other late in years play. It's just like he was in the zone. That's how I felt. Like he was in the zone. He brought there. He came there. He wanted to start the game, and then he understands. Okay, this game's still going.
I think he's seen enough of that to not mind too much. If that's going to distract him, then so be it. But the question now is, can he draw with the white pieces, right?
Hang on a second. You just said that he'll be playing for a win with the black pieces, which didn't end very well. So now you're saying he will be playing for a draw with the white pieces.
I didn't say he would be playing for a draw. I said, can he draw? That is the only question, I think, on the minds of his fans, saying, let's get out of here with this title. Well, Nepo is not going to comply. He'll be playing 153 moves like we just saw, if necessary. But he must be thrilled, at least, to have stopped Magnus at the door. No 8 in a row for you. You could win 7, but you can't win 8. As now, will Nepo be able to pull off what would be an absolute miracle by winning this next game and taking it to overtime? 2-1 right now for Magnus, while the ladies, they have the measure of each other. They can't win. We've seen 3 draws.
But the first win from now on ends the match.
From this, yes. They're in absolute must-win mode. Or must not lose mode.
Must not lose mode, rather.
We could see a lot of game left. Could they go on for 6, 7, 8 games, 10 games even? A marathon match, we will find out as they're about to begin. Ladies at the board. Jun with the white pieces.
They're not tired. They don't mind playing another 153 moves game, draw.
I can just imagine them back in their home country of China, practicing against each other, hanging out, smiling, laughing, playing Blitz for hours and hours and hours. How many draws do you think in a row happens when they play for fun?
Well, apparently Nepo's not in the tournament hall.
I hope he didn't.
Or, well, not seated, that is. He might be.
No,
everything fine.
All right. Well, we will be following both games as Nepo, again, has got his back to the wall, and the ladies are in sudden death. is what they are. They're in sudden death. One mistake, and you are done. Championship on the line as game 4 is here. Will we see a tiebreak in both matches? Only if Nepo manages to win with the black pieces, beating Magnus 2 games in a row, the way Magnus thumped him 2 games in a row. This would be a story for sure. And both players just get game face.
Look at Jan. He's almost like...
Move that queen out of my way. And Magnus there trying to make sure he is in the zone as well. This is the kind of drama we wanted to see. That game 4 was actually necessary. Not expecting Magnus to lose that last game, but here we are.
Yeah.
Handshakes.
Look, Nepo kind of tries not to look Magnus in the eyes, it seems. Or whatever this, whatever this is supposed to mean.
And a French for the win.
French for the win, and Magnus is kind enough not to play the exchange French. And that's so amazing about Magnus. 'Cause we all know, right? Would he want to? Would he want to make a draw in an exchange French? He absolutely could.
The other game is underway as well, and they're back in that Carlsbad structure that made only draws so far. This time a trade of knights on e4 with bishop to c4, the bottom board there. In the meantime, Nepo expanding on the queen side, and Magnus setting up a big pawn chain, as we can see the white pawns stretching down board.
Yeah, this h4 nowadays is used in, well, a lot of positions.
And the knight to a5 by Nepo, headed to the b3 square, rook to b1, avoiding that fork.
Yeah, so wants to preserve the bishop. So if knight c4 was played, he would go bishop e3.
And those fans haven't moved. It's like, I got my spot, not going anywhere. And now h6 by Nepo, stopping any kind of demonstration. But the queen side is where black is pretty dominant at the moment, so Nepo's got all his chips on that side. Magnus now playing rook to e1, a very strategic battle.
Yeah, but that's what Magnus is usually, well, very good at. Doesn't really describe it because he's very good at chess, period, right? But like strategic maneuvering games, that's where he like.
And he just played knight h5, making sure that bishop on f8 does not move.
And neither you can play g6 because it's not very easy to untangle the king side for Nepo. And he says, you know what? I have the queen side. I will play there.
And now Magnus has traded on c5, giving himself access to the d4 square with his knight, and he has now done it after queen takes, knight to d4, keeping our eye on the bottom game. Very close yet again. Small margins in that position, troubled rooks, troubled majors on the c line for white in the bottom board between the ladies, but nothing substantial just yet happening on that board. This one, Nepo has to win, and I'm not feeling, he's castled queen side.
Castle queen side, because it's kind of safe, I believe.
And the Magnus attacking the pawn on f7.
Queen f4.
Clock time's pretty close.
You can go bishop e8, right? Or queen e7. Jan decided to go queen e7.
Strategically, I think Jan wants to prolong this game as much as possible, not allow for just obvious liquidations. But that said, Magnus has decided to go for some trades and play the move b3, even though it does compromise his pawn structure.
Right, compromising his pawn structure, but also opens the files against Nepo's king. All right, so
I got to say, Nepo's pieces are pretty tied down to the defense.
But this last move, bishop c6, he's almost asking, like, would you care to take this pawn on c4 so that my bishop's open, right? And then you're no longer attacking my my king side.
By the way, he did it very quickly. Just
bishop c6,
tossed it out there and said, go ahead, grab the pawn if you want to. Bishop takes knight, followed by queen takes pawn, is a strategic decision Magnus has to consider, and it has given him pause and has cost him 30 seconds, it looks like, on the clock, as he has to evaluate if it's the best choice. What else may be better? You're going to get a pawn right now, but actually, bishop d5 at the end. No, bishop d5 is illegal, excuse me.
Bishop
So,
e3,
yeah, it was a
played by
whoa,
Magnus.
Now,
g5.
g5 by Nepo, lashing out. And Magnus, cool and calm, just moved his queen away.
Right.
I would think now he's taken a pawn, and the
GH4.
knight has found the f6 square. Now,
So knight goes to f6.
his bishop g7, and he's played it. I was wondering if this is a move. He is up a pawn, but it's not much of a pawn as it can be captured. Well, no, the e5 pawn is potentially
Yeah, wait,
hanging as well.
you probably have to go bishop f4 here to defend e5, right?
Looks solid, but Magnus again hesitating. The clock not working for him as we see that Nepo is playing good moves quickly, challenging Magnus, and doubled rooks now.
Double rooks on b file.
He is down almost a minute on the clock, and Nepo needs to make a concrete decision. By the way, in the other game, White has built up a strategic advantage. As you see, the Black's pawn structure is super defensive. And now bishop takes knight, giving away this piece, and
Queen to c7. So it is a very sharp position, which, yeah, I believe it is good for Nepo, who needs to win. Queen deployed to a7, so that king d7 always met with rook takes b7, so this king cannot run away. However, after rook g8, computer leaning advantage Black.
Wow. Wow. Is it possible that Nepo could pull off absolute miracle
Kind
now?
of a double comeback.
Yes, he needs to win this game. And Magnus in trouble. You could see it on his face.
And definitely not happy right now.
No, and just glance at the clock. The clock times are indicative
Wow.
of his problems. He just played
Bishop f4. But can you take f4? Because after rook b7, there must be something.
He's taking it.
Taking it. Rook b7, and how about like rook takes g2 of some sort?
Is it winning for Black?
Yes, it is.
Rook takes g2 wins the game?
Yep. Rook takes g2. I mean, I'm not sure how trivial it is, because after king g2, you have to find knight e3. And after queen e3, d4 discover check. It's a mess.
He's
it's a mess.
looking. He's staring at it right now. He's calculating the
But the thing
chances
is, like,
here.
if you don't take,
He has
you're getting
done it.
checkmated
Rook takes-
yourself.
Will he find knight e3, however?
This is important. Otherwise, the king goes to f1 and goes, you know, f1,
Crawls
e2,
out.
crawls out. So it is important to stop the king from going to f1 by going knight e3 right here, right now.
Nepo is a tactical wizard. By the way, on the other board, White is winning the game. We're transfixed by this comeback. He's
Knight
found the
e3.
move. Nepo, and he stared at Magnus in that moment. And Magnus now devastated by this move. What a shot as
And
Magnus
it's
overlooked it.
This is it. Queen
This
e3,
is it.
d4 just wins. It's, well, if you want no evaluation, it's minus 44.
No, it's
a
over.
lot.
And
It's a
Magnus
lot. It
down
is
to
over.
7 seconds. And he has resigned. Nepo with a comeback of
It's
the
a
ages.
2-2. It's
2-2
game 5
match.
for the
Let's go
finals.
to the other game because White has an edge and may win her game, but it looks like she's lost some of her advantage in that one. If we could just pull up the ladies, that comeback was extraordinary. But let's go over, and they are battling themselves as White is currently just have a lock on the central squares, on the dark squares, that is. Can she pull off this victory, or will we see another tiebreak as the other one will go to tiebreak? A positional edge to be sure, but is it enough?
Yeah, so the queens were traded on rook b8, trying to organize counterplay with b4.
22 seconds to 16 seconds, a title on the line. A win here wins the match. And
Yeah, but
here
it's-
we have this position. I think we still might need the 2D board. B4 played, takes, and now rook back. And this is looking highly equal now with the king coming over.
Yeah.
4 draws in a row, likely. But we're still far away from that because there's just too many pieces on the board. We see knight e2.
Anything can happen. Like,
Really anything can happen.
pretty much 10 seconds each, you know, with the board full of pieces.
6 seconds, 5. She needs to make a move. The knight dropping back. And where's that knight headed? Where is the knight headed? I don't even see the path. Why is this
Well,
knight?
d6 perhaps, just to let the f-pawn move and protect e4. King c1, rook c5 was a nice maneuver. Knight to c3.
Hopping with moves now. Knight over and this rook. Look at them. They only have 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. She's got to move. And she just made a move with 1 second left. 3 seconds on her clock to 4, and now 2 quick moves to get a little bit of time. And now a trade and rook down. And what is happening? Back in the position as she attacks the pawn, and now swinging the rook over. Now they've gotten a little bit of time.
Accumulated some time.
Yes, and are they going to repeat? No, rook down, attacking the pawn.
She can repeat, yes, because there is like pawn on b3. We don't see it because there is a knight. Wow, white did find a way, because now if you trade c3, bc3, and the b pawn falls.
She just played.
She moved the king, because if you take the knight on b5, there's a check on c2. There's a black pawn on b3 hiding behind the white's knight.
Okay,
so that's why.
To know.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, 9 seconds on the clock. This is why this 2D board sometimes, I mean the 3D board fools you a little bit, because you can see there that pawn sitting on the b3 square, and they're repeating now, it looks like. And a repetition, will she repeat with rook a6? No, she
D5?
doesn't. She goes for it with d5.
Knight takes, pawn takes.
Is this a good move? No, more trades.
Well, it's still like it is as good as the others, because it was a draw and it is a draw. I don't think white has any realistic chances.
The more they play, the more they are equal, and nobody's showing any advantage. And I think here it's just going to be, well, she just played a check. Okay, king over, rook over, attacking the pawn, and it's about time for us to repeat moves, and we are going to tie breaks in both matches. This is what we signed up for.
Game 5, Maurice. Game 5.
The drama of this. Oh, man. Both titanic struggles yet again. Wow. But Nepo coming back and winning 2 in a row. What?
I just realized both, like, women's finalists and men finalists, open finalists, they have something to teach each other. Because these ladies, they have to teach Nepo and Carlsen how to make draws. You know, there's been 2-0-1, then Nepo 2 in a row, but how about making a draw?
4 wins in the match after Magnus goes up 2-0, and you can just turn off the TV. A lot of players, like, well, whatever, we'll just shut down the computer and go to bed. Boy, if you did, you are slapping yourself. What did I do when Nepo makes the comeback of the ages and the momentum is completely on his side? By the way, I don't really believe in momentum, but right now, Nepo's got to have his chest out thinking, man, if I win this, what sweet revenge it would be taking a world title away from his
the hands of Magnus
Carlsen. This would be absolutely amazing. And by the way, Nepo gets white.
Nepo gets white?
He won with black.
Right, but wasn't there...
Oh,
like,
yeah, I'm sorry. There's the toss.
Draw for the colors.
No. You're right. You're right. That is true. I did make that mistake there. I just alternating colors, but he won with the black pieces, and now they have to choose for colors. We don't know what color he might have. And look at Magnus. You know he is disgusted. The narrative just got pushed back. He was rolling 7 in a row.
Absolutely.
Fully confident, no problems. And then suddenly, bam and bam, and he's tied? You're up 2-0? That is the worst storyline you can name. Go up 2-0 and then just start losing all your games?
Yeah, that's... Well,
he is
certainly not pleased with the way this match has been going. Well, was nice at the start, winning 2 in a row, like keeping it solid, but then...
All right, we see the women here. That's Li Tingxie. She is just kind of composing herself. And let's take a look at the recent champions for the women, well, the last 10, I believe, as we see the women's world champion come into the playing hall. Both of them look relaxed-ish. And here we see there will be a new champ. We've seen women have shown their amazing blitz skills. In fact, Gunina, Muzichuk, Lagno, and Asayubayeva all won twice. in the last 9 years. But we will have a new face on the list. And who will conquer New York? But by the way, rook takes g2 check, knight e3 check, followed by d4. Wow. Come on, that was special. A mating attack. Just as Magnus, by the way, had sacrificed a piece on f4.
That was that was crazy, man. I'm checking this game with the computer. Well, needless to say that at some point Magnus had close to decisive advantage when Black just kind of castled long, and he was, yeah. Then his original idea of sacrificing the piece on f4 was a blunder, and only because of this rook g2 knight e3 counter blow.
And now some kind of something going on, and they chose the colors, and now Nepo gets white.
Looks like we are ready
and Magnus
to go,
seems
right?
befuddled for some reason. Did he know the rules as to how this would work?
Maybe he didn't know that they have to play on and on and on. Maybe he thought it was Armageddon. So he gets the black pieces, but also doesn't have the benefit of draw being a win.
Right. I don't know. Did he not know that rule? He actually just watched. He just watched, maybe watched the previous match that went 6 games. You would imagine he did know.
He would know, of course.
Here we go. A win clinches, and they're off. And also the ladies, a win clinches. So we need to see that board as well. Right now, we're only seeing Magnus's board, I assume? Magnus and Nepo?
Okay, so it's a portion of moves in the PG.
Oh, no, okay, so, all right. The top board is actually Nepo versus Magnus, and they're whipping off the moves from what looks like their previous game.
Yeah,
as they
it was the same.
going back to that same position that Magnus won.
Wait a second.
Magnus won this in game 1. Remember with the queen getting into the position?
Right, queen versus 2 rooks.
Yes,
that was this game.
Magnus won this game earlier. So Nepo must have gone away and said, nah, I think I was good. I'm going to go back for this exact same line. And it's here that Magnus played bishop to g4, and after h3 took on f3.
Well, it is a deviation, though, because Nepo had a queen on c5, and now he chose to go to c3.
Okay, Magnus
did
the exact same thing.
Magnus, yeah.
What's the subtlety? What's the difference?
We should ask Nepo.
Yeah, and by the way, bishop g4 was the recipe from the last game, so you would think he would have moved already instead of thinking about it now. Now knight to f4 threatens knight h3.
Yep.
One move win of a pawn. You would think king h2 should be the standard move here.
Rook e3 is possible. Oh, no, he did go king h2.
And now the rook up to e3.
Rook a to d8 and rook to e3. Yep.
All right. What is the big plus here? Well, Black's queen side does look slightly porous. And remember, Magnus was able to play b6 in that game. Now that queen side is something that Nepo will start eyeballing. Also, there's a threat of g3 right now, isn't there? g3, your knight will, well, so
probably going to go. It's probably going to go to
h5,
h5, yeah.
Because you might hang this pawn. And Magnus has, again, tried to resolve the queen side with the move b6 and b4 there. And a break on the other game, the ladies with the move d5. Usually when Black executes d5, the position is equal. And so
nothing new here, Maurice.
Nothing new. They just keep playing more and more chess, as that break has equalized the position for Black on the bottom board with, okay, a lot of play left, of course, but that game, that match might go on till the new year, like the way we're going. We'll all be sitting here calling that one. They don't seem to be able to get any purchase on each other. But all right, this top board with the Magnus, a little hesitant. What are the clock times? If we could close in a little bit to make sure we have accurate clock times. And Magnus is down on the clock. Nepo with a ton of time, 2:45. Magnus is down a minute already. We know that Nepo is lightning fast, but Magnus trying to figure out what to do, but he's down and his clock's ticking down. Feeling the pressure.
Yeah, it's not like there is like a ton of pressure, but he has to do something. He cannot identify like a kind of a real plan, because you can go back to the e-file with one of the rooks, defend the pawn, and still shuffle around. But
hold on, he keeps picking up and dropping that pawn, and finally, and he's hesitant there. He's hesitating. Look at the time advantage. 15 seconds only used by Nepo. Well, 17 seconds.
He lost his confidence, Magnus. He lost his flow.
He's feeling it right now, and he went under a minute right there. Nepo
Rook
now.
d4. And then
Nepo said,
g3
I'm not
and
even
knight to
interested.
e6.
You cannot take the rook because the pawn takes 4 key pieces. And what now? Can Nepo find a way to cause Magnus to pause again? This is the real question.
Queen b2. Queen b2, what do you do here?
Now the rook is threatened.
Hang on a second. There is, well, again, I'm cheating a bit looking at computer move, but there is knight g5 trick, which Magnus finds. Knight g5, you take the rook, pawn takes back.
Oh, and then knight f3.
Knight f3 is threatening, and also capture might be threatening.
Okay, but that's only equal, right? Like he does do
Knight
it.
takes, pawn takes.
Pawn takes, and now drop the rook back to e2. Has to.
Well, yeah. But also there is queen e6 move. You got to be careful, because you go here, there is queen e6. And you go g4, and maybe black says, you know what, my knight is better than your rook. And goes
the rook's not really hanging.
The rook's not really hanging.
The rooks are not really hanging at the moment.
It's like super tricky, because it's not really hanging, but also...
Once the queen moves, it will be.
Yeah.
So Nepo's
okay, queen e6 is a
has
threat.
time.
Let's agree. Queen e6 is a threat.
So is it f4 here? Is f4 a move?
Either f4 or h4, I'm thinking.
h4? That's...
Yeah, wait a sec. f4, you still allow queen e6, right?
Right, so h4 is a better one, a better version.
And that's what he's done.
Because the pawn is, in fact, pinned, and now the queen...
Queen e6 is still there. Queen e6 is still there.
But don't you lose a pawn, so to speak?
Yes, you do. Yeah, queen e6, pawn takes knight, pawn takes rook, pawn takes pawn.
Magnus down to 30 seconds, and now picked up a knight. And he has played queen to e6.
He has played queen e6.
Pawn takes, and that pawn will be captured. But Magnus now about to win, what looks like win the pawn on g5. But white gets to make a queen move.
Yeah,
no?
there's a queen f6 move.
Queen f6.
And then queen f4, you know.
Is queen f6 rook d3 a move? Or am I missing something?
This could be. Yeah, probably it is. Yeah, probably it is. Rook d3. Okay, let's see.
Nepo now trying to decide. He's got a 106. His time has really dropped very close to Magnus. And right here, you want to keep your time edge. Don't let that further away. And he has played it, and Magnus did sacrifice. This is a move that I had spotted, and he's now moved the rook away. And his idea is to use his very powerful queen on f6 and say Magnus is a bit stuck, and the move Queen d8. Yeah, that's a smart idea. Get rid of queens as fast as possible.
But what a powerful queen on f6 indeed. Like, can you play like rook a7 or something? That's what he has done anyway.
Oh my goodness, that's a boss move. And by the way, the other game, did we miss something?
No, we didn't. The other game is done. It is a draw. And the final position is black to move. Black played bishop c4, takes the rook, and off you go. Game 6.
We can just leave them to play by themselves for a few more games. But here we go. Rook back to d7. And what should White do here?
Still says like it's equal, but it's a very strange type of equal, I would say, because I feel like both sides can blunder. It's harder to blunder with white.
20 seconds, that 20 seconds time advantage. I think around now, you bail if you are, yes, exactly.
Well, that's what he's done,
He's just said, let's just get these puppies off the board and just trade everything down, because no way I am going, well, he's played e6 to weaken black's pawn, but now he has a pass pawn.
All right, I think
And now if rook takes on g5, they're trading down now.
Yeah.
And we will
This is
see
it.
a draw there as well. And Nepo's wondering, did I have anything? And he really didn't. Magnus played
No.
extremely well.
Magnus played exceptionally well this tactical sequence starting with rook d4.
We're seeing 2 game 6s.
Man.
You can't beat this.
So Magnus did make a draw, but it was too late. So now, okay, not too late, but kind of this draw no longer wins him the match. He
Right.
will have to play game 6, having the white pieces, but, you know.
Meantime, 5 draws over with women. Whoa.
That's crazy, this final. Maurice, do we understand that in most part of the world already celebrated, you know, the midnight of a New Year's night?
There are parts of the world waking up right now.
First of January in the morning, I mean.
Well, it's 6:30 in Thailand right now, 6:27 anyway, and so yes, there are people waking up saying, "Did we miss? What did we miss? Oh, wait a minute! There's overtime chess." Absolutely, a thrilling battle we see here, and this, by the way, is the first time this format has been done. And some may argue it's not the best format. We like the other way of handling, just play marathon games. But what we're seeing right here is saying, this has its pluses too.
No, well, it's a cool format, but you think if this goes on and on and on, maybe you should limit it like 10 games or something.
Listen, I remember Wimbledon. Who played in Wimbledon? One of the American players, and they played the 5th set of Wimbledon, and
They do not have a tiebreak.
they did not have a tiebreak, and they just kept going and going, and you got to win by 2, and they just kept going and going and going. That I don't think is going to happen here, but wow, what we're seeing is just incredible. The first time this format has been tried, and it's proving itself to be extremely exciting. As if you had it another way, Magnus might have run away with it, or Nepo might have run away with it, or whatever, and may not have any interest. But here, because you have to beat the best players in a head-to-head matchup, it's fun.
Yep.
And especially after Magnus rolled his opponents, and Nepo in the beginning. All right, well, we will start yet again. Next game is just set to begin. Not much time just to go. Maybe take a quick restroom break and then come back. We see Lei Ting-Xie already at the board.
Final game 6. That's the PGN I was looking for. By the way, I no longer have PGNs after game 6 on the list. So I hope they add it at some point. No one was expecting this one to go too long.
They go again. 5 draws in a row. I mean, by the way,
but Ju and June is almost laughing at what's happening.
And they're also waking up in China, by the way. So
we are about to get more spectators, right?
This happened, and what better? You went to sleep and said, I'm going to miss it. And then you come and you look at this and you say, wait, our 2 ladies are playing each other for the title. Great news. Meantime, in Norway, it is 12:30. Past midnight. They just celebrated, and they probably thought they had already celebrated a Magnus victory, but oops, not just yet, as I'm not sure, is Russia 7 hours ahead, or?
Depends.
Depends on where in
Russia's
Russia.
big.
Yes, Russia is big. And they're watching their guy battle against Magnus.
Must be well past midnight. Past midnight in Russia.
All right, well, whatever time zone you're in watching us, you have been treated to something magnificent indeed, this battle and the handshakes, as we will follow both games yet again, as Magnus has started with this London system needing to win this game if he is to keep his title. And the ladies are in a Tarish over there. We've seen something similar before. I'm just going to say that's going to be a draw. Should we call that one?
Why?
They just keep...
Just not watch it, or what?
No, we're watching it for sure. We don't have the PGN, though, for Magnus' game as yet.
We do, but it's not updating. I
quite
do have it
updating.
on my screen, and I don't want to go look elsewhere because...
All right, it will come shortly.
Hopefully.
If we can just zoom in on their board for now, we will see the actual position. This doesn't really help us in trade. Okay, that's a lot better. And C4 played.
must be quite solid, this one, right? Okay, we do have the PGN round.
All right, let's get all of this as...
Yeah, something quite minimalistic, I have to see.
But by the way, a
say.
sacrifice of a pawn in the game between the ladies where Evgenij has gone for activity, which is a typical type of pawn sacrifice, to get some equality. And look at this, queen to d6, from d6 to b4 with check by Nepo so that he could trade off even more. And Magnus quickly flicks in the a3 move, queen drops back to e7, and now a capture, and here we go. This looks...
Quite a bit of leading development, though, for now.
Yes, but very symmetrical. Magnus is going to have to prove something here as his rooks will try to march into the game. Will he or won't he in terms of being able to show any edge? The bishop is the thing that I'm the most worried about. That bishop on c8 usually is the problem child. But he doesn't develop it. He plays knight to c6.
Yeah, there was a choice. I mean, there is a setup with b6, bishop b7, or you can be even more modest, go bishop d7, bishop e8, the bishop won't be great, but then you start trading the rooks and so on. It's not impossible that he's going for that. Just go here, get her out of the way, then put the rook on c8.
Yes, and that bishop was definitely a problem to solve, and now Nepo is realizing after b4 that his knight on c6.
He's under some pressure.
I mean,
that's not much, but
it's enough. You put the knight there thinking you have a nice square, but it was kind of just an empty move. Let me develop a piece, because by putting it there, it is now about to be attacked, and he realizes that this is a problem. This was definitely a small mistake on his part. If he plays a6, he has to deal with knight b6.
Yeah.
So that is a challenge for him, and he has decided that he had to play that move, and bishop to d7, and he's headed very quickly
A6
to the e8 square, and Magnus said, not so fast. I'm going to go take that bishop. Thank you very much. And Magnus, and now a little care. Is bishop a6 a move? Rook takes on d7, so it must not have been. I thought the knight was hanging for a second. There must have been a tactic.
When he's 7-8, he'll probably take on b4 in this case, right?
And now g3.
That's not much, but still, it is somewhat unpleasant for black.
And yes, the knight b4 move. That's the point you were making. If bishop takes a6, knight takes b4, since the knight is hanging. And now it's again very close. White has that bishop, and he's going to try to stay ahead on the clock. Meantime, black is attacking like mad in the other game.
Gotta say, this one looks less exciting than the game between the ladies.
Black is trying to get something on that side. An h3 doesn't look playable, or is it?
Because
black is drummed up an attack with those pawns on the other side, while this one is fairly close to equality, but Magnus does have some edge with that bishop.
Maybe tries to get the knight to c5.
b2 played.
Queen to b2, hitting the knight on e5, and how do you protect it? Do you go knight f6 to d7, or just return back with the knight from e5 to c6?
Counterattack. Queen d8. By the way, down a minute on the clock, and this move may have come as a surprise to Magnus, as this is a fantastic organizing move, attacking this knight on d2, ignoring his knight under threat on e5. That knight you could capture with the queen, but black's going to just take on d2, and that's causing problems on the second. Absolutely a big-time move, and Magnus has lost 30 seconds to play knight
e4. Looks like, yeah, okay, it's a fine move. Knight e4 will be answered with queen e5, but it was, well, it looked a bit loose, like, you know, everything. You would prefer to have everything under control, especially when your opponent has the knights, like, which are known for some tricky moves.
And by the way, in the other game, h3 chased black backwards, and now white is just up a pawn for no reason. The activity that black was looking for is gone, and white's just up a pawn.
All right. So
rook d2. So we might see a decision on that board in a moment, as white, well, it's still a long way to go, but white has definitely rebuffed the attack. and is just up a clean pawn in that position, we might be calling a champion, as Nepo is now giving some problems to Magnus. And Magnus has decided to just say, look,
take b7.
Enough is enough. I'm just going to take that. Can he take? But there's a rook f2 check problem, no?
Yeah, but it's not a problem. Like, okay, you take b7, Nepo takes on f2, and you agree a draw. what can you do? And we go into game 7. It's not like White has any advantage anyway.
Okay, he's dropped back. And
Queen
played
f3.
to f3. Now if you move your queen down, then he will take. I mean, he will move his rook, and that'll be a problem. So rook to a2.
Rook to a2.
Still, if you take on b7, there will be rook takes f2 check, because queen is coming down to d2.
Yeah. So point being, queen b7, you take here, and then queen d2 double attack on the rook.
And by the way, White has blown the better part of her advantage in the other game, and that might be going to
There
game
will be another draw.
7.
There will be another draw, Maurice. There will be another draw.
No, but it swung yet again. A mistake by Black, missing a move. And so at the moment, White is still up a pawn. Queen b7 played. Queen f6?
Yeah.
Oh, a change in the narrative.
Queen f6.
Okay, that's just a draw. Trade queens and rook a3, and that's just a draw. They're going to game 7. Amazing. Okay, let's get over to the other game, because we might be crowning a champion. White up a pawn and looking to win it all. And there goes that passed pawn.
Bishop e3, Black played h6, White played d5. Computers, evaluation goes through the roof. White's like almost...
Black in 3 seconds, sorry, 2.
Yeah.
And having to move right there with only with 2 seconds left on the clock, getting that 2-second increment. And Black trying to survive now, as she is busted. There's no doubt that that d5 pawn will go to d6, and it is going down board. Will this be over any moment now, as Black is suffering? But White doesn't have that much time on the clock
d7,
either.
right?
And d7 threat, queen check, knight f4. What's that about? She's just pretending a mate over there. If you play queen check, I'm just going to move. You've got to deal with that. The queen is on e4, protecting it now.
There's a move, bishop a5, you know, which somehow did not...
and
it's still there. Just go bishop a5.
I'm confident
well,
she sees it,
found
yes. And she did find it. And now...
Queen to d5,
there
pin this knight, go back. Yeah, the knight's pin, d8 threatening. Queen e4, you can still go
trade
d8,
and
right?
play d8, and that's all she wrote. We have a champ. The women's world champion in classical chess is now, for the first time in her life, the world champion in Blitz after an incredibly titanic struggle. Applause there from the fans as ladies, a champ, make that a champ squared.
Great. So winning after 5 consecutive draws, he wins game 6. And you would think it would be over, but it's not over. We are getting ready for the game 7 of the final between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen. This time Jan Nepomniachtchi having the white pieces in game 7.
Yes.
That is an amazing game.
It is absolutely
an amazing match.
This match is giving us all we want. These two matches gave us all we wanted.
Well, in fact, yeah. So he was draws, then it was clear that the first win will win the match. And, well, June, he wasn't game well played, right? Well, with Nepo and Magnus, would you say, like a lot of missed chances? This last game, not much, right?
No, they're settling in after probably substandard play from their side, feeling bad. Remember, Nepo got his queen trapped in game 2.
Right.
He had to feel like a potzer after that game, but somehow he righted the ship, got his head on straight, and managed to win 2 games against Magnus. And then now we've seen 2 draws, and he must feel like, I can't believe it. I can go beat this guy now. Juwinjun there, the champ, taking it to 6 games. After winning pretty easily in the quarterfinals and the semis, she really needed a bunch of games to defeat her countrywoman. And by the way, you see Li Qingli there. She needed 6 games.
She
So she's played more chess than anybody.
She needed a bunch of games. Yeah, she played 4 games in the quarters, 6 in the semis, and 6 in the finals.
Exactly. She's played more chess than anyone here, but it did not help her as the edge went to the player who had the rest. We're going to argue that. We could spin any narrative. But you know, we make up stories.
I've got a new one. So look, it was started with Carlsen crushing Nepo, then Carlsen falling apart 2 games, and then they've realized, wait, we are both very strong players. Chess supposed to be a drawish game. Let's make some draws. Okay, in fact, yeah, like the last couple of games went much more solid, right, compared to the beginning. Much more solid, like even, it's not like somebody had a huge chance and then, yeah, like giving it away. It was like very solid straight to start to finish.
You remember their World Championship match, and they drew the first 5 games before Magnus won Game 6 in a marathon.
The monster game,
yes,
right.
and then Nepo fell completely apart and could not compete. Here, Nepo took it on the chin 2 games. He said, oh, no, he's just falling apart. He's going down. He got his queen trapped, looking terrible. Magnus going to cruise. But he said, no, my friend. I have learned my lesson, and I'm actually pretty good at this Blitz thing, managing to take it to Magnus, winning those next 2 games, and now 2 draws and the handshake, and we're only focused, as we say, then there was 1 remaining for the title. Game 7. I tell you, Game 7 is if you're a basketball fan or a baseball fan, Game 7 is the most beloved name in sports.
So you're telling me Game 7 should be the game?
The decider. That's how it works in those 2 sports. And we're in the U.S. after all, so might as well go to a Game 7 and honor the host country for this matchup. By the way, ice hockey is the same as well. 7 games decide it all in those major
Playoff series, right? Yeah.
So, World Series, only the Super Bowl is not like that. They couldn't play 7 football games. That would be sick. But here we see a Game 7 among these 2 absolute gladiators, gods of the sport, 2 of the best players on the planet, the best player on the planet, playing against one of his main rivals in chess. And here we go. What do we have here?
It's something quite original, I want to say. So that's 3rd move, Bishop E7, known as Hungarian defense, if I'm not mistaken. And it transposed into something relatively, I want to say relatively standard, but still not really, because the Bishop on B2 is not standard.
Not exactly a complex structure, if you will.
Yeah.
This is something you could see back in the 1890s, early 1900s. They just play some setup and see what happens. But these kind of formations, you could bring them back and see what happens. But it's so easy to get nothing out of a position like this one because Black's position is ultra solid, like just ultra. Now he's just traded off the dark squared bishops, nice little check. But does White have anything? The knight on G3 is my least favorite piece, I'm going to say, even though White has a spatial advantage. That's a knight.
Cheeky check on C3 because he was planning, I believe he was planning to block with the queen on F6, but now C7 pawn was hanging.
Okay, now, whoa. All right, now Nepo is saying, I don't know what you're talking about, but I like my knight and ability to play the move F5 with a knight ready to join. And now
E5.
E5
wow, because the knight on C5 prevents you from, like hanging knight on C5 does not allow you to capture on E5. And the other rook's going to go into a center. If you move this knight, knight E4, that's kind of the worst knight becomes the best knight in the position.
A queen to E7 and a capture.
On D6.
And F5 will always be something to think about.
Right.
I'm not sure what it does, but
be careful.
Nepo has again just whipped out his moves, and he's just down 22 seconds to be precise on the clock. And Magnus, already you see him glancing over there. I'm not bringing it up because I'm just a commentator looking for a storyline. Magnus is concerned about his clock time, he knows he probably should be okay, as you see him moving very smoothly there.
Rook
But
d8 is a clever move, so that he has the ability to trade the queens with the jacks.
there it is.
Captured here. Okay, queen a5 is a pawn, you know. There might be or should be some compensation with queen centralization and queen f2 and so, but yeah, you can take on a5.
I'm not a fan of taking that pawn. I'm going to tell you right now because I'm not as greedy as my good buddy Yasser Surwan. But
well, Yasser would. I mean,
Yasser
there
might
wouldn't
just
be a,
grab
there
the
wouldn't be a
pawn.
discussion.
Is it me?
There wouldn't be
I'm taking the
discussion.
pawn. But the fact that the queen does leave the center of the board and allow Black's queen to start dancing is problematic. And I don't, in this situation, I don't think Nepo. Okay, he just channeled his best Yasser Surwan and took the pawn. I just thought he would just avoid taking this puppy, but he said, I'll take it, and you prove to me what your compensation is. And somewhere Yasser is smiling at this development. Now, what did Magnus have in mind?
Yeah, well, in fact, you do have a path to equality from what I can see from computer suggestion, which is b6, queen to b5, and then using the fact that there are some back rank ideas to go knight e4. Will Magnus spot it? That's a big question.
Okay, well, we're saying it's equal, but Magnus's clock says there are problems here to resolve, and he did find the first move. And his knight's about to move, so I'm assuming he's going to find the second.
Well, knight to e4.
There
Bravo,
it is.
Magnus.
I mean, bravo. When these guys have only one way to equality, they usually find it. And that there, look at Nepo like, ugh. You saw that too, huh?
Right. And yeah, you can't do much because Black does not threaten to trade. Black does threaten the smothered mate after check, check, queen g1, right? So you have to capture on e4, queen e4, rook attacked, pawn attacked. Rook c1 does not defend the c2 pawn, so Black wins the pawn back.
So knight takes just about force. Nepo looking for an alternative. He's not going to find it.
Yeah, his advantage on the clock is melting away, by the way.
Yes, and he's just trying to see where is what. Is this a trick? Is this any problems here? What should I play? Magnus's king is still a little bit
a little bit weaker, right? Queen to f1, a tricky move.
Magnus said, "My king, there's no problem. I don't believe you."
Yeah, my king, my rules, right?
Yeah, queen f6 looks like it could be something, but there is rook d1 shutting that down.
And also, yeah, like the queen defends g6.
Yeah, exactly, because the rook would have been hanging if queen f6, and he's decided, let me just
h3
open up, and now queen takes b3 would be greedy. And probably bad.
Yeah, I imagine like queen b3, queen f6, that's exactly what you don't want to be doing.
No, that's not going to happen. He's played rook to f8, queen b5. Guess what? Game 7 is starting to look like game 8. This is very close again, and Magnus playing queen to c3, queen d5 with check.
You can still blunder though, right?
You could still blunder, yes.
You could
There's
still
no question
blunder.
about that.
Well, I mean,
e6.
You mean Magnus, right? Because Nepo's king is much safer now that you've mentioned.
Agreed.
Queen e6.
King g7, and he's ready to play rook f7 if you try any kind of funny business, and that's going to solidify the entire position. Is rook? I would have thought after rook d1, you just put the rook on f7 immediately, and he's done it, and neither side has anything here. Magnus, though, down on the clock still, 20 seconds, and he's played.
Maybe he was debating queen f6. Like, do you want to go queen f6 and just trade the queens, or you want to keep, this
and
thought
rook
of
d5, and now again, queen f6 equalizes on the spot. It looks like. I mean, really, queen f6 is just a draw.
Yeah, it does.
You just play that, and you don't worry about anything. Magnus, though, still a little bit worried about his clock. He's played.
All right, so he played.
Is he trying to win the game?
H4. Well, he's imitating. Queen f6.
Like the way you said. Why did he trade and allow this move g5?
King takes rook g4, g5. Well, there's still nothing. There's still nothing.
There's probably less than nothing over here. But c5, trying to get a passed pawn on
game
c5.
8. Game 8.
You got game 8, huh?
Game
26
8. Here we go.
seconds left. And 9 seconds for Magnus. 7, 6. Now playing rook to d7. I guarantee you Magnus is still thinking about trying to win this game. But takes, king up, and
Where
a
the
check.
rook's going, I do not quite get it.
There's just no way to. The rook on g4 is just too strong.
Rook on g4, in fact, defends while c4. c4
That's
is a cheeky little
funny
move.
move. You have to take it because he's going to take on a4. So he realizes, all right, I got to take
King
that.
takes, king to d5, where black cannot
And
trade.
they've
agreed a draw.
On yet another draw. The game continues. What is Magnus looking in the sky? They're trying to talk something
They're
through.
discussing something. I think they just analyze the game. Speaking of, like...
Yeah. Nothing there. Maybe you could have played this. What's going on? What's going on is you got 3 minutes to start the next
Guys,
game.
yeah.
And
Stop analyzing. I mean, you have game 8 to play.
I wonder if he thinks that sooner or later there's going to be an Armageddon, but it ain't going to happen. Something in Magnus's mind. What are they discussing? Or maybe
The possibility to split the first prize?
No. We didn't.
Like they do at poker tournaments sometimes.
The fans didn't play big money to do that happen. Not at all. And they're still discussing the position.
No, but he addressed something. The chief asked something from the chief arbiter. So I do not really know. Anyway, we are getting ready, folks, for the game 8.
They're talking moves right now. They're literally talking moves from the last game. You would think you'd want to go clear your mind and get ready for the next game, and they're talking moves. That just shows you how chess players do work together the way that astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson said they're friends. They've been teammates, and you see a smile there from Nepo. Even though he was devastated by the loss against Magnus in their World Championship match, they're still colleagues. They've been teammates as well, playing in the World Team Championship together. And
but that kind of shows that emotions play a great role during matches like this. Because guess what? Would Nepo analyze after the second loss in a row against Magnus? I don't think so.
You didn't want to talk to anybody.
Would Magnus analyze with Nepo after game 4? No, I doubt it. But then they're back to normal. The game was interesting, so why not discuss it?
What a struggle. I mean, they decided to win 4, have 4 decisive games, now 3 in a row. The first mistake could be the last mistake.
And it will be, right? I mean, the first mistake that loses you the game is your last mistake in this match and in this competition this year as well, hopefully.
And by the way, that's Anand on the left of the screen, 5-time world champion Viswanathan Anand, and he is. Every time this overhead view comes, we see Anand in the same spot. So, just because you're a world champion doesn't mean you're not a fan. And that's a super fan, if you will, as these two are treating us to this incredible battle. Again, the first time this format has ever been played. And I don't know if you're a fan of Magnus or a fan of Nepo, you must be just biting your fingernails right now.
Well, I mean, this will end at some point, right? Well,
it's going to be over at some point.
It's going to be over at some point.
Yes.
It's going to be over at some point, they thought, when Kasparov and Karpov were playing this match for half a year.
That's not going to happen.
Karpov started by leading 5-0.
That's not going to happen.
Draws were not counted back then.
Yes. We're not going to see
no, of course. I'm
draws.
kidding.
Let's take a look at what they're playing for. The money on the line. They've already guaranteed themselves a nice payday of $70,000 already in the pocket. Playing with her house money, yes, another 20, but more importantly, that first place prize. I guarantee you, if you said to them, let's just agree that we each get 80,000, but you get the title. Yeah, I'll take the title. Forget about the extra 10K. I want to be the champ, have that next to my name. But it doesn't happen here. they will indeed take home one of them at least, the $90,000. Some good stuff. They're definitely working for their money.
Absolutely. And, well, you know what? Those guys who are making PGNs for us, I don't know if they've seen in the future or just getting prepared, but I have seen after Game 8, there is Game 9 and Game 10. Because those links, they appear one by one, and probably somebody who's setting it up, he had enough. So now I see links to Game 9 and Game 10.
Okay, well... It's a hope. Well, I mean, we're here for the drama, right? That's
Absolutely.
what we signed up for.
I do not, but like, you know, in some other circumstances, somebody would tell me, like it's getting closer and closer to New Year's Eve, and you're sitting in commentator chairs. I'd be complaining. With these two players, with you in the studio, Maurice, I'm not complaining a tiniest bit.
I'm loving it, Miro. The first time we've ever worked together, and we're making up for lost time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, seriously, thrilled to be here. It's a great match. Game 8 is about to start. I'm thinking what should happen. I'm still not sure what was this exchange between Magnus and Holovchak.
I don't know either. We're still seeing the money on the screen. Our
and
director
no,
wants to remind
information
that it is indeed this kind of money that we're playing for. But wow. The champion already decided for the women is the women's world champion, showing her blitz skills as well. She didn't place in the rapid, right? Wait a second. What did she place in the rapid?
I've completely forgotten. Man, Rapid was so long ago.
It was months.
Rapid was like 50,
maybe a week ago.
50 games ago or something.
Right?
It wasn't
like,
a week ago.
We just sat here and called the whole thing and somehow managed to forget what she won. And it was actually her that won the silver in Rapid.
Speaking of.
Yes, she did win the silver medal. And so coming in second place and now winning the gold. So she's well, actually, she came in second in the rapid and won the blitz. Nepo came in a tie for second in the rapid. And could he win the blitz? And we see a mirror of that event. That's what he's looking for.
That's possible. Well, what I'm thinking, it's crazy that, well, she almost gotten a double. Nobody in the history of those rapid and blitzes gotten a double, and I don't think. Oh, maybe Magnus done once.
Magnus definitely
Magnus
did it.
done once.
Yes, Magnus definitely did it, and I forget what year he did it, but we could probably pull up both those graphics, although that would.
Yeah, that'd be
maybe take a little too much time, as this has been delayed a little bit. No.
Yeah,
longer
definitely
than we've
was.
seen so far.
Definitely was. So Magnus is walking, and look. I mean, clearly there's a discussion. There's clearly.
Did Nepo get an extended break of some kind? Because
clearly in a discussion of some sort.
What is happening? Magnus is just strolling back and forth. Not sure what is happening on the floor.
And it's clear that, well, it's not like there is a time to start the game and Nepo is missing, because otherwise Magnus would be seated and, yeah, the clock would have been started.
Yeah, we have Charlize on the floor trying to figure out exactly what's going on, hit the storyline, because Nepo, maybe Nepo had to go to the restroom and they're giving him that chance.
No, look, they're both
there he is.
They're both there.
Nepo's
they're both there, and they're talking to each other, and they are not planning to sit at the board, Maurice.
I'm confused.
Shall we,
I'm definitely confused as something. Why are they walking away? They should be playing another game, and I mean, you're not going to change the rules and make an Armageddon, are you?
Well, I do not know. Well, after Magnus managed to, well, not change entirely, but kind of bend the rules about jeans a little bit. You know what?
I'm a little bit surprised. I do believe we're setting up with Charlize.
Yeah, I
and
hope
she might
so.
be able to tell us exactly what's going on. As I can see her prepping on the left side of the screen, and we're going to jump to
Have the
Charlize
mic on.
to find out exactly what is happening, and
What
let's
the game
go
is not
down to the
starting, yeah.
floor. What is the mystery? Clear it up for us.
We're live in the playing hall where things have taken a dramatic twist. After making draw after draw after draw in the playoffs, Magnus Carlsen and Neeman have requested to split the golden prize and both be tied first. Currently there's a delay. Arbiters are making a decision. Let's wait to find out what happens.
No,
No way.
way. No way. No way. Come
I
on.
don't know what to say.
Come on now.
I don't know what to say. You can privately agree to split the money. I don't know, to cut the the award in half and store each of you to your half. But you have to battle it out.
You have to.
That's
battle it
that's
out.
my bottom line.
You have to battle it out. I'm sorry. That. Okay.
Anyway,
we as much as we would like to stop to be over to split the prize. What is the point? And the thing is, if they're both requesting it, they could literally make a mockery of things and just make draw after draw after draw.
They can
on purpose.
It's almost like a blackmailing. You know
But-
what? You know what, guys?
Why are they?
We are
we didn't see the
capable.
ladies request that.
No.
They made 5 draws in a row, and they're virtually sisters. They're compatriots from the same country. They could have made that request as well. I would be stunned by such a result. To be sure, by such a decision, I don't see the reason for it. But what's the big deal? Just play more chess.
No, look, but I'd say there could be kind of a little bit of an oversight in the rules. But really, what do you do in this situation? Because so far, now, what do you do as an arbiter, let's say? What do you do as a FIDE official? So far, they were not like making fun of it. They were very well fought draws.
Yes.
But, they have a request. Now you say no. Things can happen.
They have someplace to go? There's a flight to catch?
Well, I wouldn't know this, Maurice. Like, I don't know if we should ask for a short break to kind of try to clear things out.
Well, Charlize just gave us that information. And so we have some more comments now from Charlize to clarify things a bit more. Let's hear it.
We have it. It looks like a decision is about to be made. Nepo talking on the phone. We have a FIDE official here. Magnus nowhere to be found. But at any moment, we're going to hear the outcome. Will we have 2 new Blitz World Champions? Okay, a phone call is being made. To who? We don't know. But everyone is talking at the same time. I think it's about the players giving their reasons on why this should be given to them. Of course, rules have been changed quite a bit here at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz. Will this be a new one that's changed? But by the way, this is not uncommon. And in the Olympics, we also saw that double gold medals were given. So this happens in sport before. And will it happen for the first time in chess? Let's see. Okay, let's follow the players. Something's being decided. Okay, phone call after phone call.
What could let's get in the players' shoes. They did play 7 draws, but 4 of those games were they did play 7 games, but 4 of those games were decisive. It's not like they can't beat each other. We've seen it happen, right? So and games, even the draws have been entertaining draws. What is the logic of stopping now?
Well, we have to ask the players. Don't ask me, Maurice. I already gave you my...
That tennis match that I'm talking about, I remember it was John Eisner who played it, and they went like 15. I mean, they just played a ridiculous marathon. I forget who he played against. But can you imagine at Wimbledon, the player is saying, hey, you know what? I know you have this tie-break thing, but somehow
We actually don't want to play.
We don't want to play anymore, and let's just change the rules.
What's happening?
And the players have won out. The players' request has been given that they are co-champions. A stunning development here.
Man, I don't know.
First time ever, and they're discussing it now. And I am shocked. I'm going to tell you, I am absolutely shocked by this development, but the decision was made to name co-champions. After all, respect to the players, respect by the players with each other, but a really strange development, we have to say.
Right. They both deserve, like if you say like somebody does not deserve it, like they had a fantastic tournament, yeah, but to end it this way, it does leave a bit of disappointment.
We see them there just talking, seeming very relieved, if you will, to be champions, co-champions, but very, very strange. And I mean, they're yucking it up right now, feeling very much like this was a great result. I wonder if this had all had to do with the challenge before with the jeans controversy. I'm curious as to know what other players might think about this development. Yeah, I'd say something similar had happened in baseball. We talk about baseball again, where an all-star game was decided as a tie, and the fans were in uproar. They hated the decision. The commissioner had decided, let's just call it a tie between the American League and the National League. And the fans was like, what are you talking about? We paid money to come watch this, and people paid big money to even get into the building here to watch this one. So to not see a winner when they were a clear winner, that is an interesting development to be sure, but nothing we can do. We're the announcers.
Yeah.
We've got to just call it as it is, and we do have co-champions for the first time in history in the World Blitz Championship, also the Rapid as well. We've never seen it before. We now have co-champions. I saw this happen myself in the Sinkfield Cup, where Fabi, Aronian, and Magnus were tied, and all three petitioned the arbiter saying, we don't want to have a tie break because we think the tie break system is a little bit funny. And the arbiters did decide to give them the title, all three, and they were co-champions. So as Charlize said, this has been done before, but a really unusual thing to see happen here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We have no longer stuff to comment if we consider ourselves chess commentators. I think it's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought this Cup of Kasparov thing up. But yeah, it's, well, as the fan, you do get a little bit disappointed, but also it must be such a relief for the players, because I would really feel like for anybody who would lose this, I would really feel like, imagine how frustrating it is. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
But
I do not know what
that's
to say.
Sport.
That is
that's
sport.
Somebody
yes,
loses.
fair enough.
And
I know.
we're okay with it.
I know.
Because that's just the way it is. And also, by the way, I talked about Game 7, the magic of Game 7. They played Game 7 and decided 7 was a magical enough number. Let's not play Game 8. Yeah, I definitely not a fan of resolving tournaments with draws. But I got to say, we had 4 exciting games of great comeback by Nepo, and the fact that they played 3 draws, I'm sure Victor would have emerged at some point. But the stress of the situation made them request it. I wonder, though, why at that moment?
Yeah, why Game 7? Why not Game 8?
Right.
Why not, well...
If we had some rationale by the players, we may get a chance to interview them. But I'm not sure about that ourselves. What we do know is that we do have a clear winner in Zhuwen Jun for the women, and she is probably the winner overall, so to speak, because she got a silver in Blitz, and she is the sole champion in Rapid. And in Blitz, sorry, she got a silver in Rapid and a sole champion in Blitz. By the way, do you remember what I said earlier? Even myself, I said, if these two players decided to split the money, and one of them takes the title, they would say, yes, give me the title. It turns out I was wrong.
Said, both of them said, give me the title.
Well, how wrong were we? As Juwinjan, as we said, she is the silver medalist in Rapid and the champion in Blitz. Nepo, it turns out, was tied for the silver.
And tied for the gold,
and
whatever
tied for the gold as well. So co-champions, we don't even have the name there necessary, as it's co-champions to close things out. What to say? Well, we'll be having a prize-giving ceremony soon, and I'm not sure if we're closing, if we'll be having it looks like we are closing the show right now. We'll have a prize-giving ceremony soon. Well, we want to thank every one of you for watching. Certainly, I want to thank my partner in crime, Evgenij Miroshnichenko, Grandmaster and fabulous co-commentator as well. We want to thank everyone, the staff that did such a great job making this smooth for us. And we want to thank the International Chess Federation for running this event, bringing it to New York City. I know it was a very expensive thing that they had to do. Trust me, coming down to Wall Street is not cheap whatsoever. Miro, it was indeed an entertaining show.
Well, it was very pleasant tournament to be at, even as a spectator, being as a commentator, so that you get to see a lot of stuff, you get to talk to people. And once again, Maurice, thank you very much, because that was a real pleasure.
Pleasure indeed.
Thanks, folks, and Happy New Year.
Enjoy the new year. If you're already in 2025, those of us will be enjoying it shortly. Definitely go party, have a great time, as we have closed out the year with the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships. We are signing off for 2024. All the best to you in 2025. Good night, everyone.